Orange. Good evening to those joining us virtually and here in person. Tonight is May 24th, and we are at our regularly scheduled 21st. And we are at our regularly scheduled council meeting. We are going to begin with some presentations, Madam Clerk.
This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The annual notice was emailed to the Star Ledger and filed in the Township Clerk's office on November 21st, 2023, and published in the West Orange Chronicle on November 30th, 2023. Councilwoman Castellino is on her way. Councilwoman Geber-Michael?
Present.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Present.
Councilwoman Williams?
Present.
Council President Rutherford.
Here.
Mayor McCartney.
We are going to begin with a presentation, I guess, for National Gun Violence Awareness Day. Moms demand action for gun sense in America. Madam Mayor.
Good evening, council colleagues. Good evening, everyone. Interesting, this evening we have two proclamations today. One is for the prevention of violence, and the other is to protect people that were in violent situations. So we have a proclamation. You can join us, please. Some statistics. Every day, 120 Americans are killed by gun violence and more than 200 are shot and wounded, with an average of nearly 18,000 gun homicides every year. This kind of sounds like good news, but it's not really, because New Jersey has 426 gun deaths every year, a crisis that costs the state $5.3 billion each year of $594, which is paid by taxpayers. Due to our sting gun laws, New Jersey has the third lowest rate of gun deaths in the United States, but still far too many. I want to say it sounds like good news, but it's not really good news. Gun homicides and assaults are concentrated in cities with more than half of all firearm-related gun deaths in the nation, occurring in 127 cities. Gun violence prevention is more important than ever as we see an increase in firearm homicides, non-fatal shootings across the country, increased calls for domestic violence hotlines, and an increase in gun violence. This evening, I have Claire Keeley's with us and individuals from her coalition. You see they're wearing orange, and they're going to explain to us why we need to wear orange on June 7th. And with that, I would like to present you with this proclamation. It's 2 pages, so I didn't read it all.
Thank you, Mayor McCartney and Town Council, and good evening. My name is Claire Keels. I live in West Orange, and I am a volunteer with Moms Demand Action for Gun Safety in America. And on behalf of Everytown for Gun Safety and Essex County Moms Demand Action, thank you for issuing this proclamation and for your support for gun violence prevention in West Orange. We wear orange this year again with heavy hearts because of the continued gun violence in our country. However, we wear orange with renewed determination to demand a future free from gun violence and to elevate the voices of the survivors of gun violence and those demanding an end to gun violence. The mayor read some of the statistics about gun violence in the proclamation, and I would like to highlight a few more that we often don't focus on or hear as much about. Guns are the leading cause of death for U.S. children by homicide, suicide, and unintentional shootings. Tragically, 2023 saw the highest number of unintentional shootings by children since 2015. 411 shootings resulting in 157 deaths and 270 injuries. Nearly 6 out of every 10 gun deaths are suicides, and children between the ages of 10 and 14 have the fastest growing suicide rate of any age group over the last decade, an increase of 146%. Guns are being stolen from cars at triple the rate they were 10 years ago. In 2022, on average, at least one firearm was stolen from a car every 9 minutes based on FBI data. According to the ATF, gun theft is a significant source of guns that end up in the hands of criminals. Secure firearm storage can help reduce all of these gun violence statistics. We should not have to live in fear that gunfire can ring out at any moment. However, as incidences of gun violence have grown, so too has the movement to stop it. We will continue to educate, raise awareness, organize, advocate, and rally for safer communities. We will not stop until gun violence stops. By uniting with us in our efforts to end gun violence by issuing this proclamation, together we can build a future free from all types of gun violence, gun suicides, gun homicides, unintentional shootings, and intimate partner shootings. So thank you all for participating in our life-saving mission.
Thank you. We certainly do appreciate you highlighting this very important topic. It is a national epidemic, and it's important for us to do what we can on a local level to help as well. Oh, you want to take a picture? Okay. Okay.
Well, especially with that regulation.
Hang on, Joe.
One second. This is from the label in the back. Okay, that's so much better. Thank you.
Next, we are going to hear about the West Orange African Heritage Organization's tutoring program. Who is coming to the podium for that? Sure.
And Brent, why don't you come up? And Doris?
Yeah. That's a lot of red over there.
One of my favorites. Oh, I understand. Pink is one of them also.
Yeah.
I don't want to reverse everything the doctors are doing, you know.
Okay, as an SLP and an educator in our schools.
We should definitely have the president of the organization come forward.
Yvonne?
Yeah.
Weeks the next day.
Everyone has had impeccable timing today.
No traffic. As an SLP and an educator in our schools, it is an honor to present this resolution to recognize the long-standing commitment of Doris Moses and all of the volunteers of the African Heritage Association. They have been tutors, volunteer tutors to the children of our schools. And I have been lucky enough to be at Washington School with Doris and witness the wonderful work that she does. Volunteering contributes to our health, our happiness, and is at the heart of any close-knit community. So as we come to the end of the tutoring program, I think it's important that our committee acknowledge the importance of volunteering and the work that they do. So I will read the proclamation. Whereas rigorous academic research has affirmed that educational tutoring enhances critical thinking, problem-solving skills, and challenges children to think analytically, approach challenges systematically, and consider multiple perspectives. And whereas the leadership of the members of the West Orange African Heritage Organization recognize the need for, conceived of, organized, and orchestrated a tutoring program for K-5 children of West Orange Township. Whereas the tutoring program of the West Orange African Heritage Organization in its entirety is a volunteer effort of resident citizens of West Orange Township. And whereas volunteering is the penultimate and most selfless act of giving back to our community. And whereas the West Orange African Heritage Organization began its tutoring program in the home of Dr. Marie Sangosi, and today the dedicated volunteers educate our children in all 5 elementary schools. Whereas the leadership and members of the West Orange African Heritage Organization have demonstrated their tireless and selfless commitment and devotion to the children of West Orange. Whereas the West Orange African Heritage Organization's tutoring program has positively and profoundly enhanced the lives of thousands of West Orange K-5 students and promoted mentoring opportunities to the West Orange High School students. And whereas the African Heritage Organization in 2024 crossed this threshold of a quarter century of citizen engagement for the betterment of the children of West Orange. Now thereby resolved. And I really would like to let Brent Draper Scott just say a few words about the organization.
Okay. Thank you, Councilwoman Scarpa. I really appreciate that. And we all appreciate your sponsoring this resolution today. For those of you who don't know, I'm Brent Draper Scott. I'm the Vice President of the West Orange African Heritage Organization. And prior to being the Vice President of the organization, I was the organization's historian. And I got to learn a great deal about the organization and the people and what they did and why the organization exists in the first place when I made the documentary Heroes Among Us. So today, we're here to mark the milestone, a milestone that began in 1999, a quarter of a century ago. In that year, the West Orange African Heritage Organization was born. It was born to address social, cultural, political, and educational needs that were until that time unfulfilled in our township. Good civic-minded people like Mike Taylor and Gwen Franklin and Greg and Linda Bullock and others came together and organized what is today the indispensable force within this township that is the West Orange African Heritage Organization. Immediately in 1999, they recognized that the children needed a little help in our public schools. Not that our schools were failing the children, but that some of the children needed a little help. And these civic-minded, ordinary citizens came together, and the first thing they did was to form a tutoring program for K through 5. In 1999, as Councilwoman Scarpa mentioned, the program began in the home of Dr. Marie Sangosis. Residents of West Orange, being among the best educated people in the state, did not have a shortage of parents who are professional, many of them in the education field, who knew exactly how to help young people. They and many, many others over the 25 years have been doing this, volunteering, which takes unwavering commitment and dedication to help not only their children, but your children and our children. Today, I want to thank Councilwoman Scarpa for sponsoring this resolution recognizing the volunteers, the tutors, the leadership, and the members of the West Orange African Heritage Organization who have crossed a milestone, a 25-year, quarter of a century, 20th century and 21st century milestone of educating the children of West Orange. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Doris Moses. I'm a retired educator. I worked in Newark and I retired from Orange after 38 years. I was at a party, a Christmas party, and they were talking about, I didn't know all the people, and they were talking about this little guy at Hazel Avenue School who was difficult. So somebody said, well, put him out of the program. I said, oh no, we can't put him out of the program. He's the one that needs it. So I got elected to go to Hazel Avenue School, and I met this young man and his family. Little did I know that I would be volunteering for the next 10 or so years. It was wonderful. It was wonderful. I spent most of my time at Washington School and Hazel Avenue School. I thank you for honoring me. It's more than an honor. I love doing it every Wednesday at 3 o'clock. So now we're on vacation. So again, I thank you for coming and I thank you for listening.
Thank you, Doris. I just want to say, once a teacher, always a teacher. The first time I met Doris, Rosary Morelli had introduced her to me, and we had some coffee at Panera, and we were talking, and she talked to me about how she became the principal of the school. And we talked about her interview, and she's inspired me with her words since then. She told me, they asked me, why do you think you can do this job? And she said what my grandmother always told me, I have good old-fashioned common sense. And that's what I watch Doris offer these children every Wednesday when she comes to Washington School. Her smile lights up that library, and it lights up my face too. We really look forward to her and all she does.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I also want to recognize Al Hughes, who also was a tutor for a very long time and directed the program for a number of years. Al?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Al Hughes. Takes me a few minutes to talk. Okay. I have Parkinson's disease. It didn't keep me from helping the children out, though. I was with the Washington School tutoring program through the West Orange African Heritage Organization. I started with the program with Doris, and I saw a need for the children to get that extra expertise from the residents of West Orange, especially those who have educational backgrounds. So I jumped in and used my military training to help out as well. Those of you who don't know me, I served 22 years 2 months, 11 days in the military. When I retired in '87, I came out and I didn't work or do anything for about a year. When I started the tutoring program was starting up, I decided to lend my expertise, whatever I could do to help out, despite my disabilities. So now we're here, 2024. But what a difference a day make. So I'm very proud to be in the program. I don't work on the program too much anymore because I have limitations. But very happy to be here. I expect to be here a couple of years to come. Whenever they need me in the program, I'll be there to help them out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Al. And finally, I just want to recognize the new director for the tutoring program, Sandra Boone.
Hello. First of all, happy birthday to Al.
Happy birthday.
Standing here, I am very humbled because I just started about a year and a half ago because President Nambe, she asked me to do this. And so that was very brave. And I hope that I'm making everyone proud, or I've made everyone proud. I'm standing here before everyone from WAHO after having done this for years and years. I'm standing here and I'm very honored, flattered to be here. I know that Doris before me, she was the person in charge of the tutoring program, and I leaned on her and Al and Althea and everyone in WAHO to help me to figure out what to do. So hopefully it's now operational after a 2-year hiatus because of COVID. And so it's ready to go. And we couldn't have done it without the 10 adult volunteers we had at each of the 6 schools. We would have to shut the school down if they didn't show up, and they always came. We want to also thank, on behalf of WAHO, our students from West Orange High School. They were, who's here? Who's the tutor? Ah, please stand. He was a tutor. All right. Thank you, Doris. We had 20 high school students who were chosen by advisors from the high school. And we also, I know that President Nambe will say thank you to Superintendent Moore for having us back to support the students. And most of all, the reason for the season, our students. They're the reason we kept coming back every Wednesday, the joy in their faces and the eagerness. So thanks again to WAHO. Thank you for this opportunity.
And again, just thanks for all you do, WAHO. You're such a tremendous contribution to our community and to all the tutors. I hope you have many, many years of lighting up the smiles of the children and myself.
Hello. Hi. Good evening to everybody. Of course, by now you know I'm Yvonne Nambe Roach. I'm the president of this wonderful organization, and I'm proud to be standing here, of course, with our fine tutors. I came into the program as a tutor with Doris years ago. I saw something in the paper, something about someone wanted to be a tutor. That was a wonderful opportunity. And I said, because I love to teach, we're always teachers. And I saw the opportunity for the West Orange African Heritage Organization to carry on that tradition. And I wanted to be a part of that. And when I was with Doris at Washington School, and I wanted to be down the hill, but in St. Cloud, I was there for a little while, but then I went to Washington, a great experience. We as the organization wanted to make sure all of our students were being taught, that everything that was not given to them in the classroom, that we could take part of that. We could be the ones to give them what they needed. We wanted them to always, not to just survive, but to continue to be the greatest and the best they can be. And who can do that but their own community? So as our community, we went right in and started a tutoring program for our young people. And I thank you all for having us here today. And I want to really thank our chair of the tutoring department. She did a tremendous job the time that she was here, and I'm so glad, I don't know, that I asked her to do it. I couldn't have asked a better person. She was, I can say that, I get, because she was a principal at one point, so she knew what we needed. And she went right on and did what had to be done. And the school system with the tutors, she carried on so well that I don't know if we want to say this, but she wants to retire. So give her a hand so that she doesn't retire. Again, I don't want to take a lot of time. We have already, and I appreciate all that the council has done for our organization. And I thank you so much for having us here and honoring us with this tutoring program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council President, while you're lining up for photo, I just want to mention one other thing. The highest rank obtainable for a non-commissioned officer is a sergeant major. And Al Hughes is a retired sergeant major from the U.S. Army. Thank you.
We're going to ask Michelle Jacobson Malek to come with a presentation on the Mayor's Wellness Campaign.
Good evening. I'm Michelle Jacobson, the Senior Public Health Nurse. On behalf of the Mayor's Wellness Campaign, I would like to introduce Dr. Stephen Shapiro, who will be giving a presentation on stroke. Dr. Shapiro is the newly appointed Medical Director for Stroke Services at Cooperman-Barnabas Medical Center. Previously, he served as an Associate Professor of Neurology and Associate Clerkship Director for Neurology at the Icahn School of Medicine at Mount Sinai Hospital. He is originally from Essex County and graduated from Livingston High School. He earned his undergraduate degree at Johns Hopkins University, his medical degree from New York Medical College. He completed his neurology residency at Columbia University Irving Medical Center with further subspecialty training in vascular neurology at Mount Sinai Hospital.
Everyone can see this? Okay, great. Everyone can hear me? Perfect. All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Stephen Shapiro. Steve, I'm a Livingston native, and I've basically come back home. I've recently started at Barnabas as a stroke director, so I'm really excited to come back to the community I grew up in and try to lead some of the stroke care in the neighborhood. So stroke is, May is Stroke Awareness Month. I think everyone in this room probably knows at least some person that suffered from a stroke, if not had a stroke themselves. Stroke is the 5th leading cause of death in the United States, but it's also the top cause of serious disability. It's one of the most chronic of diseases, essentially, in terms of robbing people of their ability to function in a normal state. But one of the important parts, and one of the reasons I'm here, is to give some education to the community about that stroke is actually, it's first of all, it's preventable, but more importantly, if someone's actually in the middle of a stroke, we now have the tools, the medications, some of the surgeries to try to reverse the stroke freeze it in time and try to prevent further damage and try to restore functionality and reduce disability. But part of that is recognizing the signs and symptoms and getting to a hospital right away, because time is brain. That's a mantra we use in neurology at Barnabas, and it's very important to be aware of that. Time is of the essence in stroke care. So what is a stroke? Just so everyone's on the same page, it's usually due to an interruption of blood supply to brain tissue that causes irreversible damage to the brain cells. I like to call it as brain injury. It's not necessarily brain damage that has, negative connotations, but it's definitely a form of brain injury. Most of the strokes, that the way people think of strokes classically, is due to a clot in the brain. So it's an ischemic stroke, a lack of blood flow. But you can also have hemorrhagic. About 15% are due to bleeding in the brain, which is another kind of stroke that actually also, paradoxically, bleeding in the brain cuts off blood supply to parts of the brain that are encompassed in the hematoma, in the blood cavity. And again, stroke, you can think of it as like a strike. And the main thing to remember is a sudden onset of symptoms. So a sudden onset of symptoms that we'll go over should be a red flag to try to get to medical attention right away. So just as a nice schematic of what an ischemic stroke is versus a hemorrhagic stroke, I copied this photo somewhere on the internet. But an ischemic stroke, I don't know, is there like a laser pointer here or no? Yes, there is. Okay, great. Perfect. Thank you. So an ischemic stroke is, you can think of this as the blood vessel. It's just a random blood vessel. And you can think of this as either cholesterol plaque or sometimes not even cholesterol, like a clot that comes from the heart and goes to the brain. And you think of if blood's flowing this way, this will interrupt blood supply. So everything past this obstruction will develop injury. Also, you can have essentially, one of the blood vessels can rupture or have a leak in it, such as an aneurysm that bursts or any kind of issue. And again, that will cause bleeding around the brain. And part of the damage is initially you cut off blood supply, but then you also have a volume in the brain that there's a lot of pressure. So those are the two main kinds of strokes. And then so the reason I'm here is to tell everyone about ways to recognize a stroke. So we have an acronym called Be Fast. It's a pretty well-known acronym, but it's very easy to remember. And it's what I always educate my patients with. So be fast, try to memorize it, be fast. The B stands for balance. So, and again, all of these are sudden onset. So it can't be someone, it's not chronic dizziness or anything like that. It's acute onset of issues with balance. So suddenly feeling like you're drunk, like you can't walk straight, or suddenly being unable to balance, or suddenly feeling extremely dizzy when you're not a chronic vertiginous person should be a concerning feature. The E stands for eyes. So sudden onset of vision loss, or inability to see out of one eye, or inability to see half the world, or suddenly having a significant decrease in vision. That can be an issue with the eyes, but sometimes it can actually be an issue with the brain, and people don't recognize it in time, and they don't come to treatment right away. The F stands for face. So if there's one side of the face is drooping, or basically you can see here it's drooping, that you see one side of the face is asymmetric to the other one. Then the A stands for arm or leg. So this one's a more classic feature of stroke that most people recognize. Sudden paralysis on one side is a warning sign, but it can also be something as simple as weakness, suddenly on one side, unexplained weakness, or sometimes people even wake up with the symptoms of suddenly their left side feels much, much weaker than their right side. It's typically not overall weakness. That could have other causes, but one-sided weakness is definitely a red flag or a risk factor. Then the S stands for speech. So slurred speech, difficulty talking, difficulty getting words out, difficulty with language. Sometimes this one's actually a lot of times noticeable not by the patient, but by their loved one, when they notice that they're just speaking gibberish, or we call it a word salad, where they keep talking, but they're not making sense. Or sometimes they just stop talking. They're completely silent and they're just looking at you. So that's the S for speech. And T stands for time, as well as terrible headache. A bleed will have a terrible headache, thunderclap, but the T stands for time. And it's very, very important to get to the hospital right away. To the closest one here, it's obviously Barnabas. So we can try to treat the stroke and try to put out the fire. I always think of a stroke as kind of like a forest fire where it starts burning down the forest part of the brain. And the goal is to try to put out the fire to prevent it from burning the rest of the forest down, because that will become an irreversible damage. So what can we do at Barnabas? So we have a lot of tools at our disposal, a lot of which are cutting edge that we can help try to reverse a stroke and prevent a lifetime of disability. The first one is thrombolysis, which is basically, if any of you guys are familiar, something called a TPA or alteplase or tenecteplase. This is a very powerful clot buster. What it does is it dissolves clots throughout the body, including clots in the brain. And so it's meant to dissolve a clot, but obviously it's a risky medication because it's dissolving clots everywhere. So we only have about a 4.5 hour window from the time that the stroke started to give this medication safely, or at that point, the benefits no longer are worth the risks. But then the really important part is this is something called endovascular neurosurgery or interventional neurology or interventional neuroradiology. But it's essentially for some strokes, particularly large ones, that if there's a clot in one of the large brain arteries, like one of the big ones, the carotid or other ones, basilar, we can actually go in similar to interventional cardiology, but this is, neuroscience, with small catheters to get to the actual brain arteries and suck out the clot, to basically retrieve it with a small, not like a vacuum cleaner, but a suction catheter. And it tries to suck out the clot and restore blood flow. And I'll show you some pictures. But this is essentially the most powerful treatment in all of medicine in terms of versus the natural history. This treatment is so revolutionary that it only was pretty much brought into modern medicine in 2015. And in the last 8-9 years, it's completely changed our systems of care, because we try to get patients with a large stroke to a thrombectomy capable center or a comprehensive center like Barnabas to treat them right away, because the magnitude of the effects is just so strong versus not doing the surgery and having someone suffer from a large stroke. And then obviously their treatment window is 24 hours, but it's actually extended past that based on the new studies. If there's salvageable tissue that we can try to save, we usually go for the procedure. And then the last one is open neurosurgery. That's usually a situation of last resorts when there's a large stroke or a large bleed and you just need to relieve the pressure. This one's more of a morbid sort of situation. But in terms of, that's usually a last resort. But in terms of endovascular therapy, we've seen patients that have a very severe stroke. We take out the clot and on the table, they return back to normal because there hasn't been any permanent brain injury yet. So this is a very powerful treatment that I want everyone, that's the reason to educate the community about the importance of coming to the hospital right away, because we do have tools to try to prevent a lifetime of disability. And so here's so basically endovascular treatment. So the landscape changing therapy for stroke patients, I said in 2015. And you can see here is, do I have another picture? Yeah, okay. So here is the blood vessel, and you can see it just stops right here. There's no more blood flow. So basically you have a catheter right here that's pushing contrast, and you have x-rays to try to capture the image. The patient's right here, the operator is right here. It's all kind of through small catheters. And you push the contrast, and you can see on x-ray, the contrast stops right here because there's a big clot in the right carotid artery. We go in to try to take out the clot, and here's the little piece of the clot, and here's the result. Here's all the blood flow to the right side of the brain that's restored. So this is basically this patient. This is actually not an example from our center. I'll show you one from our center. But this patient essentially was at risk of losing the whole right side of their brain, and now this restored blood flow. So here's that example. And so time is brain, and this is actually a case that we had at Barnabas, I believe, a month or two ago, where here's again an occlusion of the carotid artery. So this is the main blood flow to the brain. I forget if this was the right or the left side. But here's the before, and then here's the after. All the blood flow that's restored to the brain. So basically, this person was deprived of oxygen in half of their brain. And here's the clot. It was a pretty large clot. This is one of my colleagues, Dr. Mehta, that did this. And the goal is usually to get it done under 120 minutes because, again, time is brain, and every minute is about 1 million neurons that are lost. He got it done in 19 minutes from start to finish. So, and it takes a team effort, and that's one of the things that I'm tasked with at Barnabas to try to even improve our times even beyond that, because it takes such a coordinate effort. Because essentially, if a patient has a stroke, you need to call the EMS. The EMS has to get there. They have to pack the patient up. They have to bring him to the emergency room. The emergency room has to activate the team. Then we have to get neurology on board to, start the process, then get radiology on board to get the imaging, and then get neurosurgery or the cath lab. So it's a thing that has to work in concert. So basically, that's why, the 120 minutes is actually still a pretty ambitious goal to get all these different teams working together to try to open the blood clot as fast as possible. So it was a pretty good case of 19 minutes. Dr. Mehta's pretty fast, which is great. And so that's some of the things that we're bringing about in Barnabas, but it's, not unique to only Barnabas. It's any comprehensive stroke center. There's a few in the state. We're obviously the closest one. So definitely if you have any of the B-fast symptoms, make sure to get to the hospital right away, any hospital, but preferably a place that can do the whole spectrum of neurology care. Let's see, is that it? Yep, I'll take any questions if anyone has it. Time to get free medical advice. Great.
Well, Council President.
Sure.
I wanted to know in terms of how do you prepare your staff to work in this very coordinated way? Because you don't have a lot of time here. So folks have to really know how to work together. And I'm just, how do you make that happen?
That's a good question. I mean, I think it's actually an evolving process as we try things out to try to shave the time off. Some things work, some things don't. I think the driving force is that everyone recognizes, like you guys saw that picture, everyone recognizes the effect size of it. So I think having that buy-in from multiple stakeholders, neurology, radiology, ED, helps give a mission to what we're doing, and it becomes a little bit easier. I mean, the coordination we try to do things in parallel, try to activate the team while we're getting the imaging, while we're doing this, while we're doing that. So it's actually a lot of things are done in parallel behind the scenes. But that I think is, how do we get it? Is just explain why we're doing this. And it usually is kind of easy then at that point. So.
You talked about the timing with regard to emergency services and everything else like that. Are there certain criteria where it's reasonable or acceptable for a family member to do self-transport? And sometimes that could actually happen faster than calling, waiting for an EMS and then going. Is there, do you have any ideas or thoughts about how somebody could determine which would be the best method of transportation?
It's another good question. I think, so we have systems in place for if patients arrive through EMS versus through the front door in the ER. And sometimes people do pack up their family members, just put them in the car, even if they can't talk or they can't move half their body, they somehow put them in the car and bring them over. So in terms of advising how fastest to get there, I think it would really be based on where you live, how far you live from the hospital, and also, is it safe to transport someone? Sometimes, unfortunately, people with very large strokes sometimes can't move their body, but they actually can't control their airway. So their airway can sometimes collapse because, you're not only not able to move your arms and your leg, you also can't move the right side of your throat, for example, the muscles in that. So the airway can close off. So I guess it really is I can't give you a set criteria. I think if it's reasonably safe and fast, then I think it'd be better to bring them in through the front door than through EMS, just because we have systems in place for both pathways. So either one, I guess that, if that answers your question.
I have a quick one, Council President. Just for the, thank you very much for your presentation. It was very, very enlightening. Is there a particular age group for either men or women that are prone to a stroke?
Well, there's definitely certain ages that have certain types of strokes more common than others. So the elderly, most commonly, elderly women are more likely to have something called atrial fibrillation, which is an abnormal heart rhythm that can send clots to the brain. older men, for example, that have a history of smoking or other, high blood pressure can sometimes have their carotid, like in this case, occlude. So young people can also stroke. Unfortunately, one of the fastest growing segments in terms of stroke is actually stroke in the young. It might be also because we're getting better at treating stroke in the old, so relatively becomes more. But young people also develop strokes from a dissection or weird clot. Pregnant women are prone to stroke. So there's no real specific time. I think the highest risks is definitely actually in the newborn and in the elderly. But the newborn, we don't have as many good tools for that. But I think in terms of our treatments, TPA is approved by the FDA from 18 to infinity, basically. And we do it off-label for pediatric cases from time to time. Endovascular thrombectomy is, I think per guidelines, 18 to 85, but I did a case, it was like a 105-year-old. So there's really no age limit. I think the criteria we use to select, particularly at Barnabas, I'm trying to make it, if not one of the most aggressive, but if not the most aggressive, one of the most aggressive centers in the state and also the fastest. But our criteria is if there's a vessel closed that we can safely reopen that will benefit the patient, i.e. there is some tissue to save, and the patient has some level of quality of life. We don't want to take patients that have, dementia and are bedbound for a surgery it's not as appropriate. But if they have some quality of life that we can try to preserve, and there's a vessel that we can safely open up, we usually just go for it. So the treatment, this one in particular for thrombectomy, I think we don't have a protocol yet for pediatrics, but definitely there's no upper age limit. Like we did a 105-year-old, so that doesn't really matter. So
Thank you very much.
okay, great.
Sure. Is there any preventative detection test that can be taken or you can ask for before you reach out with fast symptoms?
Sure. Sure. So the question was, are there any kind of, preventative steps or preventative steps to prevent a stroke from occurring in the first place? So twofold. One, yes. Not to plug our clinic, but if you come to the stroke clinic at Barnabas, we'll try to do some of those screenings. But in general, yes, there's some things where if you're found with a high degree of stenosis in the neck, if you have something called AFib, that obviously increases the risk. If you have poorly controlled diabetes or great, uncontrolled hypertension, that definitely increases the risk. So controlling those. They have the Apple smartwatch that can detect AFib. I don't know how accurate that is, but there's going to be more, bioinformatic tools that detect abnormal rhythms. So there's definitely ways to lower the risk. Unfortunately, there's no medication, there's no strategy that will eliminate the risk of stroke. But what we do is try to reduce the risk of stroke. And the same thing we do for people after they have a stroke. What I always tell patients that when they have a minor stroke is that it's actually good in a way because that means they're at risk of a large stroke. They didn't get it. They got a small stroke or a TIA, but they're at risk of it. And now is our chance to lower their risk of recurrence. Again, we can't eliminate the risk of stroke, but we can put on the right medications, the right treatments, some surgery sometimes to reduce the risk, to try to reduce it as much as we can. Any more questions?
Thank you, doctor.
Thanks. All right.
Just want to remind West Orange residents, in West Orange, we have some of the best response times you will find almost anywhere with regard to our EMS, whether you use West Orange Fire Department or Hatsala. Both respond very quickly. So if you're unsure at all, please do call 911 and have a first responder. They can also provide some level of care on the way to the hospital. Now we have one more presentation. We're going to ask Mr. Stanley Stahl to come. No? She, Ms. or Mrs.
Thank you, Council President.
Ms. Stanley Stahl, thank you.
Let me start with a thank you to Michelle Jacobson and our health department and to Dr. Shapiro for being here. We launched, if you recall, we launched the Mayor's Wellness Program a few months back. And we have developed a wonderful, wonderful partnership with Cooperman Barnabas. And it gives me a chance right now to tell you that on June 23rd, we will have another screening with Cooperman Barnabas, and it's a whole series of screenings. So I didn't ask that question intentionally. I was really curious to see if there was preventative detection test, but there are so many screenings that will be available to us on June 23rd at 11 o'clock at our new library location. What was the date? Sunday, June 23rd. So more information to come. So more good news is that I do have open office hours, typically the first Thursday of every month. And I was so pleasantly surprised when Stanley Stahl showed up at my office because I had read a year ago about the Jewish Foundation of Righteous Gentiles. And I was so curious about that. And I also saw that it was in West Orange, and I really didn't know. I tried to Google it and search it, and I didn't know. And when Ms. Stahl showed up in my office and gave me this beautiful book to talk about individuals that risked their own lives to help people during the war, during the Holocaust, over 80 years ago. And this foundation has been remembering and supporting those Christians and Muslims and every nationality that helped other individuals. And I thought that was just a glorious story. And I invited her here because not only is May Stroke Awareness Month that we just found, May is also National Jewish American Month. So I thought this was perfect timing. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor McCartney. Can people hear? We're good. Thank you, members of the Town Council. I'm named for my mother's brother, Stanley Goldblum, who was killed on May 28th, 1944 in the Battle of Rome, and is buried with at the American Cemetery at Nettuno. And I'm Stanley with 2 E's, but that's okay. When I went to college, I was put in a boys' dorm. Lucky you. That was a long time ago. Anyway, thank you. Thank you, members of the Town Council, for giving me this opportunity. I know you're running late, so I'm really going to cut my remarks. In June of 2018, I moved our offices, the Jewish Foundation for the Righteous, JFR, from Midtown Manhattan to 80 Main Street. So if you have questions and want information, come visit us. We're on the 3rd floor. We have a dual mission. We do 2 things. We provide monthly financial support to aged and needy non-Jews, mostly Christian, because during World War II, Europe was Christian, and some Muslims who lived in Albania, and what I knew growing up, I'm dating myself, as Yugoslavia, now Bosnia-Herzegovina. Most of the men and women we have sent funds to, and I've been the director since September of 1992, so in my 32nd year. We've sent $45 million primarily to Christian heroes, Protestants and Catholics. And I have the best job in the world because I do home visits before COVID. Most of the men and women we support live either in the former Soviet Union or communist bloc countries. We did support some people in France and Germany, the Netherlands, Switzerland, Italy, but it was really in the communist bloc countries where senior citizens get very small pensions and they needed the funds. So on behalf of the Jewish community, and we receive donations, not just from Jews, we don't ask who you are, how you pray, but it's repaying a debt of gratitude on behalf of the Jewish community to Christian heroes. And I go to church with them, and they'll talk about Jesus, they'll talk about the gospel, and their belief in Christ. And they will tell me there comes a time when the law of God is above the law of man, and you don't obey Hitler and the Third Reich. So I am truly blessed by the men and women that I get to be with. Over the last 32 years, we've sent funds to 3,600 people living in 34 countries. And as the mayor just said, 80 years ago, like our veterans, I see a picture of Eisenhower up there, our veterans, our Jewish Holocaust survivors, our beloved Christian heroes, our righteous Gentiles as they're known, are passing on. We're supporting 83 people, men and women, mostly in Poland, in 10 countries. We can no longer send money to the to Russia because of the bank sanctions. And it's very hard to explain to a 98-year-old man in Moscow why he's no longer getting money. Because he thinks Ukraine is run by Nazis, although they have a Jewish president and a Muslim and a Muslim deputy president. Our second mission, so we send money every month. And at Christmas, we sent a Christmas gift. Last year, the Christmas gift was $3,500. This year will be a minimum of $4,000. Our monthly pensions are $400, which for most of the men and women we support is doubling what they get from their government. So the funds go for food, because Christmas is important. That's why we send our money at Christmas. So there's food, home heating fuel, warm clothing, and medication. And our commitment is to fund them to the day they die, which is, we've kept that commitment for 32 years and we will continue to do so. Our second goal is our Holocaust teacher education program to the teachers here and the educators. And it is a nationally recognized program. We were at Columbia University until COVID. Now we do our teacher trainings at the Hilton Newark Airport. And we work with Holocaust centers across the United States. They come for a week-long academic graduate level seminar. And we have 3 centers here in New Jersey, Kane University, Brookdale Community College, and Stockton. And we do teacher trainings. And the one last thing that I'm going to mention, I'm trying not to take up time, is we are launching a new online program that we have invested heavily in, which we had 2 teachers in New Jersey who worked on it. And it's entitled, How Is It Possible? A Holocaust Curriculum for and by Teachers. It's been vetted by Holocaust scholars and for teachers, and New Jersey is a mandated state. It is mandated that you teach the Holocaust along with other genocides and atrocities. My son didn't learn it in the school he went to. That's all I'm going to say. And this will enable educators to teach the Holocaust, and it's also geared for students, middle and high school, social studies, ELA teachers. So if anybody is interested, and I hope sometime to work with West Orange Board of Ed, it's being piloted in Palm Beach County, Florida. The feeling was if it can pass in Florida, with everything that goes on in Florida, I'm not going to do politics, it can pass anywhere. Okay, so I thank you. If people have questions, let me know.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Want to do another?
Sorry. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I want to thank everyone for joining us. We are pressed for time, so we are going to move into our public meeting. Madam Clerk.
Okay. This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The annual notice was emailed to the Star Ledger and filed in the Township Clerk's office on November 21st, 2023, and published in the West Orange Chronicle on November 30th, 2023. Councilwoman Castellino?
Present.
Councilwoman Geber Michael?
Present.
Councilwoman Scarpa? Present. Councilwoman Williams?
Present.
Council President Rutherford?
Here.
Mayor McCartney? Will everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The council is now in their public meeting.
We are going to open the floor for public comment. Public comment is for any issue on the agenda or not, but it is only for those that are in person. For those of you that are joining us via Zoom, please feel free to email the council any questions that you may have. You can do so before council meeting or at any other time. But we have restricted public comment to those that are joining us in person, and we're going to begin with Mr. Fagan.
Thank you, Council President. Tonight, I'd like to open and acknowledge that West Orange salutes Jewish American Heritage Month, the many Jewish Americans in our nation and our community who have contributed greatly to our society. Also, the dates for the Juneteenth Film Festival, June 21st, June 23rd.
Great.
So, it begins Friday. Councilwoman Williams, if you'd like to speak about this.
Sure. Council President.
Sure.
So thank you, Mr. Fagan. So on Juneteenth, starting on the June 21st, we'll have our opening reception and ceremony. It's going to be at the Cambria Hotel from 6 to 8 p.m. Our screening will be Mosiah, the story of Marcus Garvey. The actual lead actor will be present and during the talk back. The reception will include all of the producers, executives, filmmakers at the opening reception. On Saturday, we have a full day of activities. We're starting the morning at Luna Stage. This is going to be for our children ages 6 to 12. They're going to be 3 short films that they're going to be able to watch and learn how to create. Then we're going to go over to AMC Essex Green from 10 to 1. There are going to be 3 screenings there. Betty in Blue, Dane Clark from West Orange High School graduate is the producer and actor in that. He'll be doing a talk back with panelists. 3 Blind Mice is our HBCU movie. It's a short, about 20 minutes. And then Reflections of a Blessed Soul is an interview with Maya Angelou. At the West Orange Art Center later on in the day from 2 to 4, we'll have just a screening and talk back with Nico Newark. That's about the Newark fires in the 1960s. Nico is actually the son of a restaurant owner. Everything around his building burned. His building was the only building left standing, and he gives you a personal view. And that's a short as well. But again, these are very powerful screenings. And then later on that evening, we'll be screening Freedom House Ambulance, which is the story of the first ambulance carriers for people of color based out of Pittsburgh. And then Reflections of a Blessed Soul. Oh, Reflections of a Blessed Soul is twice. That's going to be wrong and to be corrected. That's going to be Marcus Garvey and Dr. MLK, and it is a different title. And then on Sunday, we're going to have a screening, Nothing But a Man, and a talk back with the artist, and Blackbird is another short that she created. Prior to that on Monday, and again, this is evolving and we added something else. We're going to be doing a panelist talk back on Sunday, cannabis panel, and a short screening on cannabis and the impact that cannabis has on communities. All right, that's it. Everything is free except the opening reception is $25 at the Cambria, and that's a very, very nominal cost. And we look forward to seeing everyone there. Registration is open. There's a Scan Me code. Please be thoughtful and mindful. You know, our venues don't have a tremendous amount of occupancy. So limit yourself to maybe you and one other person, and then spread the word so we can offer this to as many residents as we possibly can, residents and beyond. It's open to the public. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. We have our annual Memorial Day ceremony coming up on Monday. Of course, it's the dedication of the West Orange Honor Roll, the 80th anniversary. It's going to be here at Town Hall. We're hoping for good weather. If there is rain, we will bring the event inside because that's where the honor roll is. I have a program. I gave it to the council members here. This program will be available on Memorial Day. And it's interesting to see that on June 1st, 1944, there were 3,000 people here at Town Hall who saw the unveiling of the Town Hall, of the honor roll in Town Hall. Also want to mention the mayor's program for the uniquely gifted. The program closed out its season with a Memorial Day themed barbecue. It's that time of year. It celebrated the many volunteers and supporters and with various township departments, administration and critical team members. I can see Recreation Director Bill Keogh there. Certainly the mayor's there. I see Edwin Johnson. There's probably a few other people that I don't recognize. Special thanks to West Orange Rotary, Unico, and other service organization who they're great community partners, and their generosity has helped make this program possible. The Township Council has a budget workshop coming up May 30th, 5 p.m. In this room, Council Chambers, 66 Main Street. Public is invited, but there is no public comment. June 2nd, we have the official opening or dedication, I should say. The library is officially open on June 2nd from 1 to 3:30, 10 Rooney Circle. There's going to be a whole list of things happening there, starting at 1:15 with a string ensemble made up of West Orange High School students, Mayor McCartney, Dave Kuby, Jen Nelson. And then, of course, at the end of the program, I'll be giving a presentation on the historical presentation of the West Orange Library. You'd be surprised to learn that it actually dates back to 1858, the founding of the Orange Public Library. I'll have this handout. It will be a companion to my presentation, and it traces the timeline of the first building in the Orange Public Library through the current building of the West Orange Public Library. Friends of the West Orange Public Library, West Orange Dog Cat Pet of the Year. This information is on the library's website. Their entries will be accepted through June 3rd, and this will benefit all the funds raised are going to be put towards installing an activity wall that certainly will greatly enhance the children's section of the library. Of course, June 1st, can't believe this year is going by so fast. We have our street fair downtown. Councilwoman Castellino, would you like to speak about this at all?
When I respond back to the public, I will.
Okay.
Thank you.
There's also a car show, which is a component of the street fair every year. Also, it's worth mentioning that Township is hiring. Please call 325-4100. That's the mayor's office for information. It was mentioned before, Mayor McCartney has her open office hours June 6th, 6 to 8 p.m. in the mayor's office. No appointment is necessary. You're free to show up anytime and speak with the mayor, offer your comments, suggestions, and anything you want to talk to the mayor about. We have hydrant flushing still going on through May 24th. I've seen this get a lot of play on Facebook. People were concerned that their water is turning brown, and that's certainly as a result of the hydrant flushing. The West Orange Police Department is sponsoring a senior citizen prom, an evening in Hollywood. Oh my goodness. Wednesday, June 12th, 5 to 8:30 p.m. This is town residents only, and you can contact Karen Mango from the West Orange Police Department. Her email is up there, kmango@westorangepd.org. And this is a repeat Sunday, June 1st. Rent a house, the Red Cross Blood Drive. Use code WOFD to register at redcrossblood.org. And We had the opening of the dog park this Sunday. It was postponed from an earlier date, but it was a much better day on Sunday, the West Orange Dog Park. We had many pooches there. You can see Councilwoman Castellino showed up with her dog, was wearing a fire helmet, but it was a great event. And I want to call your attention to the lower left-hand corner there. There are special designed water fountains just for dogs. Now, there's two parts to the park. There's the larger park for all dogs that you see up there, and then there's a special smaller part that's just for dogs 25 pounds or under, and both sections have a water fountain. And we still are seeking sponsorships. This information is on our website. You can contact Denise Urso at the West Orange Health Department. Her phone number, it's too small there for you to read, but as they say, it's on our website, is 325-4121. And with that, Council President, as you had mentioned, there's no public comment from Zoom, but anyone wishing to contact the council in a single email may do so at council@westorange.org. Thank you, Council President, for your indulgence.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan. Mr. Puglisi can't be with us tonight. Did he send something for us to be read?
Yes, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
This is Mr. Puglisi's contact information, which is displayed at every council meeting. And he did send a flyer along about paper shredding day. Essex County Department of Public Works in Cedar Grove is located at 99 West Bradford Avenue. This information for all the details is on the Essex County website, and this is free to Essex County residents. That certainly includes West Orange residents. So this is on June 1st, Saturday, June 1st, in the morning from 8:30 to 12 noon. Thank you.
Thank you,
again,
sir.
Council President.
We are now going to open public comment to those that are here in person. If you would like to address the council, you may approach the microphone. You have 5 minutes to address whatever's on your mind. And please do give us your name and your street address before you begin your comment. Microphone is open. Anything.
First name Barbara, last name Monk, M-O-N-K, address 10 Gaston Street, West Orange. One of the issues that I like to bring up that I really would like for the board to really work on seriously, and that's the issue of the traffic light, Main Street, West Orange, Valley Road, cars coming from Orange, cars coming from Northfield. That's a dangerous loop. And we need to do something seriously about that area regarding people trying to cross the street and the cars merging from different points. Because when they have the right of way, the passenger has the right of way. And this issue is not just for seniors, it's for everybody that lives in the city of West Orange, period. That needs to be dealt with effectively. You know, no down the road conversation. It just needs to be dealt with, period. Because I watched over the years standing there just watching people trying to cross. I said, this is crazy. The people that are coming out of Benji's, there's a walk path there, and they have a pole that you push a button and you wait for it to change over. And I watched this one guy last week. He said, look how many seconds that is. And before I can step out in the street, there's a car coming. I said, don't cross by using that. I said, try another route. I don't know what to tell you, but just be cautious when you step out there. Because the cars coming from Main Street, coming toward Northfield Point, going perhaps to Main Street, West Orange, or perhaps going toward Valley, they don't care. They're just there moving. You're in their way. Moving on to the next subject. I also wanted to ask about what are we doing regarding the jitney service for the weekends, Saturday and Sundays, for the people that need a jitney service that will provide transportation for them to go up to the libraries on the weekends, because we don't have that service as of yet, as far as I know. And when they have concerts up there, which obviously I used to go to all the time when they had them at the library, it was walking distance for me. Now it's a question of a gentleman mentioned even last night, for him to take a bus in a wheelchair to go up to the library, he would have to get off at the bus stop and then maneuver his wheelchair, well, and that's too dangerous. Nobody should have to walk from a bus stop all the way over to the library. I feel that there needs to be some kind of way or decision can be made to provide some type of bus transportation for people in the city of West Orange. When they have events there that go past 8 o'clock, that service still needs to be provided for them to get back home. It's a small thing to ask when it comes to seeing them to and from the event. A lot of people don't go to events because they don't have any way to get there. I a lot of times hop a bus or either I'm taking a taxi. That's my route to get there. You know, they had an event March the 3rd. There was a pianist that was in town performing and I wanted to see that. And that day I just didn't feel like being out there, you know, taking the bus and coming back. So I didn't go. I did take the taxi up there when Ellie Lee was in town at the library. So I just don't want to be pushed out of a lot of the concerts and the various type events that they do have in the library that I always like to go to. Whether it was something that I had an interest or not, I still wanted to be there. I just wanted to see for myself, you know, because I try to push a lot of people to go. They don't want to come because they don't want to be on the bus. Okay. The other issue, Mr. Fagan was showing some of the slides regarding specific events. Some of the slides we do have in our building. There are some of the slides I haven't seen in our building. And I don't know whether Laura has these slides as of yet in terms of the flyers and whether they already got sent to our building. That's something that we've been back and forth talking about, you know, people in my building, people on the outside, different people saying, well, they didn't see this, they didn't see that. We do have a lot of people in our building that don't take the time to read the bulletin boards. I'm gonna be honest about that. And I took some flyers that were given to me by Mrs. Scarper, Councilwoman Scarper, and I put them on all the floors. Okay. So when she called me back to find out about the flyers, I had several flyers left. So I traced myself on my floor and all the way down and took the flyers and slid them under the doors, even though they're on their bulletin boards. I asked a lot of people, are you going to the social event coming up, which is tomorrow? What social event? I said, well, did you look at your bulletin board?
Your time is up.
It's about taking the time, excuse me. It's about taking the time just to read what's on your bulletin board. When you come out of your apartment, just please take the time. Because a lot of times there's things up there they don't participate in. So being that my time is up, I can't go any further, but I appreciate your time. Just the same.
Thank you.
Sheila Lefkowitz, 703 Pleasant Valley Way. There's a toast in Spanish and it wishes all well. Salud, dinero, y el tiempo para gozarlo. Health, wealth, and the time to enjoy it all. I wish everyone in our town the best of health as we plan for a new system of garbage collection that will provide a safe standard of health and save money and continue to meet the needs of all residents. I wish to see our town use a town calendar that will maximize the participation of all faiths in town meetings and celebrations. I wish our government to seriously consider the needs of older adults and differently abled persons to have access to safe sidewalks and roads. I wish that our government strive to keep us informed about all the activities so we can engage to make West Orange the best town it can be. In speaking with my neighbors about the 4 options presented by Mr. DeFeo at last town council meeting, I learned that folks agree that the increasing cost of garbage collection needs to be reined in to the extent possible without sacrificing excellent service. Folks are concerned about a pileup of garbage in the event that they miss a once weekly collection date. Some residents expressed that families
greater than 4 people, 95 gallons is not enough trash space. Twice weekly garbage collection is a priority for most of my neighbors. There's a concern about any missed collections due to holiday, and that this missed collection should be made up in a timely fashion. Other concerns are bulk garbage and scheduling hassles, and it should be a minimum of twice monthly for the bulk pickup. May I suggest that we consider modified solutions, such as garbage pickup on alternating weeks, where week A would have once a week pickup, and the B week would have 2 pickups. A community calendar should be arranged by the town to include holy days from all faiths that preclude the participation of certain religionists from attending events, meetings, and celebrations. To the greatest extent possible, all town events should be planned for the inclusion of all town residents. We also need to have heightened awareness that the highest level of kindness, compassion, understanding of all persons who are older adults or differently abled should be granted to those who need reasonable accommodations. I spoke to Tina in engineering this afternoon to inquire about the 10 sidewalks that are scheduled to be repaved in Englishtown and Pleasantdale. Tina advised me that work has been begun on the sidewalks in Englishtown, and that works will then continue into Pleasantdale, and then the roads will be paved. It would be very helpful if a representative from the Department of Engineering could attend this town council meeting to keep all residents in the know about the engineering projects that impact the safety of residents in this town. If you, as a liaison to the planning or zoning board, or through your appointees to this board, could please send the message that decisions on these committees take into account the reasonable accommodation of older adults and differently abled persons here. So that we all can safely walk, drive, cross streets, and so that we all can participate in family and town events and live our best lives. And many older adult board meetings I attend, it is clear that many of our residents are having challenges with transportation and safety on sidewalks and roads. Let's all work together to make our town where we can all make a toast, l'chaim, to life, to the best life, and that includes everyone.
Thank you.
Good evening. Sally Malanga, Ridge Road. On behalf of our Green West Orange, our members are eagerly awaiting a strong tree ordinance. Rebuilding our canopy is a crucial action that will protect us from climate change. Changes were made to the tree ordinance on May 7th that substantially weakened it. Here is the language we recommend to redress this. On page 5, under the definition of a tree should remain at 2.5 inches DBH, not 4 inches, for consistency purposes. Reason is that we cannot have the definition of a tree conflict with the definition of a replacement tree, which may be 2.5 inches. An ordinance should be clear and not contradictory. If you wish to not require permits to cut trees under 4 inches, that is another matter. We will have to analyze if we lose too many small trees, and that would defeat our purpose. On page 6, please add back the following language. 4:A. No person shall be granted permission to remove more than 2 trees within a 24-month period. And add this. If a person desires to improve their property with a structure, it has to be a structure, not just the idea of improvement because they'll have fewer trees in their mind. And that structure requires tree removal of more than 2 trees or trees larger than 10 inches DBH, or more than 25 years old, in other words, a good old nice tree, and if the property is 3/4 of an acre or less, they may provide an application to the building department along with a tree removal request form to the forester, and if conditions are satisfactory, be granted a tree removal permit. Without that, people can cut as many trees as they want, which would defeat our purposes. On page 6, 4.2, we need to add back public notice in a website database. The public needs to be informed of the addresses and when trees are permitted to be taken down. The purpose is not to harass tree cutters, but to stop residents from panicking when they see tree cutting happening. They can swiftly look at the database to make certain a permit was issued. The database needs to advise us the number of trees, the species, the size, the replacement site, whether there was a tree fund payment, and the date the replacement must be completed. On page 9.1, we suggest revising this sentence to state, preserve 50% of the tree canopy and 50% of the, and or 50% of the trees on each developed lot. That way we cover all situations, as we don't want to lose smaller trees that will replenish the canopy by just selecting one large tree. On page 14-7, please delete only those who own the surrounding lots of someone who applies for a tree removal permit, who were required to send the neighbor notification form shall have the right to appeal. Any resident who objects to tree removal must be able to do so because there may be flooding downhill, and any unforeseen issue regarding a tree removal may affect any resident. On page 11, 5A3, please add that neighbors have to be notified by certified mail. Otherwise, how will the forester know that they were notified? Lastly, how sincere is our administration about saving trees, that as we work hard on a crucial ordinance, they continue to allow the Department of Public Works to clear cut street trees? This is negligence of the public good, compromising our property values, increasing flooding, increasing our flood insurance costs, denying us street calming and all the cost-effective benefits from our street trees. If a neighborhood is savvy and vocal, their trees will have sidewalks and curbs that respect trees.
Your time is up.
And if a neighborhood is not vocal, they come home to find their street barren of trees. This just happened on Maple Street. Please issue a resolution calling for a moratorium, not on sidewalk repair, just on the mindless convenience of cutting street trees for sidewalk repair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Malongo.
Evening. Good evening, council.
Good evening.
Good evening, neighbors. My name is Dawn Adams. I am at 597 Mount Pleasant Avenue. Last month, one of our commissioners presented that the HRC will be doing a handbag drive, which I can honestly say that we didn't know what we were going to expect, but we were successful. The two organizations that were blessed with the handbags were the Sophia Foundation and the Rachel Foundation. Both were present at the library last week, May 9th. It was a very small, intimate gathering, but the impact was big. So I just want to say thank you for the support. We had several commissioners and volunteers who were able to support the initiative. And with that effort, we were able to successfully collect
95.
No.
More than 95? 75, 85, 80. 80.
87 bags. Because our goal was 75, but we were able to successfully distribute 87 bags. There were several bags that were not in the best condition, so we couldn't present those to them because we didn't want to give them just anything. It was a combination of the volunteers, the commissioners, making sure that we had all the essentials that we asked for each of the bags, and it was a great success. What else?
The poem at the end.
Minutes to go.
Now, the poem at the end, the poem that we all read at the end.
Right, I didn't bring it, but we had the phenomenal woman because it was Mother's Day, and we wanted to make sure that the women knew how phenomenal they were and how much support that they have within our town and within their community organizations. What else did I want to say? I only have 2 more minutes. We also highlighted the importance of kindness. We had the kindness card, which was gracefully given and presented by Patricia West, which was given to each of the bags as well as the poem. So I just want to say thank you. This was our first time doing it in West Orange, and I know that through another vision that we have, it will be bigger next time, and we were looking for more support from our neighbors and the council. Okay, I have 2 more minutes. Thank you. And also, you can see behind you, there's a collage of what it looked like. The organizations were there, some of the council persons were there, and it was just good energy. Thank you.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Sorry, Council President, we had to make a battery change.
That's all right, Mr. Fate.
Every pastor's favorite or least favorite person, the sound man or woman. Thank you, Joe. Doug Adams, 9 Westover. I just really want to ask the council to think very deeply about the broader ramifications of the tree ordinance. I believe that we all have a responsibility to be good stewards over the wonderful earth that we get to live in. I believe that one of the most attractive things about West Orange, it reminds me of my birth home, Ann Arbor, which is actually named Ann's Arbor because of the number of trees that were there. And so I appreciate taking the time to do this. But I'm a little bit challenged by the impact on potentially on some of our seniors or some of our residents that have maybe have less income. In the last meeting, I understand the thought behind it, but it was a little bit challenging to me when Council President said that he wanted the ordinance to be somewhat onerous. There's nobody who lives in a town and pays taxes to want to have to experience something that's onerous. We all have to live within boundaries and parameters, and I accept that. But the ideal that something is onerous was a little bit uncomfortable for me, particularly when I think about families that are doing everything they can to live in this community, to benefit from the amenities that the community provides, the school system and the other advantages. And then they have trees in their property that they have to take down because they're in poor health. And they now have to go through this arduous process of notifying people beyond their direct neighbors. And even a 1-for-1 replacement in some contexts can be very challenging. And Councilwoman Scarpa, who generally is pretty mindful of the impact on seniors and other people who may have less capacity, literally said that if they can't afford to have somebody to plan it themselves. And I don't know the last time that you may have actually had to get a shovel and plant a tree. But that can be a very, very difficult and intense experience. And so I would just say that we want to be mindful of our dialogue as we're having the conversations around these things, because doing important work to protect our tree canopy is the business of our town leadership. And I appreciate you guys having that conversation. Doing it in a way that other people will be impacted by your choices does require a little bit more sensitivity. And the last thing I would say with regard to that is the size of the lot. And so a lot of the regulations, a lot of the things that have been recommended around the size of the lot and the size of the tree, but particularly the size of the lot, usually the smaller the lot, is kind of indicative of the household income and financial abilities and capacities as well. Sometimes that's not the case, but a lot of times, because property costs are associated with the size of the lot and all of those things. And so I just would be mindful of how the parameters around the ordinance and what a person has to do. What are some of the unforeseen costs? What are some of the unforeseen ramifications? If somebody gets notified, you have to pay for the notification. Then somebody has the right to appeal. Then you have to pay to get representation in the appeal when the forester has already actually spoken and identified the tree as unhealthy and that it needs to come down. That can be unnecessarily onerous for somebody that has to take a tree down to protect a human life or to protect their family, so the tree doesn't come down and injure someone or do property damage. And so I just think that what you worked on the last time has some real legs to it. It has some things that I might be a little bit uncomfortable with, but it does have some legs to it. But the things that were recommended to put back in are things that would be really challenging to families that might have economic challenges. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Good evening. Todd DeBovie, Burnett Terrace. First, I'd like to comment on the passage of the tree ordinance at the last council meeting. During that meeting, the council approved no less than 12 amendments to that ordinance. There was a question raised by Councilwoman Williams asking what happens since some substantive changes to the ordinance have been made. And Mr. Gingaro claimed that none of the changes were substantive. I disagree with that. So my point in that is that it should be moved to first reading to prevent it from being an illegal ordinance. I'd also like to point out that while this tree ordinance was passed and the township itself is continuing to clear cut street trees, which is really unacceptable. An example was on Maple Street, where most of the trees were cut down, including big old cherry blossom. Council President Rutherford advised that the decimation of our tree canopy is at disastrous levels. Yet the township continues to remove more and more of our canopy where it's most visible on our streets. Many of the modifications made during the last meeting diminish the efficacy of the ordinance and will prevent the township from ever reversing the continued reduction of the township's tree canopy. It won't be long before our canopy is below 20%. It's at 27% now. As a comparison, Montclair's at 39%. Geographically, and the topography of both towns is almost identical. So what's the reason for the difference? I would suggest it's policy. So policy needs to be enacted that has teeth to it. And maybe some of it might be onerous, but follow the policy and it won't be onerous. So a strong tree ordinance is essential. With regards to the trash and recycling contracts, I request that all 3 bids be posted on the town website, so they're all accessible to every resident, given the significant nature and significant expense involved in these contracts. In addition, the RFP should be also posted with the bids, so anyone looking at this matter has the proper context. A specific reason for this request relates to Mr. DeFeo saying that one of the bids was rejected, but he never said why it was rejected. This is a large expenditure of taxpayer dollars. It also is potentially a major change to the way trash and recycling is going to be collected in this town. And for these reasons, full transparency is called for before any resolution is proposed on these contracts. All too often, this administration provides little, if any, information to residents. And if it's provided, it's limited and only what the administration thinks should be provided, which invariably leaves out significant and substantively important information. Now is the time to embrace the need for transparency in West Orange governance, and there's no better matter than the trash and recycling contracts, given their importance from both a functional as well as economic standpoint. Residents should not be forced to submit Oprah requests for this information, given its impact on each and every resident and business in town. Therefore, I request that the trash and recycling RFPs, as well as complete copies of all bids received in response to those RFPs, be posted on the Township website. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think that means we'll put a minute recess after public comment before we respond.
Rachel Klein, Howell Drive. Not gonna be able to stay to hear your responses, but I will be listening online. It's my birthday, just.
Happy birthday.
But I just wanted to say that bringing back some of the changes that Ms. Malinga mentioned to bring back into the tree ordinance, I think the idea of onerous on the lower income people that they don't realize is the people who are flaunting the ordinances or who would flaunt the ordinances are not usually lower income people anyway. It's the people with the larger properties who can afford to do it and can afford to take the hit for it. So it would be good if we made it more painful or more onerous for them, and especially for developers who, just love to clear cut spaces that they're going to be developing on. I really think the database is important. I think it's actually more important even than the informing the neighbors because, for example, this town is very hilly with 2 major valleys, and people who live in the Grand, all the way up on the hill, at the highest point in Essex County in our town. What they do has a huge effect on the people on Mayfair and Nestro, but they'll never know. They'll never know that 3-4 trees could be coming down that Walter Kipp says all looks good, but the people on Nestro could end up again having landslides, which they had when the Grand was built. So I think the database, it's not going to be scoured by people who want to fight the people taking down the trees. It's going to be looked at by people who want to talk to the people who might be affected, who can then talk to Walter Kipp, who can then come and see their property, have a look, and then they can have, he can then go back up to the people on the Grand and go, maybe 3 trees is excessive. Maybe we could try to do 1 or 2, or you may have to put up a retaining wall or something if you want to go through with this project. But there are people who are a half mile away who are the ones who are going to be the most affected in some of these cases. And lastly, the garbage cans. I'm a family of 7, and I could easily get away with 1 garbage pickup a week, but that's me. And I think it comes down to just education and what you're used to. I was raised by parents who were raised by Europeans, and we just, that's what we do. So I think before you make major changes, especially to once a week, you first have to have a major education campaign to make people even see if they could do it, or maybe put it out to a referendum and see if people in town are even okay with it. Maybe more people are okay with it than we realize, but I think that's a huge change. That's a big, I've lived here almost my whole life, and it's always been twice a week garbage pickup. It hasn't always been every week recycling pickup, but definitely it's always been twice a week garbage pickup. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, we are.
I don't want to stand in between anyone going home, but I'll be very brief. My name is Alwyn Eversley. I reside at 52 Gilbert.
Can you spell your last name, please?
Last name is spelled E, V as in Victor, E-R, S as in Sam, L-E-Y.
And your first name?
Alwyn, A-L-W-I-N. So I really want to rise here. Good evening, everyone. Good evening to the board.
I don't know.
Or the neighbors. The reason I'm here for three reasons. The first one being, there's a budget meeting on May 30th that you announced, but it would not be open to public comments. So I want to make my comments now on behalf of that. The property taxes, as we all know in West Orange, is actually one of the highest in New Jersey, and also one of the highest in the United States of America. Our taxes, our property taxes, when compared to even more affluent areas such as Milburn and also Montclair, is actually much higher. And I think it would be incumbent upon the board, I respectfully ask that the board, you're starting the budget process, now would be a great time to reach out to Price Waterhouse, KPMG. It would be great to have these individuals come in and audit the township to see where savings could actually be actualized. Do we need, when people leave, retire, do we have to fill those positions? Or can somebody else take on those roles? That's a great way of saving money. I remember last year that was one of the discussions, but it was not followed through. So it would really be a great benefit to the board, and also to restoring trust in the community that the tax dollars that are being collected are being efficiently managed. So if you were to invite KPMG or Price Waterhouse, whomever are respected outside auditors to come in and to look at the books to see where savings can be actualized, because it can be done. It can be done. I mean, the goal of the board should be really to control property taxes where it grows at the rate of inflation. We shouldn't be experiencing 6%, 7% increases in our property taxes. Most of the people in the community, their incomes do not go up 6, 7%. So I think that's really something we have to be mindful of budgeting in the community. You have people in this community who've lived here a long time. I'm a new resident. I've lived here almost 2 years, but I've spoken to people who've lived here all their lives, raised their families, and they're having to leave because the property taxes are, as I said, it's one of the highest in the United States. It's one of the highest per capita in New Jersey. Why is that? Why can't we look to other communities such as Verona? They have a much lower tax base actually, but their property taxes are much lower. It's actually about half of what most of us pay in our property taxes. When you look also at Montclair and also Teaneck, same similar communities, same demographic, same also property base, and their taxation is much lower compared to West Orange. So we really have to think outside of the box and say, why is that? What can we do to control the cost? I know this board is committed to that, but I would really recommend bringing in an outside agency to audit the books. That's a fair request that we can look to see if we can honor that request by having an auditor come in. And by having an auditor come in, that's not an indictment against anyone on the board or the county. That's just to say, hey, listen, police officers, they're retiring. Do we have to fill that role? Can we renegotiate the contracts with different departments to lower the rate of taxation? The other thing to look at also is the roads in the community. We're paying a lot of taxes. The roads are deteriorating. I mean, in Upper Gregory, they've been They've been working those roads for 2 years. They said PSNG will repave the road. But when you drive down like Valley Road, South Valley Road, I believe it is, by CVS, there are huge gaping potholes. I've called about that before, but there's been no action on that also. The other thing I'd like to address also is the garbage, right? So we're gonna go look to see if we can do 1 day a week. That's all well and good, but will that also reduce the taxes that we currently pay for the garbage collection since the service is being reduced? It just seems in the community, we're always being asked to give more and get less. It's sort of like an oxymoron. It just doesn't make sense anymore to a lot of taxpayers in the community. We're being asked to pay more to get less service. Usually it's the other way around. You're asked to pay more to get more service. So I would really commend the board and really ask you to really look when you're doing the appropriations for the coming tax year, is to really look at it line by line to see if we really need all the services and if there's opportunities to make reduction. It's the fairest thing to do for property, for the taxpayers in this community. The taxpayers in this community, as you know, you're all taxpayers yourself, worked very hard, right? And
Your time is up.
they're looking to do other things with their money for their children and things of that nature. We really got to get a hold of the property taxes in this community. I really urge the board to get an outside auditor to come in to really look at the numbers, the way the money is being spent, and to work with the boards to uncover efficiencies to make this a more thriving community for the current property tax holders and to have more people come to move in also. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
Good afternoon, council members.
Hello.
Some of you have probably.
Name, address?
Name and address, please.
Fredo Arden, 284 Watchung Ave. As some of you probably know, I have recently started working as a crossing guard. For the last few months, I have witnessed multiple incidents that could have been prevented. From illegal U-turns, people running red lights, and vehicles stopping in the middle of crosswalks, to someone almost being run over. Just today, a vehicle traveling south on Main Street made an illegal turn, almost hitting me and a group of kids. That is why I urge you to update the location of the posted signage around town so that it is more visible to drivers. I also plead for the installation of cameras at crossroads. More importantly, around school areas, there have been multiple incidents involving crossing guards being hit by drivers. As many of my fellow crossing guards can agree, something has to change. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Want to thank all of you for coming out tonight and for lending your voice in public comment. Public comment is now closed. Councilwoman Williams? You want to?
Yeah, I'd just like to ask for a 2-minute recess, please.
We're going to recess take a short recess and we'll be right back before we respond to public comment.
Thank you.
You okay?
I will be on the second.
We're gonna,
Want to start by public comment?
yeah, we need Karen to come back.
You're back.
Is the clerk still here? We are going to thank you, West Orange, for being patient with us, especially those that are in the gallery. We are going to begin our responses to public comment. Councilwoman Castellino.
Sure. Thank you, everyone, for coming out this evening, both for the conference agenda and for the public one. And thank you also for waiting to speak. A lot of great stuff this evening. So let me start off with Ms. Monk. Thank you for coming in. I haven't seen you in a while. So communication is very important, especially dealing with our seniors and making sure we get the information out to them. So I appreciate you making a plea to your fellow residents to look at the communication boards and to make sure that they are getting the information, for making that effort with the flyers. Also, for those who are on the computer, and I also register to make sure I see the correspondence, that Ms. Van Dyke also has a newsletter that goes out, if not weekly, maybe bi-weekly, but she definitely, every single event, she tries to do her best to get it from the other departments. I know downtown, we give her our events, and also residents could join the downtown West Orange website for all the downtown events, because we try to get that out there as well. So we just have to keep working it. I'm sure you've gone to the senior advisory meetings, and they could be a big help with getting the information out. But yeah, it's very important for folks to pay attention to the flyers. And I believe the Salute to Senior event is tomorrow. Is that the High Lawn, I think, or where is it?
It's at the High Lawn.
Yes, right. It's at the High Lawn. So a lot of great events, a lot of what they're doing. But yeah, it needs to get out there. And to Sheila, great idea with the community calendar. Sherry Cork, before she retired, used to do her best to put as many things up on the township website. So as folks to a point with Mr. Eversley's point with folks retiring and not replacing them, that's a position that has not been filled yet. And it was a full-time position, the mayor's administrative assistant. And, you know, then you have voids in the services to the residents, and that is one of them. She did a lot with communications from the mayor's office and from all the departments. So, yeah, everybody else tries to fill in the void, but that's what sometimes happens. So we've been filling positions, or not filling positions, and creating voids, and some positions have come back into the budget because of the lack of services and residents in need. I hope you do come or watch the budget workshop, because we do go line by line, and we have the directors from each department call into us. So we get a very good understanding of their needs. So if we do make a cut, how that's going to affect the department directly, and they get an opportunity to explain to us why or why not they have the need. Now, last year was an anomaly with that increase, and we don't expect that this year. In years past, we had a lot of zero budgets, which led up to, I believe, that higher increase last year. You seem to know about budgeting and whatnot. So also, our property taxes, a good bulk of it is from the school district as well. And I'm not sure if you followed and look at their budget. They had a $700,000 cut in revenue from the state this year. So they have major layoffs that they're dealing with. But for us, it's about revenue and creating that extra revenue. We have a lot of construction going on in the township right now, and a lot of those increase assessments will be coming online by next year. which is really going to be helpful. We'll see where the cannabis leads us. Not something that I was truly supportive of. And I, again, but it's more about the big construction projects that are coming online. It's also about the fees that we raised in regards, not so much to the residents, but to a lot of the, commercial and the building developers the past year. So last year, the ordinances and that we passed and the resolutions that we passed brought in almost $1 million in revenue, that was desperately needed. So it's, a variation, but if you sit through the presentation, we will go over it line by line and it will be taped. So you'll get a great understanding. Now that won't be the final, budget presentation. Obviously, that'll be a summary report that we'll be giving with the public, hopefully in the next month or so. But this is the first cut. So this will be the first review with all of us sitting there going line by line with the directors. And so it'll be a long process. It's one that we take very seriously. In regards to I guess you're stating a forensic auditor. We have an auditor each year that I think we have a new one this year. So we have a new pair of eyes on us. But if you're looking to an in-depth forensic auditor, I know they're costly. And again, we're going to be looking at things line by line. In regards to the garbage contract, I'm going to be asking my colleagues for the bond ordinance. I'll wait for administration later in the conversation. I'm not ready to purchase the cans quite yet. I need some more information. And we also I've requested from downtown. We haven't had a chance to have a meeting. The chief has been away he'll be gone till next week. And we also have Mr. Gross not available to us. So I'm not ready to make any kind of decision yet. There's a lot more information that some of us have all been requesting and questions that we have. So that was a brief overall, giving us some kind of idea, but a bid has gone out. So of course there's restrictions. So I believe maybe it was Sheila or no, Rachel, that had a lot of great recommendations and questions, but the way the bid was written, we're only going to be able to go with one of the 4 options or else put it out to bid again in regards to that respect. In regards to some of the traffic concerns, thank you, Will, for coming out this evening and for all volunteering. I did know also you're a great volunteer for us with the Downtown Alliance. I did not know you were also a tutor. So that was great to hear. And we're looking at a lot of changes hopefully on Main Street, the county and Valley Road and where Benji's is over on that side. The county is doing a streetscaping project, and because they own it's a county road, Main Street. So they are going to be streetscaping to slow down the flow of traffic. Hopefully, they have to look at the signals and whatnot. So all that is being looked at, and hopefully there'll be a great outcome. Downtown Alliance this summer had received a grant for a pocket parklet, which will be in front of Benji's again, another method of slowing down, calming traffic. We'll see how that works and is implemented. So we'll be announcing that sometime this summer. So always a work in progress. I know Valley Road, there's a lot of road repair that needs to be done. Administration could probably talk about when that will be coming forth, but we have a lot of road work on the books to get done. In regards to the trees, I live right down the street on Maple Street, and I was on the phone with the mayor, on the phone with Mr. Smeraldo. He could speak to that a bit today. And after, last week with our engineer on the phone and Mr. Kip here, it gets so frustrating that we just it's our departments that have to go out and cut the trees down. And I don't know if it's something we could do with the way we do the bids for the road work. I know, talking to the engineer and listening to Ms. Carballo, I know it's tough. It's tough to watch. It's been really been upsetting. But we don't help ourselves because we need to get the trees replanted. And of course, they're not gonna, you can never replace these gorgeous trees that have been removed from our township. But we'll also need to do a better job in getting the trees replanted. And I had asked Mr. Smeraldo, I'm not sure when you want him to speak about that, Council President, but I asked him to be prepared to say a few words, whether it's now or later when we talk about the trees, if you want it then. But yeah, it's been upsetting. So we'll have that conversation about the tree ordinance. Ms. Malinga, it's about balance. We were here to 2 a.m. The last meeting because we worked through to get it done. I appreciate all your recommendations. I appreciate everyone's input on the ordinance. But again, the ordinance, the way we did this ordinance, it came straight from the committee. And it didn't go through all the department heads. So we had to go through line by line to see what makes sense. How does it work? Not everybody got what they wanted. And so to me, I think that's going to be a fair ordinance because we all didn't at the end of the day, we all don't want to take down a tree that doesn't have to be taken down. And, growing up in the township, one of my favorite times of year is the first snowfall. Driving up and down, I live off Eagle Rock Avenue, and it's just breathtaking. And, it's tough. So with all that, we'll have plenty discussion about that. I'll save my comments for then. I don't want to take up too much time so my colleagues could get in their comments. I just want to make sure I hit all the main points. Oh, Jitney. Jitney's another talk for the budget. I have about, Mr. Eversley, we had and I appreciate your comments because it is frustrating. You're a newer resident, as you say. So we had many things taken out of the budget. Tonight's a perfect example, the need for jitney service on the weekend for our seniors. So there's always so many needs and we have to figure them out. We have a great success with grant writing. So we bring in a lot of revenue with a lot of grants in the township. I had worked on a senior grant years ago with Partners for Health, and we're reapplying to Partners for Health this year. And again, one of the positions last year that we almost lost was our senior livabilities coordinator. And we had to keep her in the budget, not the position in the budget, because we would have lost the grant money. Because when we received grant money, we had to make sure we kept the position. And it's a very valuable position to our seniors service department and are those that are less fortunate as well. So we had to make sure we kept the position. That's just one of the examples. That's why I think it'd be great for you. And if you ever want to talk offline about things that we do, I'd be more than glad to give you the time. And I want to end on cheerful notes. Appreciate, again, all the speakers tonight, the West Orange African Heritage Organization and the great work they've done through the years. I remember Dr. Sanghazi years ago when they came to the school board, when I was a school board member and coming into our schools, and just the value, the service that they do for our students really makes such a big difference. Just really thankful to all of them, to Dawn, Pat West and the group. What a phenomenal fundraiser they did and great help for the ladies with suffering domestic violence. And I'm sure that just made their Mother's Day and very well deserved. And And I just want to plug in, we're going to have a big volunteer meeting this Thursday night at the Edison Lofts at 6 p.m. for those who like to come out and help support the street fair on Saturday, June 1st. So it begins at 11 a.m., but we need volunteers all day. If you can't make it Saturday, we also need volunteers to help out on Friday for Friday night for setup. So thank you all again for coming in. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Good evening, West Orange. In an effort to save time, most of the public comment had to deal with agenda items, and then the other comments were addressed by my council colleague. I do want to highlight a special student from West Orange High School, and hopefully we can give a proclamation to whoever it is these proclamations. West Orange High School junior, this is really special, Robeson Bennett has achieved acceptance into the esteemed Governor's School for Engineering and Technology, hosted by Rutgers University of School Engineering in New Brunswick. Bennett, nominated by West Orange High School, joined a select group of fewer than 100 students admitted to this program annually with no financial burden to their families. The Governor's School offers a unique opportunity for students to engage in collaborative research projects, culminating in a final paper and presentation at a research symposium. Alongside this, participants benefit from workshops, corporate site visits, and interactions with professionals and peers from across the state. Bennett's dedication to STEM extends beyond this achievement. In 2003, he took part in Cornell University's Catalyst program, exploring various engineering disciplines while fostering diversity and inclusivity in STEM. Additionally, Bennett has initiated the National Society of Black Engineers, initiated the National Society of Black Engineers at the high school, which is very impressive. Looking ahead, he's considering prestigious institutions like Cornell, Brown, and Lehigh University for his college education, where he intends to pursue environmental and civil engineering. His journey reflects not only academic excellence, but he's also commitment to diversity and innovation in the field of engineering. He also plays basketball on the high school team. So I'm just really proud of him to hear his accomplishments. It was written in a paper, you know, he's a product of the school system. I'm a product of the school system. I grew up here. I went from St. Cloud to Roosevelt, graduated the high school in 2007. So, you know, I'm really proud of our students, and I'm really proud of him. And he's in AP classes, and he has an over 4.0 GPA. I don't know exactly off the top of my head, but I just want to highlight this phenomenal student. So and that's
Very
it.
nice.
Way to go, Robeson.
That's right.
Very nice.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan. Thank you always for the remarks and
Councilwoman? Thanks.
sharing with us what is going on around town. Thank you for the opportunity to again highlight the Juneteenth Festival. As far as the jitney schedules are concerned, I did just want to make a comment and ask the administration to clarify. I was under the impression that if you called for a jitney to get transportation to the library, that it is arranged. And I thought we had our director say that a day before or maybe 2 days before, but I don't recall. So if we could just get clarity
This was the
on.
weekend. We don't do the weekend.
The request was for the weekend. We
Yeah.
do not have any driver schedule on the weekend unless it's a special event. Our
Okay.
staff is Monday to Friday, from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. or 8:30 p.m., something like that.
So I just wanted to note that even today, we were at the culmination of the Gen Lit library event with the high school students as well as our seniors. And I don't know that the resources are always going to be available, but there is a desire for, if there is programming over the weekend, to provide transportation. So certainly that might be a budgetary item that we need to consider as we review the budget. Is just making sure those services are available. In addition to that, just some additional public comments, since we're talking about transportation. to the administration that we need to revisit. This wasn't something that was brought to our attention in public comment this evening, but certainly something that a constituent resident brought to my attention this week. And that is, we have very, very limited bus transportation into the city if you live on the Pleasant Valley Way corridor. And we still have not had any type of remedy from any transportation company to come in. I do understand that there is something that goes into Verona. But then again, we as a township don't have any means to get people to Verona. So if that's something that our administration, and there was a tremendous amount of disappointment because residents didn't feel that, and again, just communicating the message, not necessarily putting any accuracy to their feelings, because obviously people feel how they feel. But there was some sort of disappointment in the lack of engagement with West Orange when the bus company did close. I tried to reassure that we were invited and at the table in many of those meetings, because the mayor told me she was there. And I'm aware because we had feedback about it. But again, there's a tremendous amount of concern because we still have a lot of residents on that corridor who just don't have transportation. So we need to revisit that. And if you'll make a note, I'd appreciate it. I said, if you'll just put that on your, thank you, thank you.
The chief was also at a lot of those meetings because I had many conversations with him about it.
Exactly. So I did, again, just tried to communicate that, yes, we were at the table, we were present, but certainly because there has not been any result or,
Yeah.
it feels that we haven't been there for our residents. So we do need to make sure that is done. Again, kudos to the HRC for a wonderful Mother's Day program and opportunity. Again, the HRC is always trying to do something to help residents in our community, and I do always commend them. The Sophia Foundation is absolutely a phenomenal organization, and we are happy to be able to support and put a smile on mothers' faces. Totally, we'll talk about the tree ordinance when we get there. There's one other comment that I wanted to talk about the flyers to the senior buildings. I know that a lot of events that I do don't necessarily get targeted to the senior building. So I will make a note to make sure if there's anything that I'm aware of or supporting, that we get those flyers out. And if you said that you had success just sliding them under people's doors. So that might be a level of communication that we try and do in some of our senior buildings so that we can get more of our seniors engaged if they're not reading the bulletin boards. I can't say that I would read a bulletin board either if I lived in a building. I mean, I come in this building and I don't necessarily read the building boards, but I'm happy to do whatever it takes and to try new and creative, processes to see if we can get our older adults better engaged and involved. So thank you for bringing that to us, our attention.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Mrs. Monk, I'm terribly sorry, but if I allow you to speak now, I have to let others as well. Yeah,
And we'll
I
do
know.
better. I apologize, but we'll do better. And I just wanted to bring that to your attention because that is something that we haven't done. All right.
And Mrs. Monk, you can call or email, and if you're around at the end of the night, I'm happy to speak with you directly, as I'm sure my colleagues are as well. But if we do it for one, we have to do it for everyone.
And then the town calendar was another recommendation. I wanted to ask our clerk to please speak about the town calendar because I know that is a painstaking process that's done toward the end of the year. And just getting all of the departments' calendars, all of the commissions' calendars. You all do that. It does, I don't know if it is on the township website. I think a lot of our challenges are people don't know how and where to find things. Right. And then I also want to, if I may, speak to our website, which we all understand is challenging. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if it's been something put in this year's budget to address, but even if one of the interns this summer has the knowledge and capacity to clean up. Some of it's just basic cleanup. It's not even restructuring everything. It's just cleanup. So if we could have someone try and take a look at that, anything that we could do to make our website user friendly. It's just a very, very difficult system to navigate. And you don't have to answer right now, but again, if you just put that in our notes, that would be great. And I think that's the only thing. I guess I want to speak to one last thing, and that was about the garbage pickup and the concerns. As my colleague indicated, we certainly need more information. We need to go through a workshop on the presentations for the garbage. We need to understand what the pluses and minuses are. It would be very helpful if even the bids could be put in a chart format so that we could see what is and what isn't with each of the proposals, and then try and figure out what we're willing to sacrifice. Preliminarily, I've just put out a little bit of a poll to some of our residents, and there is a tremendous amount of pushback to reduce to one garbage pickup a day. I think that is just an initial shock factor. Once you understand some of the other elements of the contract, it might calm some of your fears. Having that large canister that's going to be provided might be something, residents don't know that they can purchase another one if they need it, and that doesn't impact anything, as long as they pull it to the curb. But I just think we need to have an information session. I'm not absolutely opposed, and I know this is something that we need to do quickly, but if there's any way we could really engage the public and get their feedback, I think that would be something that they would appreciate. I don't know what kind of poll we could put out, or if we could give them a 10-day window or a 20-day window to just provide some feedback. I just think we need to get a little bit, I understand it's dollars and cents, but this is a lifestyle change to our residents. So I think we have to be a little more intentional and deliberate about how we go about this particular transaction. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Scarpa.
Thank you. Barbara Monk, thank you so much for coming down tonight. As for the decade that I've been passionate and an advocate for senior services, communication and transportation have been the two areas that we have not been able to solve. I want you to know that your voice has been heard. You know that when you came to our Older Adults Advisory Board last meeting and made us aware that many of the residents are not on email. We have many seniors who just are not on email, and they need a piece of paper. They need a calendar of events of what's going on in our township that they can look at the beginning of the month, then find out what they want to go to, and then make their doctor's appointment and all of their other engagements around those. So because of your coming and because of your voice, I have a wonderful committee who's worked with me, and I've created a calendar of events of everything that's going on in West Orange, at the JCC, some of the events that are going on in the county, and even some of the surrounding areas, things that are going on around the paper mill. And as you see, I delivered that to you, and it was very effective, I think, in helping residents get a handle on the many, many things that we have going on in our senior services department and around town that people just don't know about. So I've put together a community news and events letter that is focused on seniors. I am funding myself. It's my gift back to the seniors. And I will be putting that out monthly. And in addition, I will make sure that I get the flyers that Laura puts out, which are wonderful detail of all of these different events, and give them to you so you can post them when we deliver. And hopefully we've had such a wonderful response to it so far, the color-coded calendar and newsletter. I believe
We're going to continue to expand it. It's going to be available. I'm setting up so it's available online. So anybody that would like it online will be able to get it online. And I think that's going to begin to solve some of the communication issues. The transportation is a little more difficult. As you may have heard, that's something that we have a committee formed that we're working on, which you're welcome to join anytime, and I'll come down and pick you up if you want to join us for our meetings. We have a subcommittee, and we're looking at thinking outside the box and looking at some of the things that other townships are doing. One of the things that we're looking at is the Uber type service that Montclair is offering now. It's a limited number of rides that a resident can have per month. All of these things, of course, cost money and will need to be budgeted for. We'll have Mike Vieira come in and talk to us a little bit about it and look at ways that we can enhance our own transportation. And it is budget season, and I am going to be a strong advocate for providing some monies for senior services. They have very, very little money in the budget. They have been hit with a sewer tax disproportionate to their usage. And you just know that we are working really hard to solve these problems. In terms of the transportation on the weekends, hopefully we'll be able to solve that. But I also want you to reach out when you want to go to something and you need a ride, because there are many residents that go that might be in your area that might offer to pick you up on the way. I pick up seniors all the time and take them back and forth from the pool with me in the summertime. You know, if I'm going to one of these events, give me a call. I certainly would come down and pick you up for something like the concert at the library. So I think we're all going to have to just work together and support one another until we can budget for some more transportation. So hopefully that will be something we can work on. Now, in terms of the traffic light on Main Street, that's a tough one. And I will ask Councilwoman Geber Michael to look into that. She sits on pedestrian safety, and I will also bring it to their attention. I don't know if it's something that you've looked at. Yeah. There's so many issues around town, but I will ask them to take a look at that intersection and see if there's anything they can do to address that. Sheila Lefkowitz. I know that a number of people in the community were concerned that the senior gala was falling on a Jewish holiday. And I agree with you that we need to just get the calendar, the Jewish calendar and the calendar for a number of other cultures. And we need to have it in front of us and look at it when we put different township programs together. I will reach out to the chief and talk to them a little bit about doing that in the future. In terms of the garbage, I'll address that when we get to the garbage. Todd DeBovie, I agree with you that the trash and recycling contracts should be on the website. The RFP, should be on the website. I think we all need to get a lot more detail. I think Councilwoman Geber Michael said that the county generally puts a lot more of this kind of information on the website for the public. No resources. Yeah. But, and I know it's cumbersome to put a lot of that paper, but I think we do need to get more information out there. I know I would like a little bit more information, and I agree that we're really not ready to make any capital expenditures for the garbage cans. I think we need to get the public engaged. I would recommend some kind of a general meeting where people in the public could come in and ask their questions. It could be televised so that anyone who doesn't see it perhaps can send it to a friend. And I like the idea of a referendum. I had thought about that myself. I mean, we have election seasons coming up. It's only November. This is a major project that a lot of people have a stake in. And I don't think it would be a bad idea to put it out as a referendum, but educate the public first. That would be my recommendation on that. To
Sally and those who had the recommendations on the tree ordinance. I completely agree. We butchered it up at 1 o'clock in the morning. Some of us, I think, didn't even know what we were doing. I know I had a hard time thinking about it critically and have some buyer's remorse. And I will be making a number of motions to fix some of the problems with it, particularly that with the database that Rachel had mentioned. That's something critical. We need to know what trees, how many are coming down in a specific area to mitigate the flooding. She, I think, articulated it very well. When you cut down trees on the top of the hill, it affects the neighbors on the bottom of the hill and in the surrounding communities, and we need to look at this more critically. Pastor Adams, I do appreciate your concern, and I have the same for the elderly and those with a hardship, but I think Rachel's right. Most of the people cutting down the trees are not the elderly, and perhaps we could have some kind of hardship funding, or we can, look at ways to help those who really, really are impoverished and don't have the means to deal with a tree. I like the idea of looking at that. And to Dawn, thank you for doing a wonderful job with the pocketbooks and the fundraiser. So I think I'll wait and make the rest of my comments.
Thank you, Councilwoman Scarpa. Thank you to my colleagues for their responses, to Mr. Fagan and Mr. Puglisi as well. Mrs. Monk, I will certainly look into the traffic light timing and reach out to the county to see what, if anything, can be done to change the timing for the crosswalk. We are looking at multiple streets in town. I don't know if that is one of them. Someone mentioned the county may be looking at it, so I don't know what they're doing, in addition to what they're doing for the downtown stuff. But certainly the timing of the light is something that we've asked the county to do before on county roads, and it's something we can do again. With regard to the garbage, I echo some of the comments of my colleagues. I think we need to have a special meeting so that residents can weigh in and we can have robust debate. But I do think the garbage, to Mr. Eversley, I believe is his name, to his comments, I think the garbage contract is a good example of the competing interests we have to balance as council people. Certainly reducing the frequency of pickup is not something that any of us would choose as a first option. But with the way the costs have risen, and in an effort to maintain some stability with your property taxes, we have to make tough decisions like that. And so, I don't know what the right answer is. I think we do deserve more transparency, to Mr. DeBovi's point. All of that information can and should be on the website. And that's not a heavy lift, I don't believe. And then, residents can have some period of time to review before we have a special meeting and can hear from the public. This will be a culture change for us. And while I understand that the initial shock will probably subside over the course of time, I think it's important to engage as many members of the public as possible when making a major change like this. So I will be supportive of it, and I'll ask my colleagues to pull out their calendar when we get to new business to put a special meeting on the calendar to discuss it. I don't think we can do a referendum. For those that don't know, we are already on a month-to-month contract with our existing contractor, and that provides some level of risk to us. First, because it's month-to-month, it could be canceled. They could decide that because they're held over from the exact same rate of the last contract, they could decide that this is no longer worth it for them at the rate that we're paying them, and then we'd be in a different jam. But also, it doesn't allow us to solve the problem long term. What we have, to your point, Mr. Eversley, is a history of doing more with less. That was the philosophy that two mayors ago introduced in managing town affairs. And while it worked then, there's no less to do more with. And so we've actually benefited in the short term on some of those decisions, but now we're paying for it in the long run. Many of our departments have been depleted. We use contractors for much of the work that employees could do. You know, so when we get to the budget, we'll have a more robust conversation about that. But your point about having auditors is not lost on me. That's why we have an auditor now, a new auditor this year. The last auditor, while they may be an outstanding firm, the individual representing that firm did a horrible job of explaining some of the decisions that they made to include or not include information in their report. And they left out critical information that this council needs to make decisions. So I was vocal about it, as were some of my other colleagues, and we have a new auditor now. That is not the same as a forensic audit, and I don't think that's what you were requesting, although I am. I just have not yet narrowed down the spaces where I want the forensic auditor to focus, which is a part of the process. But as soon as I am clear on the spaces that I want them to focus on so that we can actually understand what that cost will be, I will present it to my colleagues as well, and hopefully they will support it. I'll leave it at that. I think there are several decisions that have been made over the course of time that just have put residents at a significant disadvantage. And without trying to sully any particular individuals or elongate this meeting, I think all of that needs to be reviewed so that we can actually operate this town in a way that's fair for residents and the employees that are doing the work, and provide the level of service that is befitting a neighborhood or township like West Orange. I'm going to address the tree ordinance when we get to that. I do want to thank the HRC, the West Orange African Heritage Organization, and all of those others that made presentations tonight. The only thing I will say, since I was directly mentioned by Pastor Adams with regard to this ordinance being onerous, you can choose a word or two should you choose to do so, which is what you chose to do tonight. I think we have to be serious about what the real issues are with regard to climate change and how they are affecting our township. You may not know, but almost every single neighborhood in this town has a flooding issue. And trees are our first line of defense against much of that. And so if we keep cutting them down the way we are, we're going to make a bad situation worse. No one wants to make homeowners have to pay additional flood insurance. No one wants to overrun our rivers and streams, other waterways. We have an issue with water that's coming from the top of the hill in one neighborhood. One resident is bearing the brunt of it, but in actuality, we need to address the water runoff from the top of the ridge all the way to the river. And if we just deal with a portion of it, we'll continue to have the same problems. So part of the challenge culturally that I and others are trying to change is to stop taking a short-term Band-Aid approach to some of these issues, take a superficial approach to some of these issues, to be able to report something that sounds great to the public, but doesn't really deal with the heart of the matter. We have real challenges in this town, and the tree ordinance is meant to address those. And when I said onerous, it wasn't about low-income people. It's actually the opposite. The smaller lots are actually able to take advantage of opportunities within the tree ordinance that larger lots are not able to take advantage of. So it is meant to provide relief for folks that can't actually do some of the things that are required under the ordinance on their own property. But we'll have a more robust conversation about that when we get to that ordinance. Mr. DeBovie, to your point about the substantive changes, just one quick comment. I do agree with Mr. Gingaro that none of the changes that were made individually are substantive. I do think that the number of changes we made is substantive. So we've already addressed that. I want to thank Mr. Gingaro for weighing in right away and agreeing to address some of the current concerns that both you and other members of the public have raised with regard to the vote we took at last meeting. And we're going to address that in greater detail when we get to that ordinance. Finally, on that issue, with regard to still cutting down street trees, it is disappointing to me that that we only find out about the issues of cutting down street trees to do street repairs when residents bring it up. This council has been clear that we don't want that. We've said it almost unanimously. We've said that that has to stop. And then to come into a council meeting and hear about, and actually I heard about it earlier today in some of the background work we were doing for tonight, or maybe it was yesterday, that Maple Street had trees cut down, is very disappointing. So I think we should discuss that in new business. I don't know what, if anything, we can do, Mr. Smeraldo, to put a moratorium on cutting the street trees for street repairs until we figure out what our long-term solution is going to be. We've said multiple times that other municipalities have found ways to do street repairs and save the trees, even going so far as to blacktopping right up to the stump of the tree. And those trees are viable. They still soak up hundreds of gallons of water per day. And they still provide shade, which, lowers, the heat map as well as your heating costs for the homes that are nearby or the buildings that are nearby. So that's something that we can do. And I was shocked to hear the data from Mr. DeBovi regarding Montclair's tree canopy. They are at 39%, we're at 27% and falling. We have to do something now. Like we've already passed the amount of time that we have to be able to address this issue. So yes, what we do here has to be strong. And it has to put us on a long-term path toward not just stopping the decline, but investing in replanting so that we can grow our tree canopy. And I do agree with regard to garbage contract that there needs to be an education campaign. So we will talk about that during the special meeting portion as well. Your comment on the jitney was addressed. Someone mentioned something about the sewer tax. I can't remember what it was. I have a note here. It may have been one of my colleagues. Mr. Smeraldo, we were supposed to get from Mr. Gross by now. He said in the first quarter of this year, we're now in toward the end of May, an introduction of how we were going to transition from the current model for the sewer tax to a usage-based model. And we still need to do that. So that please let us know when and how we are going to address that issue. Like my colleagues have already stated, we do feel it was unfair. But to Mr. Eversley's point again, and Mr. DeBovi's as well on other nights, we sometimes are put in a situation where we have to choose from a bunch of less than ideal options. And so we were forced at one point to make a quick decision with regard to how we charge for the sewer fee. And while it was not ideal, if the alternative would have been worse. So we agreed to do it, and we were promised that we would revisit it first quarter of this year. It is now May 21st, and we have yet to revisit it. Our goal, as stated, I think almost unanimously, if not unanimously, was to move to a usage-based model for that particular fee so that people would only pay for what they use, which would obviously be fairer. Wilfredo, I can't remember his last name, I'm sorry. Was it? Well, this gentleman that is the crossing guard, the tutor, and the volunteer all over town. Will, yeah, well, what's his last name?
Well, his first.
Ardone, okay, Mr. Ardone. Your comments about better signage for pedestrian safety, especially around the schools, is very well received. I do want to point out that our town engineer, Zajabeth Carballo, is very responsive to concerns like this when they are raised. I raised a concern with her regarding the crossing by the Dunkin' Donuts at Edison School. She immediately responded and agreed to put one of the signs in the middle of the road to help remind vehicular traffic that people are crossing there, and doing some additional work which will require some data to see what we can do over the long term to address the crossing at Edison School. That is just one, but we will certainly revisit some of these others as well. And I will work with my colleague who is on the Pedestrian Safety Advisory Board to see what we as a township can do in some of these areas. Part of the problem is people speed through West Orange. They don't speed through other towns. Or maybe they do in some towns, but a lot of towns they don't speed through because they are afraid if they do, they will get pulled over and get a ticket. We've not been able to, given our labor shortage in our police department, address some of those issues as effectively as other towns, and that is a budgetary concern. So if we're going to address some of those issues town-wide, it's going to cost some money, which means we've got to take money from somewhere else, or we've got to raise taxes. And those are the kinds of decisions that this council has been tasked with solving, or those are the kinds of problems we've been tasked with solving. And that's why these choices sometimes are very difficult. I think that's enough.
Council President, could I just make that?
Oh,
one
yes,
comment?
absolutely. Please do.
Thank you. Thank you. We don't usually jump in. I just wanted to, because she's still here, Mrs. Monk, if you could just, anybody that does not have a computer, just have them call Laura Van Dyke, because for folks who don't go online, she has a small mailing list that she mails the flyers to. So they can request to get the flyers directly mailed to them if they don't go online. Okay?
I neglected to do something before we go into our regular meeting and deal with the items on the agenda. I want to thank West Orange Police Department and the Newark Police Department for finding Rolandson Timothy, one of our West Orange residents and an officer of my church, former deacon. And he was found. He's in the hospital now. We're grateful that he's okay. But it was their swift action and broad communication that led to him being found. So thank you to the police department, both in West Orange and Newark. And also for those that don't know, it's graduation season. So congratulations to every West Orange family that has either a college or high school graduate in this season. We salute you. Madam Clerk.
Time to,
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, you had, there was a calendar for the Madam Clerk, and there was the jitney and the website for you, Mr. Smeraldo.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. Just the notes I took here. So, just regarding the sewer fee update, I did speak to Mr. Gross a few weeks ago about that. We all know that he's been in and out of work for a little bit. He does have some challenges with it, and that has to deal with the getting the information. So it's not forgotten. I'm not going to speak to it because I don't have all the information. I know he's been looking into it, so it's not being forgotten. That's one. The calendar was normally taken care of out of the mayor's office. We had a recent retirement. We now have a recent conditional offer of employment, so hopefully we'll have somebody staffing the mayor's office 24/7 so we can get that calendar up and running again. For those who don't know, there is a calendar on our website. You have to go to the main page. You have to scroll all the way down to the bottom. It actually has all the information that is given to us, and we can place it on there. So if anybody wants to put information, they just send it to the mayor's office. Right now, it goes to mayor@westorange.org, and we'll handle administration. So we can put anything on there if anybody needs it. So it's just that it's all the way down at the bottom. You got to scroll. And it does link meetings. There are links to other sites, so we can help out. So we try to do our best to make sure we get that on there, but with a new person, hopefully that will, we'll see a little bit more improvement. Okay. Pedestrian safety, I know Main Northfield Valley, we were talking about it before. I can also call the county engineers, Sanjeev. Yep. I can talk to him. I speak to him lately. It seems like a lot more. So I can speak to him and ask him about the timing of the lights and everything else. We are in the process right now, with a grant to upgrade that intersection and other intersections, the crosswalks and safety and things of that nature. So there are projects in the work. It just takes these, the projects. So we do have that in mind, and we are addressing that.
Can I add one additional light for him since he's going to contact?
Can you just email it to him so that we can?
Yeah, you can give it to me. I'll take care of it. I hear, about the garbage contract, and I know we're gonna talk about that in the ordinance, so I will bring to the, the administration that we gonna have a meeting and we'll try and set that up as, quickly as possible. Regarding the transportation, we, last year, as we know, we took over the transportation of the Jitney and we had our senior bus services. That's what it was called. We made it into our now new transportation division. We worked, as I stated earlier, from 6 a to about 8:30, 9 o'clock, depending on train. Our Jitney, our commuter service that we provide is mornings and nights. It is directed toward the 3 train stations, South Orange, and Brick Church. We haven't gone toward Verona because we don't receive that notice to go out there. We have been, or the supervisor, Director Fonzino, and myself and others have looked at changing some of our routes to make it more effective and more efficient for us, and looking at other stops. We've looked at splitting routes and creating, different stops and things of that nature. We have the data for that kind of information, but we do not provide on the weekend because we've never provided ever. So, if that is a service we want to include, that's a consideration for the council. We'd have to get staffing and things of that nature. We have 3 full-time drivers budgeted. We had a 4th who retired, and I believe that position may be eliminated. So we're talking about what we also have a dozen or so part-timers to help with the commuter. So that would be the weekends we'd have to look at, so how we're going to run that service. But we will make special trips. We will hire people if there's considerations. I know they've had trips down the north to the NJ Pack and a few other places. We will do that for the seniors. And we will drop people off at the library. I will tell you from our data, not a lot of people actually take the Jitney, seniors take the Jitney during the daytime. Our numbers are low. And it's not because we're not doing it, it's just we're not getting the phone calls. We do transport a lot of people to the medical. So there's, when we talk data, we have to really look at the real, what is it we're gonna provide and how much we're gonna provide it. People have asked us to do a loop around the town. It doesn't support it. Yeah, right. It doesn't support it. We've looked into it. I'm just telling you what in the last 8, 9 months, what we're looking at, it's a new division and we're trying to provide a better service. So, we're looking at all the different aspects of it. We've even talked to the county about maybe doing partnerships. So we've done a lot of different things behind the scene that you don't normally see. So that's regarding the transportation. Regarding the tree replacement and the street replacement program, I'm gonna tie the two together because this has nothing to do with the tree ordinance. Previous policy was when we did street improvements, we never included trees in our ordinance or our bid packages. Under the current director, all the bid packages that went out for all the street improvements include trees in the pricing. Because we are taking trees down. There's no doubt about it. We're taking trees. I'm not hiding it. I just sent you a report today from Mr. Kipp, in particular about Maple Street. It provides you the details. There was 5 trees taken down, not hundreds, 5. The trees were taken down because they're in the right of ways. When they're in the right of ways, we have to put new sidewalks in. If we cut those roots, which are underneath, that tree becomes a hazard. And a lot of these trees are already dead, if you read the report, but those trees become a hazard. We lost a resident last year up on Kelly Drive. Verona just lost 2 residents, a 6-month-old and a 61-year-old grandfather, to a tree that fell. So yes, we are cognizant of the trees, but we're also cognizant of the hazards. They're in the right of ways. When it comes to Maple Street in particular, every time we go, and we have a 2-week build out. We tell all our residents within 2 weeks, we're coming in to do streets and things of that nature. We also send out letters to every single resident to remind them that we're coming out there. We also tell the residents trees may come down. If they do, we have a tree replacement program. We send them a document, say, would you like a tree placed in front of your house? 5 trees came down. 1 report came back to plant a tree, and it wasn't a house that had a tree removed. So I spoke to Mr. Kipp today. I said, just in case they didn't get it, please send that request out again to the neighbors of Maple Street. And get all the trees mixed up with the streets. And we asked them, please send it in again, because if somebody does want a tree, we'll plant it. In these last bond ordinances, we actually allocated up to 200 trees. So we're prepared to plant 200 trees in this road improvement project. So it's not as if we're not thinking about it. It's just that previous policy was they didn't include it in the bid specs. New director, and we don't force a tree in front of somebody's house. It's a right of way. That was always has been our policy. If it's something that the council wants us to change our policy, it's gonna have to be funded for us to do it when we start planting trees everywhere, because we've been bonding the money, but we don't have the money funded on a yearly basis. And that is another budgetary question that we have to discuss together collectively.
Well, Mr. Smeraldo, just, I spoke with Mr. Kipp myself regarding, some of those right-of-way trees on another street. And how if we did the sidewalk, it would kill the roots. There are alternatives to that. He mentioned a couple, one of which was a bridge over the roots that allows the roots to grow underneath the sidewalk, and still allows us to have a compliant, ADA compliant, safe sidewalk and save the tree. So there, all we're saying is, let's look at those alternatives. Now, if there, and what I told him, same thing I'll tell you, we're in this budget season now. If there is a cost, let us know. We got to figure it out one way or another. But if we keep cutting down the trees, we're going to have other costs with regard to, stormwater and other issues too. No one wants a hazardous tree to stay up. We want the hazardous trees to be taken down. That's a part of the tree ordinance as well. But with regard to viable trees, I think we need to go above and beyond the call of duty to save them to the extent we can.
And I agree with you. If the forester says there's ways to do that, then I think we have to look at that. And, we hired Mr. Kipp for his expertise. We trust him to tell us what to do. So whether he tells us a viable tree or an unviable tree, we'll listen to his expertise because, he has more, I know he has more knowledge than I do when it comes to that. And I appreciate and respect that. But if he tells us, as you see in the reports I sent you, that there are some trees that have to come down, well, I also respect that part of it too. So, and he's cognizant about putting trees in, and I know he's very passionate about it, having the same conversations with him, and he wants to save as many as he can. And, I'm sure that we can make sure that's included whenever we do these street improvements, because, that's what they should be doing. So, and Ms. Carvalho is very cognizant of it. Like I said, in these last bids, she made sure that there was a tree replacement program included, so.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman.
Thank you, Council President. So just a couple things about that letter. So the letters only go into the folks that, the residents that are getting the tree taken down in front of their house.
No.
It went
No,
to
the
whole street.
the letters go out.
I didn't get a letter,
If
and
you
I'm
didn't-
from Valley Way.
If you didn't get a letter, then we'll look into it, because what they tell me, what I've been told from the engineering department is anytime they go into a neighborhood, they send a letter to let people know. If you didn't get a letter, we can look into it. But
I mean, it's the other end of the block, but then I saw, because when I saw the list, it was not right in front of me, but a little half a block away.
Because we always get in our emails a 2-week push out. Ms. Benevento, she always sends out what we're getting, and it goes to so everybody sees that what's going out there. So it should be going out to the residents. That's what I'm being told, but I'll confirm with them to make sure that it occurs.
And a few of them were marked healthy, but they were because of this. So it says, is it sidewalk or street? And to the council president's point, if it's sidewalk, then if they could have a remedy. The street, I know, and again, I'll share my story with my daughter. In her town, they did not do the sidewalk, but they had a street repair. And the tree fell a year later after street repair because the roots on the street side, they had cut out. And so it is a safety hazard. So I definitely understand that.
And I'll speak to Mr. Kipp to make sure that we have that understanding, and we can make sure that we have that understanding.
And just one last point to Mr. Smeraldo is that when the residents are of the understanding that they could get a tree replanted in front of their house, is it being explained to them that it's not going to be a tree, that they're going to have issues with the sidewalk, like you're planting different types of trees that aren't as invasive as the prior trees that were there.
I can't speak to that. I don't know exactly what the letter said.
Well, I'm saying, can we find out?
Yeah, we'll find out, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
That's all, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Mr. Smarla, I just have a question about the letter we received in our packet this week with regard to the Colonial Woods, street lighting.
The Colonial Street lighting?
Yeah. And so
I don't recall that one. I'm sorry. Is it,
or maybe it was just me. You guys didn't get that?
are
Okay.
you talking about the always stop analysis? Is that?
No, sir. No, sir.
Street light. I don't see that one. I'm
Uh,
sorry.
I'll read it into the record. Pursuant to New Jersey Statute 40:55D-53.6. Attached developers agreement, section 5.3.3. Township of West Orange is hereby notified that the street lighting has been installed and accepted for service by Public Service, Electric and Gas. Certificates of occupancy were issued for 50% of the dwelling units as of August 2020. Township, within 30 days following receipt of this notification, shall make appropriate arrangements with PSE&G for the assumption of the payment of the cost of the street lighting on a continuing basis. Please notify us upon completion of the arrangements between Township and PSE&G.
I think that was just.
That came in the mail for you, Council President. It was never opened by anyone else.
Ah,
Yeah,
I thought all of us got that.
no.
Oh, so you didn't open that either. I know it was unopened when I got it. Thank you. All right, so never mind, because no one else has had a chance to it. I'll circulate it to my colleagues and we'll discuss it between now and the next meeting. Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Oh, one question. Councilwoman.
So I'm looking on our website and I noticed that the 2024 budget isn't. I'm sorry, I apologize. So I'm on our website and I noticed that the 2024 budget that we received isn't on the website for residents to view. Do you know when it'll be on there?
I do not, but I can ask that question.
Yeah, I mean, it would be nice to give them plenty of time to review it. If we can get on there tomorrow, tonight if possible.
It's not gonna be tonight.
Yesterday.
Tomorrow.
Hey, well, by the time we get out of here, it could be
Yeah.
tomorrow. Well,
Thank you.
Anything else before we move to the agenda?
We'll pass that along.
Did you want me to?
Yes, please.
So as far as the calendar, the Township Council meeting calendar, it's very challenging because our meetings are held on Tuesday. So many factors have to be considered. We have the school board calendar that we need to consider. We have the League of Municipalities. We have religious holidays. We have Election Day, which falls on Tuesdays. This year, we had 3 meetings that we are conducting on a Monday because of those issues. So it's very, very difficult to try to schedule the meetings that we need to have. This year, we actually scheduled a few more meetings. We used to have 1 meeting in July and August. We now have 2 in both of those months. So it's really challenging. There was a mistake made during Passover this year. Normally, I am very careful with that. And I also ask one of our former staff members to go over that as well. And it was just missed this year. It was a mistake. And so it's just very, very challenging. And to add anything on top of what we already have to deal with, I would find it extremely difficult to find other dates to have meetings, because you also have to consider the fact that, you know, our meetings are on Tuesday and we have other commissions that have meetings on Wednesday and Thursday, and many council members also have meetings that they need to go to. So it would be almost impossible to add anything else to try to accommodate.
Took us 2 years it took us 2 years and we still don't have an ABC hearing. That was something
Right.
that was.
Right. Right. So we finally did come up with our June date for that, which is good. It's in June. So you're asking me. off the top of my
Yeah,
head.
let's, we need to, we can put that in an email.
Yeah.
Can we get to the agenda?
Yes. Okay. So consent agenda. Approval of minutes of previous meeting, public meeting.
Consent.
Okay, thank you. Report of township officers, none. Reading of petitions and communications and bids, none. Bill list, for tonight. Consent?
Consent?
Okay. Resolutions, are any resolutions being pulled this evening?
Yes. Not necessarily to vote no, but I wanted to ask questions on 160. 170. That's it for me. Anyone else questions or?
Yeah, I have a question. I'd like to pull I, 166, and J, 167.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Anyone else?
I have questions.
Yes, Councilwoman?
164,
You're pulling or questions?
questions.
Okay.
No, I know it's purchased through one of whoever, the entities where we don't have to go out for public bid. But we had discussed in the past still putting an NTE clause on all those.
Oh, okay. So I did send emails today. 164 and 169 did
Both are
not
gonna
have,
have NTE clauses
right.
added.
They were
Okay.
added and the originals were changed for council president to sign. But there were no hard copies provided,
Okay, no problem.
but that was taken care of this morning.
Thank you.
Anything else, colleagues?
Nope.
No?
Okay.
All right, so we're not pulling any, all of these are questions, right, Councilwoman Castellino?
I'm voting, no on mine that I pulled.
Oh, okay, so,
Which one did you pull?
166
and 167.
Right.
okay. So I'm curious. All right, so Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
you got all of those?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Did you, want to ask your questions before?
Yes.
Okay.
Trying to understand with regard to 160. I am familiar with these streets. Was this as a result of residents complaining?
Yeah, there was a complaint of residents and, what was, Director Carvalho did was she, went up to those streets. When we look at those areas, those two intersections are the only two intersections that are freeways that do not have a stop sign in any direction. All the other intersections in that complex have at least one stop line and a stop sign. So what we're trying to do is prevent, because it's a speedway right there.
It is a speedway.
On those two particular. So what this is to look at a study, a feasibility study, say, hey, should we put this in there? I think the answer is kind of yes, we need.
So,
Hold on a second. So, but on Haggerty, there are speed bumps.
Right.
So you have a traffic control mechanism there. I could understand. I'm just trying to understand. With Haggerty and Kelly. And I'm not opposed to it. I'm just trying to understand how we got to. It's Haggerty and Kelly, and then Haggerty and Vizcaya. So
Yes.
Haggerty and Kelly it ends there. So you naturally you're making a left or a right. You naturally have to slow down to make a left or a right onto Haggerty. There's just
Right.
no way to maintain
Yeah.
your speed. And then Haggerty and Vizcaya, it's a similar thing. Vizcaya ends at Haggerty. And on both of those, on one direction is a dead end or a cul-de-sac. And then the other direction is controlled by speed bumps.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, we received a lot of complaints from people and near misses and some accidents and that the whole idea was just to do a study to say to warrant that we should have it and have the data and the study to back it up, whether we put it in or not. I mean, the idea is that we should put it in, but we need the data to do it. But I know from traversing that road myself, I cut through there to go to my doctor's right on the corner of Vizcaya and Northfield. I go through there and you make that right. There's no stop sign. So then people just go right through it.
Yeah, they do, but there's like 5 houses to the left.
Yeah.
There's never any traffic from the left.
Yeah, I know. I know, but they're trying to figure out.
And the people coming from the right are controlled by speed bumps.
And Vizcaya, people go up there and they just make the turn and they.
Yeah, because there's like 5 houses to the left on that one.
And they're rolling the dice that somebody's not coming the other way.
So how many
Yeah.
complaints do we have that's gonna warrant spending $6,600 to put in a stoplight? Stop sign, rather.
I actually sent something to you from Ms. Carballo today, and that was it for that one?
I
No,
didn't
the other one, no,
see it.
no, it was for Crestwood. So that was for Crestwood, but that was the justification for.
I understand, but my concern is if we already have sufficient complaints and we know, I mean, I do the same thing that you just did, you just articulated, but I'm not going to put it on the record.
I didn't put it on the record either. I said I witnessed it. I didn't say I did it.
Okay. But at any rate, I just think $6,000, we know we need it. How do we not spend $6,000?
Well, it's not about that. So let me go a little further into this particular neighborhood, which I know very well. There are other always stops that are completely ignored.
Yeah.
Right? So, and the issue is not around traffic safety. The issue is around kids playing in the street. At that particular intersection, those two particular intersections, Vizcaya and Haggerty and Kelly, we generally don't have kids playing in the street. You may have kids playing in the street on the dead end side. You may have kids playing in the street on some of the side streets over there. Generally speaking, Haggerty doesn't. Now, there is a portion of Haggerty that does get some kids playing in the street. There are speed bumps on both sides of where that the side street is. I don't know the name of the side street, where you do get some kids playing. So you have a natural traffic control mechanism. And so like, if we're gonna put it there and it's going to be, as in other places, ignored, we're gonna waste this 6,600, then we're gonna waste the, 10 or 15 or 20,000 that it costs to put in the other traffic control mechanisms, and then still have to come back and revisit it. It's an issue that I'm going to address with the other ordinance. I'm not pulling it to vote no, but I think if the concern, I don't know what the real issue is there. I don't know what the complaint is. If the complaint is that people are going too quickly, having a stop sign there is probably not going to change that behavior.
Well, it's not even so much the stop sign. It's also, I mean, the quickly, it's also that people are not, common sense dictates you come to a T. I normally
We stop. Yeah.
But
Not everybody does.
not everybody has common sense.
Yeah.
I was in a business that will always be in business because people do things by accident. They don't do it on purpose all the time, but it's an accident. People are people, and human nature is, aha, you're ahead of me. I'm going to try and get you. It's just one of these things that we don't.
I get it. And so
and this was a complaint. And we were reacting to complaints of the neighbors.
So we don't have
So
to
that's what we were.
every complaint.
Well, I mean, or the reaction could be to have more traffic enforcement in there, heavy for a period of time and then sporadic thereafter, so that people are concerned if they are speeding, if they're not being, considerate motorists, if they're being reckless in any way, shape, or form, that a police officer may pull them over and at the very least, take up some of their time and possibly write them a ticket.
Well, and to your point is that if there is actually a sign that says stop, yield, or whatever, and somebody fails to do it, it gives the officer more authority to issue that summons.
All right, so that is really where I'm going with this, and that's where I'm going with the ordinance as well. I think if we're going to do this, we have to do the other things, right? So one of those things, at least in that part of town, there are some sidewalks, at least on one side of the road. That's helpful, but there has to be some traffic enforcement, because people will get comfortable just doing what they've always been doing. This neighborhood is now almost 20 years old. People will continue doing what they've been doing if there's no consequence for blowing through the stop sign should one be put up there. So this is not enough is the real point. And if we're going to go down that road, we've got to solve the problem, and the sign alone is not.
And I can pass the concerns of enforcement to the chief and so we can, direct some officers up there at different times, whatever. And maybe the study will tell us the time that people are going through there. It's just, I don't know what the data is going to reveal, but at least we can maybe utilize that data to help the police understand the times that are more violations are occurring.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I didn't pull it to vote no. I pulled it for, the question. So I do appreciate your responses and please do, raise that with the chief and I will do the same when he.
And I'll mention
returns.
to Ms. Director Carballo too.
Retabling?
No, I had questions on, I pulled it.
I want to pull it if you're not going to, that's why I'm asking,
Oh,
because I'm
okay,
going to pull it to vote now.
okay. So Madam Clerk, did you?
You're pulling 160?
To vote no?
Okay.
All right. My other question was on 170. So just so that we're clear, 170 now provides the 90-day extension
Yes.
for chemistry.
Yes,
Mr. Gingaro, do you want to address that for us so that
absolutely.
the public
So-
is clear?
Yes, so at the last council meeting, council voted to extend chemistry by 90 days. For one reason or another, given the time, maybe it was my poor reading. My understanding was that the resolution that was on 150-24 did that. When I reread it the next day, I realized that it did the opposite. So I sent an email over to Madam Clerk and we put up this resolution, which essentially we never sent 150-24 to the state, so no action was taken. And then 170-24 definitely adds an additional 90 days to chemistry.
Right, and it rescinds 150.
Correct.
So thank you for clarifying, because in the last meeting, that's what I thought it said. And when I had said it and pulled it, I was told it was the opposite. And I thought maybe it's some pain. I wasn't,
Yeah.
that I read it wrong, but I guess I was wrong.
Thank you.
All I know is when I read it the next morning, I was like, uh-oh. And so
Like
here we are.
happens. You had a headache that night too, so I do recall.
So does that, I have
That-
a question.
Councilwoman.
Thank you. Does that go back to, is their 90 days start now, or does it go back to the last meeting?
I think it would start now.
That's fine with me. I don't mind that.
Yeah.
Does that bother you?
No.
I just wanted to make sure we don't eat any of their time away, that's all.
I have a.
No, I think
It
it would
was
start.
confusing what happened last time, so it's only fair that it starts if it's adopted tonight.
So my question is, I want to make sure I heard the information correctly. When they came up, they said their new location is it 747 Northfield Avenue?
That I'm not sure of off the top.
Well, that
Because-
has nothing to do with this one though. This just gives them the time to represent that.
I know, but that's Life Christian Church. Where
They're gonna have to deal with that. I mean, listen, I've been very clear.
the Betty Madalena, there's a
They may
public
not,
schools there, so that wouldn't.
we're
I'm
not
saying-
obligated to vote in support of them.
All this resolution does is extend their time for the letter of support for
Okay.
an additional 90 days. It doesn't say.
Okay,
that they
that's all I want to make sure I heard
Right,
the
because
address.
whatever their
correctly.
new location is still gonna require approval from us with a vote. Is that right, Mr. Gingaro?
Correct.
So if they present the Life Christian Church as a location, I can assure you I will be a no vote. I'm not voting for a cannabis operation inside or the
Okay.
same campus as a church.
All right. Yeah, no, I can't support that, obviously.
Yeah, but
Okay.
we will cross that bridge when we get to it and they have 90 days before they have to present it.
Okay,
All right, so I think all of our questions were answered. Just so that we're clear, Madam Clerk, we have 160, 166, and 167 being pulled.
Yes, somebody had a question on 164. The
It's answered.
resolution, oh, it was answered?
Yep.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry.
Okay, yep. So I have, 160, 166, 167, not on consent. So is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda is implemented. Councilwoman, Williams, yes, thank you. So 160, you pulled that. Was it just to vote?
Yeah, because I would rather us do a little bit more investigation than just, so I would like to understand, we're saying that we had some complaints from residents and that we're ordering a study. I would like to understand how many residents that totaled and whether or not there's justification for $6,600 being spent on a study.
Let me see if Ms. Carballo is available, or maybe I can get her on.
Mr. Fagan, is Ms. Carballo on the Zoom?
I'm gonna, can I add to your comment? Yeah. So not on this one, but on the, on first reading, the multiple various streets that we have on first reading.
Can we hold that one till first?
Yeah,
read?
well, it's similar to her comment, the concern she has, because I had a conversation with Ms. Carvalho, but I'll let her, Ms. Carvalho speak herself.
Ms. Carvalho is available, so.
Okay.
Yes, she's on, Council President. I'm going to let her in
Thanks,
right
sir.
now.
Are you bringing her over?
She's,
Ms. Carvalho, can you hear us?
Good evening, Council President and council members. Yes, I could hear you. Can you hear me?
Good evening, Director. We can hear you. Councilwoman Williams has a question for you.
Thank you, Ms. Carvalho, or Director Carvalho, my apologies. I am inquiring as to Resolution 160-24. We are advised that there are some complaints from the neighbors in the Bel Air district with these streets identified for an analysis of Kelly Drive and Haggerty Drive and Vizcaya Boulevard. Can you please advise how many residents complained and why we are expending $6,600 for a study?
Sure. I did receive an email from one of the residents within the area who pointed out to me that apparently there was an accident recently and they were concerned about the wide turn creating a serious safety issue at these intersections. So they were asking that we conduct or do something about providing a three-way stop. And the only way that we could justify a three-way stop in order to be able to put the stop signs up, we need to do or be in compliance with what the MUTCD, which is the Manual of Uniform Traffic Devices, requires us to do a study to see if it warrants or not a three-way stop or if it warrants to put up a stop sign. We cannot just put a stop signs just like, I know that anytime that you have an intersection, if you have a minor or a major street, the major street is the one that has the higher volume. They typically don't have to stop. The one with the minor roads, they typically have to stop. Unfortunately, there are a lot of the roads in town which do not have a stop signs. And because of, I guess, the speeding that is being taking place in some areas and, concerns coming from residents, if the requests do come into my attention and I do feel that it is a legitimate concern and safety, I will definitely reach out to consultants and see if we could have the study done because it's required.
Thank you. I understand. My concern as an elected official is simply we're expending or proposing to expend $6,600 at the request of one resident. That's going to set a precedent. Anybody can call and say, hey, we need a stop sign. And if you only have one person that's called and this is the average cost of a study, that's a precedent that I'm not willing to set for one complaint. And, as we indicated, it might have some concerns, but we do also have some other calming speed mechanisms that are in place. I think if we start off with some enforcement before we spend $6,600, that might be a more smart decision.
Well,
Yes, Director.
it is true that the cost of this study seems to be expensive, but let us keep in mind that if somebody does bring this to our attention and God forbid something happens in the future, we are ignoring a safety issue. And one thing that I do want to point out is that at this intersection, there are crosswalks. And by not having the stop signs, it is an issue in regards to pedestrians. There should definitely be a stop signs anywhere where we have crosswalks.
Wait, there are crosswalks or there's not crosswalks?
They are crosswalks.
I think there's only one
There's only
crosswalk.
one crosswalk, and that's at the Kelly and Haggerty.
No, I don't think Kelly and Haggerty has a crosswalk. I think,
Kelly
well, they
and
do actually
Kelly
on
and
one
Haggerty
side.
does.
They do?
On the dead end side, there's a crosswalk and then there's one crosswalk on the Vizcaya Haggerty's
I just
corner
suggest
street.
that we do a little bit more of a enforcement practice before we expend $6,600. That's just my recommendation.
Good question. So the stop sign, so we have a crosswalk. Why wouldn't we need to do the study? Why wouldn't we just put the stop sign in?
Because you have to do the study in order to
Because we
justify
have to-
the cost.
It's
Well,
required by law.
Director, do you have to do the study to put in one stop sign on Kelly?
You have to do basically the study wherever you want to put a stop signs.
Any stop sign, even if it's just
Any
a
stop
one, not
sign.
a three-way?
Yes, it's any stop sign. If
When
you
did
look at
that start happening? I thought Lenny popped it.
If only one person can
Well,
call.
no, just, Councilwoman Geber Michael.
No, actually, Councilwoman Williams brings a very valid point. And my concern is, we get emails from residents with traffic issues downtown, the U on, Park Drive North and other
Everywhere.
areas. So does that mean if we do this for one resident, is this a precedence that we're setting for any email or complaint we get from a constituent regarding a traffic study or a stop sign? We can't pick and choose which residents we do this for, which neighborhoods, and not for others. So we really do need to be careful because we represent everyone in town at large,
I just think enforcement first.
Yeah.
Enforcement
first.
So, and I appreciate the director coming on. I had a very long talk with her because we're going to talk about it in a few minutes. The ordinance, it was in my neighborhood where my husband grew up, so I knew the area very, very well. And I think it's just a little more than just like one or two people calling it in. It's also what she feels as well, like strongly in regards to it is that she actually goes to the spot and makes sure it's a safety hazard before she just orders it. So
would it be cheaper to do a holistic approach and look at the different intersections and areas in town and then reach out to an engineering firm to get a set price? You know what I mean? Instead of doing it piecemeal, spending the $6,600 every time.
this one, I did it this one because it was only at this location. What I could do, because I have to do another set of studies, I could cluster this one with the other ones that I'm planning on sending out. So that the ones that are on the ordinance for tonight, they were all clustered together, or 12 of them, or 10.
And that
That's the ordinance, though. Right now, we're on the resolution.
Yes. But it's the same thing that I did for the ordinance. Like for that ordinance, I cluster multiple areas of the town together. So I could do the same thing for this one and see if the price comes slightly lower.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Okay, that's all set.
Doing it
Yeah.
every single time piecemeal.
Right. That's great.
Yeah.
Is this helpful, Council President?
yeah,
Yes, this is
Thank you
very
so
helpful.
much.
Thank you.
good tech skill.
Thank
Mr.
you,
Fagan.
Director Zak.
And thank you, Director, for being available and just making sure we are utilizing our taxpayer dollars wisely.
That's right.
Thank you.
So before she goes, just hold on one second, Director. So one of the things, Councilwoman Castellino pointed out was that, we are not just relying on resident complaints. We are relying on, the director's, recommendation, and that's based on her skills and her training. And the second thing is, I had a similar conversation with her. And in some areas where there aren't any traffic control mechanisms, they just should be already. There should have been already. It just wasn't. When I pulled it, my issue was doing that alone is not enough. We have to have some enforcement.
Absolutely.
I'm not saying that we necessarily shouldn't do it. I'm just saying that alone is not enough, because we've seen in many neighborhoods, people just blow through stop signs because they know they can. So, if my colleagues want to do the enforcement first, that's something that we can consider. But I do think we also set a precedent of not relying on the expert, who is employed to give us this advice. And God forbid if something did go wrong. I mean, I think the one complaint, and I didn't know this until tonight, because we didn't speak about that earlier. We spoke about the ordinance, came as a result of an accident. That is, that's something that I think should be considered.
If I can.
Councilman.
Thank you. I just want to state that absolutely agree with everything that you've said, but we're the purse strings. And we've got to be mindful of how we spend money. And I just don't think a one-off is the most responsible way. If we can hold off and do some others at the same time that might be forthcoming. I think that's the best use, and she just indicated that she'll put some more together and give us a better price.
And we
If
can
do
try
get a
the
better price.
enforcement in the meantime.
In the meantime, we do ask the police department to ramp up enforcement in this particular area because we have had some close calls.
Okay, let's have the vote.
Just a note for Mr. Smeraldo, because the chief isn't here, if you don't mind.
Sure.
I know it's hard because of the number of officers we have to get out there, but where's, those trailers that they park and let,
Shows your
the
speed. Yeah, we had them
I mean,
on Gregory for a long
You know,
time.
yeah, they're where they pop up around town. Even
Well, this
that
will
would
go-
be
this-
helpful.
This could go, when I send the letter to the chief and
Yeah,
acting chief, I'm sure they'll get on it and they'll send it to the traffic division and then they'll look at, Lieutenant Matulo will probably look at it if they have to put the speed signs or whatever. The speed signs are, for the most part, most people know that they're speed signs. They're not enforcement signs, so.
but it
I
reminds
think
you to slow
it does
down.
remind you, but the hard fact is that when you blow
Oh,
through
yeah,
an
yeah,
intersection
yeah.
and you get pulled over,
And
That's-
so to that point, though, this is not a speed issue.
Yeah.
Like, if we just looked at the map, it's literally impossible. There's
Flying to the
a,
house.
right, it's a 90-degree turn.
Yeah.
This is not a speed issue. This is someone's coming too close, cutting the corner, someone else is coming
Yeah,
and making the turn at the same
sloppy
time.
driving.
And that has caused at least one accident. So,
And the big concern too, if you look at here, is you look at what would be the north side of the street, where the crosswalk is, that's a continuum of that crosswalk to the other crosswalk, so the kids or adults or whoever the, residents in the neighborhood can traverse toward Kelly School and anywhere else. So that is a concern when people come flying down. And, a few of us have said they've witnessed it or whatever. And, so that is something that we have to be mindful of. And that's part of the reason why we present these to you and we'll get our studies. So it's something that, we have to be careful of.
there is not a bus stop there that I'm with. There is a bus stop down here somewhere.
Yeah, I don't know the bus schedule
The
like
bus
this,
is not up there.
but that crosswalk
You
is
see the speed
physically
hump
there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so there's already speed hump.
Yeah, so,
Still, yeah.
But still, then you pick up speed.
I mean, it's like
Go
a short,
straight.
well, so if you go, can you go up, Mr. Fagan? So it's a dead end up there. It's,
It's not that end, it's the.
well, you have traffic control down here, which are speed humps.
But you can pick up enough speed over that hump to make that left.
All right, we're looking at
Yeah,
people's
I don't think speed
properties
is the issue. The accident is,
on TV.
yeah, I think the accident is the issue,
Get the
but
point, yeah.
we may or may not agree. I think we can express our sentiment with our vote. Madam Clerk.
Okay, is there a motion to approve 160-24?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I am torn. I mean, is she gonna do this?
With others, just with others. She's just gonna cluster it with some other.
There are only two intersections that require it in that entire neighborhood between Route 10, which is Mount Pleasant Avenue, and Northfield. There are only two.
Right, but she said she would just cluster it with some others. She has some other areas to look at. It doesn't necessarily exclude.
You're happy to, you don't have to vote.
I'm gonna second it.
Neighborhoods.
Okay,
She said there are other neighborhoods.
There are other neighborhoods in other areas, like along Pleasant Valley Way, let's say what we call the English Town area. There's a neighborhood in there that I have to put together. I mean, the pricing that we obtain for this three-way stop study is no different than the same price that basically we pay for the Crestwood / Stanford Avenue three-way stop study.
And Director, I do want to commend you rather. I mean, these range from the low of 6,600 to a high of 36,000.
Yes.
So the fact that you were able to find someone to do it at 6,600, I thought was excellent.
Yes, actually, Brightview Engineering was recommended by the county. As well as dynamic traffic. So I've been going to them since they've been recommended by our county engineering department.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Director, do you think it's crucial that we vote in favor of this tonight? Or do you think by coming back to us in the next meeting with, I guess, the cluster to approve a cluster of these studies is a better option? I mean, you are the expert.
I will honestly recommend passing it tonight because I will have to put another RFP together with all the other areas that I have to do for English Town and other areas in town. And by the time I get that to the consultant, by the time I get a response back, it's going to be probably a month and a half to 2 months from now.
And how long does the study take to do? If
The
it were to
study,
pass tonight?
I would like it to get done before school is out.
Yeah, I'll second this.
Yeah.
Because the school is going to be over in June, and you want to make sure that when they collect the data is during more or less the peak hours.
Okay.
When they can actually have, no outliers in the data that they collect.
Thank you, Director. That's all the questions that I have.
Okay, so I'm going to call for the vote. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams.
No.
Council President Rutherford.
Yes.
The motion carries. Okay, 166-24, resolution partially lifting moratorium on applications for resolutions of local support. Councilwoman Castellino, you pulled this.
Yeah, sure. I don't want to belabor a discussion, because I know it probably is going to pass. But again, I'll just state it. I'm not saying I'm opposed to opening up down the road. I'm going to stick to my position. I want to see something open before I can move forward on any recommendations of accepting any further applications. And that's it. So I unfortunately I can't support this evening.
Well, I'd like to make a motion to adopt resolution 166.
Second.
Okay. Councilwoman Castellino,
No.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
No.
Councilwoman Williams.
Yes, but I have a question. And no one called for questions, really. In the resolution, the time period is not specified. It just says open. And we specifically requested open for a 30-day period. I'm not necessarily interested in when that clock starts or saying, it has to start. But we did request a specific period. We didn't want it open.
Is that your record? So Councilwoman Williams, Mr. Gengaro recalls that we requested it. I know that we discussed having a time frame. I don't recall it being a request. It may be a request now. What is your recollection, sir?
So there was a time frame, but Mr. Moon had brought up an issue to me with regard to establishing a firm 30-day deadline. Now, I'm not fully familiar with all the ins and outs of the procedures and how these things work. But if you were to open it up for 30 days starting today, for example, you have to put out, I believe, a request for application.
Yes.
Which will take time to put together. So I believe that there will be the request for application shall include a deadline for the submission of the application. So that will be 30 days from whenever we get the request for applications together. That's my understanding.
That makes sense, but that's not what's articulated,
It
right?
says that the request for application shall include a deadline for all submissions for a resolution of local support.
Right, but it has nothing to do with the 30 days.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that the 30 days has to start now. We're just saying whenever it gets open, it's open for 30 days.
Well, I think that's what he's saying, that
Make sure that in the
the
request for
application will only be
application,
open for 30
it
days
will only be
once it's
open for
released.
30 days.
Yeah, it
But-
says that in the resolution. Request for application shall include a deadline for the submission of applications for a resolution of local support. And this is for cultivators and manufacturing only. So just so the public is aware of that.
And part of that, excuse me, Mr. Chair, part of that application process too, all the operating agreement, all that's requested at the time of the application. So I just make sure that's still.
Wait, say that again, Councilwoman? I couldn't hear you. Please say.
Oh, my apologies.
It's okay.
Just with our application process, we we require the operating agreement of the entity.
Yeah.
At the time
That's
of
the
the point.
ordinance, right?
Well, I just want to make sure it's, they're gonna not
I'll make a
forget it.
note of it and make sure that it's included.
And no and then the other question I have, because this is what happened the last time we had applications. and Again, we were going through the process and finding our way. But unless we have a completed package, there should not be any interview scheduled.
All right, well, let's finish
Yeah.
with the vote and we
Yeah.
can tidy up those details.
Sure.
Madam Clerk?
Yes, we were on Councilwoman Williams.
Voted. I said yes, and then I said, but I had a question.
Okay, Council President Rutherford.
Yes,
Okay, so that was 3-2, so the motion carries.
that's 166.
Correct.
All right. 167, I'm sorry, Madam
Resolution
Clerk.
authorizing the Township Council to retain Genova Burns to continue litigation, docket number ESXL 4687-23 at the hourly rate of $150 per attorney, not to exceed $25,000. Councilwoman Castellino.
Yeah, again, I'm not going to belabor this one. I know it has a support, but I am not, I am not going to approve this to move forward.
Madam Clerk? Any other questions before?
I
Madam
make a
Clerk?
motion to adopt resolution 167.
Second,
Okay. Councilwoman Castellino.
No.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams.
No.
Council President Rutherford.
yes.
Okay, 3-2, and the motion carries.
All right, we are now on the ordinances, but this one that's on for second reading. So, Mr. Gingaro,
Yes.
because we made so many changes, shouldn't this be back on for first reading?
So, happy to explain. So, I don't recall saying at the last meeting that the changes weren't substantive. Again, it was late, but nevertheless, I realized the next morning, a lot of the changes that were made, I think that they are substantive. And so I went to the state law regarding substantive changes to the ordinance and the procedures regarding the same. And it states that if any amendment on second reading, if any amendment be adopted substantially altering the substance of the ordinance as so amended shall not be finally adopted until at least 1 week thereafter. And the ordinance shall be amended, shall be read at the meeting of the governing body, which may be by title, and Karen and the Madam Clerk must publish it within 2 days prior to the council hearing the ordinance. So the practical matter is that the amendments were made at the last meeting. It effectively passed on first reading because they substantially altered the ordinance. Madam Clerk republished it, I believe, on the 16th.
Correct.
And so it was republished on the 16th, which is more than 2 days prior to today. And it is also more than 7 days from when we made the substantial alterations to the ordinance in accordance. And that statute, but for the record, is NJSA 40:49-2.
Could you read that? NJSA.
40:49-2, and it's section C regarding substantial alterations to ordinances on second reading.
Thank you.
So so that could be considered, which is what Madam Clerk related to me last week or 2 weeks ago, I guess. That could be considered first reading since we've now had 2 weeks instead of 1. It could be considered first reading.
Correct.
My colleagues have expressed, and I have some of the similar, some concerns as well, expressed some concerns about some of the changes that we made.
Can I start with one?
Sure.
Just, it wasn't regarding the changes that were made. I spoke with zoning official and Diana McGovern regarding the planning board attorney regarding the appeal process. So one change that would be a procedural change, not a substantive change, would be that the appeals are currently in the ordinance under section 7 go through the planning board. That I believe is an error. I believe that they should be going through the zoning, not the planning. The reason being is because the ordinance is removed from chapter 25, so therefore it removes the jurisdiction of the planning board and
Right.
would muck up the process. That would be not a substantive change to the ordinance, but rather more procedural change. And I've run that by both Mr. McGovern and Mr. Trank, and they are in agreement that that change would be procedural rather than substantive if it were made today.
But that's still a land use board, so if it's no longer in the land use chapter, how would a land use board hear an appeal?
My understanding is that under the municipal land use law, the zoning board would be able to.
Even though this is no longer in the land use
That was,
portion of the code?
that was my understanding.
So are there other appeals heard by the zoning board that are not in the land use chapters of our code?
That I don't have the answer to off the top of my head, but I'm certainly happy to look into it if that's something that we want to table.
So that was a concern. I wasn't sure how we would address it. I thought so that was one of the concerns that I was going to raise. I didn't know how we would hear an appeal before a land use board if it's no longer in the land use section, which is where they govern, where they have their jurisdiction. So that is a concern. I don't know if there's something else that would have to be set up or if we can still refer it to zoning, even though it's not in land use, and I would like clarification on that.
Okay, my understanding is that we still can refer it to zoning. Again, I'm happy to go back and
Okay, so
confirm.
we can go with that for tonight.
Okay, I'm
but-
happy to go back and confirm, and if I'm mistaken, I will reach out and we'll amend the ordinance and we'll fix it, the whole 9 yards.
So that we're all on the same page on that. Where is that found in here? Let me see.
It's section 7, which is on page.
14, is
Section C.
that 14, appeal and denial of tree removal replacement?
Bear with me.
Yeah, page 14.
Yeah, I want to make another motion on that, too.
Okay.
All right, so there's some further doctoring of this. On the one hand, obviously, Councilman Scarpa and I, Councilman Geber Michael as well, have spent
Separately.
without violating it, right? Multiple different meetings at different times. I've spent the better part of a year and a half
Yeah.
on this ordinance. So we are very much interested in getting it done and off of our plate. But the other side of that is we certainly want to get it right. So we do recognize that this may cause some additional delay. But there are some amendments that that I would like to offer, and I hear you.
Yeah, I want to
offer
say,
this one for 14.
there's a number of things that I will not vote for it if the amendments
If
are not
possible,
in
could
there.
we go in order?
I will
starting at
vote
the
no.
beginning of the ordinance.
All right, let's do that.
Yeah,
Last
so that
time
I can-
for it.
She voted yes
I
for it.
voted yes.
You didn't vote no?
No, I voted yes.
After we did all the.
I was so late, I didn't realize. I was delirious.
After we went line by line
2:00 in the morning.
until 2:30 in the
Well,
morning.
some of the amendments
Fully
didn't get added.
Wait, for the record,
I was not finished
Sorry.
talking and all I was saying
Weren't
was,
recognized either, but
okay, well,
Councilwoman Williams.
thank you. We went line by line through the entire ordinance and ultimately we landed at a 5-0 agreement for every change that we made.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
for the record, I did ask at midnight that we not make these revisions at midnight. We would be there for an hour and a half, which is exactly what happened. So with a clear mind after reviewing everything, I am going to agree to some of these changes.
Yeah, and I'd like to say too, I was not fully aware of what I was doing at 2:00 in the morning. And if this meeting goes past midnight, I will make a motion to adjourn it.
You could have did that last time.
I should have.
All right, so now let's go
That
through
has
it.
been on my-
Councilwoman Scarpa, do you want to begin? You said you have some. Are there any questions on page 1, findings and purpose? Page 2, which continues it? I don't think so.
No.
Anything on the definitions, which are pages 3, 4, and 5?
On page 5, I have something.
What do you have on page 5?
I think there needs to be the consistency between the 4 inches and the 2.5
So
inches.
that I'm out if we're changing it.
Tree, so you're saying on definition for tree,
Right, we changed it to at least 4 inches.
Yes.
So, and
change
if
it
we
back
take
now?
out, if we take out a tree that's 4 inches, we have to replace it with a tree
Yes,
that's 4.
that's on the,
No, the replacement is
So-
only 2.5. So I'd be okay with the 4 if we are also going to replace it with a 4-inch tree.
So for clarity, I understand what both of you are saying. I just want to kind of help us move through this as quickly as possible. What we agreed to in the last meeting was, and you would need a permit, and Mr. Gengaro, correct me if I'm wrong, you would need a permit to cut down a tree that is 4 inches or greater. But a replacement tree could be as little as 2.5 inches.
Correct. It would be more of them. So it'd be like, I don't know that.
Some of them are 8-1, in some cases 4-1 in others,
Sure.
right? But the point is, and I understand what you're saying, and I heard Al Green West Orange's concerns about that as well. The concern was that we are saying what a tree is here. And a tree is defined as something that's 4 inches in diameter, DBH. We don't necessarily have a different definition for a replacement tree. And the replacement tree could be 2.5 inches. So to fix that, we would need to either get rid of this definition as a tree or edit it, or have an additional definition. Oh, there's replacement tree, but it doesn't say 2.5 inches. So on page 4, the definition for replacement tree says native tree species approved by the township forester and of nursery grade, properly balled and burlapped, untreated with herbicides or pesticides, and meeting the minimum measurements of a major or minor tree. If you got to go to another section to know what those are, and the minor tree, I think, is 2.5 inches.
It says on 17, required action for 4 to 6 inches, replaced with 1 2.5-inch native non-pesticide herbicide.
Can we add language to replacement tree that says of minimum DBH 2.5 inch as stated in that chart? So I don't know that it makes a difference, and you tell me if it does.
I wouldn't think that it made much of a, I guess I hear what you're saying. I think that the point though is that if you remove the definition of a tree was changed to 2.5 to 4 inches. So that means that if you wanted to remove a 2.5 inch tree,
You could.
You can.
you could, correct. And when it's 4 inches, you have to go to the chart, and the chart allows you to replace it with, if you do a
2.5.
4 inch tree, you could do 1 2.5 inch non-pesticide,
Yeah.
So I have a question.
so.
I want to cut down my 4-inch tree. I have to replace it with the 2.5 inches. Now I want to cut those 2.5 inches. I can cut them whenever I want. Plant them and then cut them because they're 2.5. I can do
Yeah.
so.
Yep,
That's kind of confusing.
Okay, so
it's
Do you
inconsistent.
understand? what I'm
I
saying?
hear what you're saying, so
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 what
one option would obviously
Before.
be to
What did it
amend
make it
the
for?
tree replacement chart. And have it be only replaced with 4-inch trees. That's.
Yeah, that's what I'm
option number one.
asking for.
What's the cost of a 4-inch tree?
I
Because
believe Mr. Kipp stated at the last meeting that it was
$400.
a little, no, I
No,
believe he said that that was the.
Even if
2.5.
planting
It's like
and
1,000.
everything.
I
no,
believe he said it was about $1,000.
Exactly.
For God's sake.
That's why we did the 2.5, right?
Exactly. Exactly.
All right, let's not, we don't have to get, let's
But
be.
that's $1,000. That's $1,000
We
even
understand.
for a tree that is damaged or diseased. So not only do you have to pay to remove the damaged tree,
Oh, that's right, because you guys left that in there.
but we now have to spend $1,000 to replant it.
No, now we have to spend about, 300 or 400 to replace it. So if we change it to 4
It's gonna
inches,
go up to $1,000 approximately to replace that tree. That was disease that I didn't cause to die, that I didn't want to remove, but I own the home and because I don't want a burden and damage, I have to remove that tree, but I should not have to be forced to spend another $1,000
I agree.
to replace it. That is burdensome on a homeowner.
so 400 is going to be burdensome on a homeowner too. There are
And I wasn't-
a number of homeowners, hold on a second, Councilwoman. There are a number of homeowners that any amount of money is going to be burdensome. What we need to do is just be clear about what the intention of the ordinance is and do the best we can to meet that intention. The issue that was presented by Our Green West Orange was because of the way it's written, you could replace a tree that you remove, and this is a viable tree. I have a 4-inch viable tree. I get a permit to remove it. Because I don't want it there, not because I'm building a structure, not because it's diseased. I don't want the tree. I get a permit, I remove the tree, I'm required to replace it. I replace it with a 2.5-inch tree, and now I can take it down.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
I'm gonna tell you why, because in the ordinance, it also states that you have to maintain that tree for at least 2 years, before, or you have to continue to replace it.
Show me that. Is that in?
It
That's
does,
in
it
the
does say
ordinance.
that the tree has to, the replacement trees have to stay alive for a certain amount of time.
And
I don't
the-
have-
No. So let's go read the language. Let's read the language.
I believe it's in section, if any replacement, it's in section 8 on page 15, first paragraph, last sentence. If any replacement tree planted pursuant to this section fails to thrive or dies within 2 years, it shall be replaced by the property owner within 6 months, and the same shall be viable for an additional 2 years.
That takes care
Right.
of that.
That does not address if I cut it down.
That's
I don't need a permit to remove it. It
That
says
would
if
be
it,
failing to thrive.
no, it's not. That's removal.
But it's
Failing to
dead. If
thrive.
you remove it, it's dead.
It's not dead at the time I remove it.
But you killed
But
it.
you,
It's
but you
dead.
killed it and you can't
No,
do anything in
listen,
the ordinance
this
to
is,
kill a tree.
Just to be perfectly clear, if the tree is cut down, it is dead.
if the tree is cut down, it is dead. If the tree fails to thrive, that's different. Cutting down a tree and it failing to thrive or it failing to die. What failing to thrive means, I plant this tree, it doesn't last for whatever reason. I don't water it enough, there's a drought, something happens.
What if Home Depot?
So it wasn't a good tree, it failed
I
to
hear you.
thrive, it failed to take,
I hear it.
it failed to survive,
I hear
right? That's different than me saying, I'm gonna take it out.
But you're required per
But
the.
you're-
Hold on one second,
I'm
Council.
happy to answer.
Thank you.
If any replacement tree planted pursuant to this section fails to thrive or dies within 2 years, when you cut down your tree, it is no longer thriving. It is dead.
I get what you're saying, I understand what you're saying.
So I'm happy to add in a sentence that says
Or is removed.
or is removed.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
add
that, by the
sentence.
way, for the record, would not be a substantive change because
Thank you,
that
sir.
is the same exact thing in my legal.
Let's add that in there. Want to be
We
clear.
want to make it as clear as possible for residents. That's all.
So,
Totally happy to. add it.
or is removed. That's on
So if
page
there's a
15.
vote and there's a motion, I'm.
Second.
Yeah, I need to know.
So to be perfectly clear, the last section, the last sentence on the first paragraph in section 8 on page 15 will now read, if any replacement tree planted pursuant to this section is removed, comma, fails to thrive or dies, ... The rest of the.
That is the amendment that the councilwoman is offering. It's on page 15. Let me show you. Here it
What
is.
paragraph?
But that's not addressing the
Yes,
4
yours is
inches.
different than mine.
That's a whole.
I know, but we're gonna do this one.
It's section 8 tree replacement.
Page 15, section
by the one they
8,
gave you?
paragraph 1.
No, this is the actual ordinance.
We're talking
That's
apples
the
and
edited,
oranges.
that's just the changes. That's the red line.
So it's section 8 tree replacement. Okay.
Correct.
And what number?
It is in the first paragraph. It is the last full sentence.
Oh, okay.
It begins, if any replacement tree. And then it should read, planted pursuant to this section is removed, comma, fails to thrive, comma, or dies within 2 years. It shall be replaced by the property owner.
Okay.
So on and so forth.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think dying and killing are two different things. I
Yeah,
could die.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Fair.
All right.
So it's been moved and seconded.
Yes.
So I'm going to take a vote on the amendment. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa, Councilwoman Williams?
Yes.
Council President Rutherford?
Yes, thank you.
The motion carries on
All
the
right,
amendment.
Councilwoman Scarpa, you had the floor.
Yeah, for a practical matter, though, we're not gonna do the 4 inches. I mean, because I'll give you a practical, for instance, they cut down over a decade ago, the Gregory School driveway was done. They took down all the trees and they put up these sticks. And it's a decade later and they still look like sticks. I mean, you have to put up a decent sized tree. Or it's gonna be hundreds of years before this thing is replenished.
And the school districts don't follow our ordinance anyway, so.
Yeah, so I'm
All I
satisfied
know is I
for the
go
sake
by
of.
those sticks every day and it bothers me. Doesn't get any better.
Well, there's flooding, there's flooding below Gregory as a result.
Take that to the board of ed.
All right, so I think though that particular thing has been addressed. We're gonna stick with that's the only amendment on that, unless you're gonna offer.
I got more.
Yes, please come on.
All right. Page 6, 4A, I want to put back in, or I
Can you give
cannot.
us the section?
Section 4.
We
4A,
may not be able to, we may not have the same exact.
Section 4A on
4A.
page 6.
right, on page 6. We need to put back in, this was very important. No person shall be granted permission to move more than 2 trees within a 24-month period. And we can add something like, if a person desires to add a structure to their property that requires tree removal for more than 2 trees or trees larger than 10 inches DBH or more than 25 years old, they may provide an application to the building department along with the tree removal request form with the forester.
So
no.
this was requested, if Councilman, correct me if I'm wrong. This was requested because it is unclear about the ability. So removing the language around the 2 trees per 24 months then allows people to potentially get around the ordinance. I know every tree removed
Exactly.
has to have a permit. The concern that was raised is if we don't have a 2 viable tree limit for 24 months, people could get around that and remove more,
But if you're putting up an addition and you may have to take down.
which
2
is
trees.
why the language was offered
Yeah.
to say, if you, and I would say it differently. I would
Yeah,
say
can
if you
say it
want to
any way you
remove
want.
your
Yeah,
property
exactly.
with a structure, and this is what one of the either Ms. Malongo or Ms. Rudin, well, somebody said it tonight. No, it was Ms. Malongo. She was here.
Yeah,
Joyce was-
Rita wasn't here.
Yeah. If you want to improve your property with a structure, then you can apply to the forester to remove more than 2 trees.
And so the problem
What about a fence?
that is that we are also in the process of looking at accessory dwelling units. And we're looking at that as an opportunity for people to age in place. And so we have that as a concern. We have an application right now pending, where, again, just doing these type of limitations on people.
Speaking into your microphone?
I'm speaking into my microphone.
You weren't, but we don't have to.
Doing these types of limitations to people on their personal property when they may want to improve and or expand is not reasonable for just 2 years in a 24-month period. I may just do something as simple as expanding my driveway. And we have a tremendous problem in this town with people being able to park. And so now you're telling people that, and again, the limitation isn't as important as being able to make sure we replenish. So if the goal is to replenish and not to be punitive towards people, then what difference does it make if I need to remove more than 2 trees, as long as I'm responsible and obligated to replenish?
The goal is not to
The goal is to be able to not tell people what they can or cannot do on their property that's going to
Well,
be
that,
limited.
Councilwoman, is actually not the goal. The goal is, this is telling people what they can, as many of our ordinances in town do, tell people what they can and cannot do on their property. Your point about being able to improve your property is well taken. We want an ability for residents to be able to improve their property. We just want it to go through a process so that it is not done without the township's approval.
Haphazardly. We don't, yeah.
There is a process, and there is a process now to remove every tree. It is not fair for us to sit here and say, people are gonna get around the process, people are gonna ignore the process. People do that anyway. So that's not the issue. The issue is to make sure we have a replenishment program in place. And we have a replenishment program. You cannot take down any tree without a permit. If you remove a tree, you have to replenish the tree. If the tree is damaged, you have to replace that tree. If the tree is of a specific size, you have to replace it with a certain number of trees. So this is actually accomplishing the goal that we have set forth in the beginning, which is to replenish our tree canopy. Doesn't matter how many trees you take down, as long as you replenish them.
So it is my desire for us to get out of here before midnight tonight.
Can I have a comment?
Yes, and then I'm going to offer an amendment. Councilwoman.
Okay, so again, I'm really disappointed we're here again, because I thought it was important that all of us agree on this because this is a lot on our residents, and it's a lot that we're losing our canopy. It's all about balance. And if we don't have a balance ordinance, we're going to have people going to go out and they're going to do what they want. We just had a resident do that. We found out 2 weeks ago. So, who took down a lot of trees. And it's about we got to look at the cost with the fines, even with make sure they replenish. And you don't want it to get to a point and we got to make sure that we advertise this, because I was getting calls about how much is this going to cost in regards to if I want to make an improvement on my property. So I know you can't poo-poo $400 versus $1,000, because in my house, that's a lot of money. That's a big difference. And for a lot of people it is. And you will get people that could only afford to go
Is
to.
that your house or your lake, your
What-
shore house?
what-
Which house is that a lot of money?
What?
The regular house or the shore house? Which
For
house is that?
both. I mean, so, and you know what? That's really rude. And at the end of the day, you have people could only afford to go to Home Depot. And I'm saying the Home Depot story because my mother had a tree years ago, and she lived in an association where you have to follow very strict rules, but her choice to live in association in a community. And that tree kept dying on her, and she had to keep spending money and to replace it. But that was her choice to live in a strict environment. And Councilman, I'm not giving you a hard time because I want something done. I was sickened going down my street, seeing what happened on Maple Street. First thing I said to the mayor was, here we have a street that's named after a tree and the trees are gone. So we don't have to get snarky about things, but people can't afford things. And I grew up, lived most of my adult life paycheck to paycheck, so I know how hard it is. So again,
Understood.
less recently, but not for many, many years.
I
Did not
understand.
appreciate that.
I apologize,
Yeah.
Councilwoman.
Okay.
I think your point about the resident we learned about, and there's some differences of opinion about what was done properly or not. We learned about that 2 weeks ago. That is actually what this is designed to stop. This is designed to keep someone from moving 30 or 40 or however many trees from their property. And this is with regard to viable trees. This is not a hazardous tree. This is for viable trees. So if we need to add viable in there, that's fine.
Excuse me, quick question. So but I thought it got turned down. I know I supported if it was a hazardous tree and it fell, you still had to replace it. Didn't that get poo-pooed?
No.
You have to replace it, but not according to the tree chart. It's only one. It's a 1-for-1.
Okay, the one, okay.
Yeah,
If you don't want.
if you do a viable tree, it's multiple for one, and it's based on how big the tree is. The question that was raised is, if we don't have the language that limits the number of trees you can cut down, healthy trees you can cut down, Is it possible for someone to argue that they could do it? And if they did, then we then have to go back and forth through the courts to figure out what that, there would be a summons issued, there would be some fine attempted to be levied, and they would have their argument, we'd have to spend our money. Rather than go through that, let's just be clear in the ordinance. Is that?
Mr. Gengaro, is that what would happen if we left the language without it being any limitation?
I see that's a loophole.
I mean, can you explain in the court system, because you are the attorney, how
Well-
that would be a loophole?
You need a tree removal permit to remove a tree, period.
Yeah.
The township forester is the first, what I'll call level of defense with regard to protecting the trees, that is. And I would think that at least the administration has confidence that the township forester wouldn't allow somebody to keep removing trees and removing trees and removing trees. And especially now that they're coming up with the, I forget what the proper word he called it, the map of all the trees in West Orange. So he'll know probably within the year, I believe he said at the last meeting, how many trees we have, where they're located. So when he's getting these tree removal permits, I anticipate, and I don't want to speak for him, but I anticipate that he'll be looking at that to see, okay, Mr. Smeraldo removed 3 trees or 2 trees on his property this past year to put up a pool. And now he wants to add 2 more. This is all hypothetical, by the way. He wants to add 2 more.
He doesn't have trees on his property. What are you talking
Wants
about?
to remove 2 more. Mr. Kid will have the authority to deny that tree removal permit. So I don't see how it would be a loophole by any stretch of the imagination, but because it still requires that everything goes through the town. It still requires you to get a tree.
Well, I mean, we've also seen, just to the councilwoman's point, trees taken down, like 5 or however many were just taken down on Maple Avenue. So here's what I'm gonna offer in a minute.
Same thing.
That's
That's not the same thing. You're talking about a homeowner taking down.
Councilwoman, you're not recognized, Councilwoman. I want to offer an amendment to 4A. Is it 4A? Yeah, 4A. I want it to read as follows. No person shall be granted permission to remove more than 2 trees within a 24-month period. If a person desires to improve their property with a structure, actually take with the structure out.
Yeah, 'cause you got to define.
It could be, right, it could be a driveway or whatever. So if a person desires to improve their property and requires tree removal of more than 2 trees, they may provide an application to the building department along with a tree removal request form with the forester.
Second.
You're not gonna put the larger than the 10 dB?
I think it's for any size,
So,
any size, any age.
Building department.
They're gonna, because that's where you would, if you want to make your driveway bigger, if you want to add an accessory dwelling unit, if you want to put an addition onto your home, you're gonna have to put in an application with the building department. This tree removal form is going to have to accompany that, and the forester is gonna have to approve it. That's the intention. If it's not said properly, let me know.
yeah, I think they missed.
Would that also require, we may have to, if you're changing like driveway and stuff, that may require zoning, not just building.
Yeah, that's.
Whatever application you have to put in, well, wherever you put the application in, if I want to put,
Say something to say, submit applications to the appropriate departments.
okay,
Something to that effect,
more general,
because then
yeah.
this way, if it has to go to building, planning,
Right.
wherever.
wherever it has to go. Thank you very much, sir. So we
Need a little help back end there.
all right, let
Like
me,
the first sentence states, no person shall be granted permission to remove more than 2 trees, period, I assume.
within a 24-month period.
Oh, yeah.
So here's my question.
Let me finish the sentence. If a person desires to improve their property and that requires removal of more than 2 trees, they may provide an application to the appropriate department along with a tree removal request form from the forester. All right, they shall.
They shall.
They shall.
May gives them an option.
Yeah.
They shall. They shall provide an application. Thank you very much, Councilwomen. They shall provide an application to the building department. To the appropriate department. Thank you, sir.
Then you don't need to say from the forester, because if you're gonna say from the forester, what if we change that just from to the appropriate
But
department?
right now, the tree removal form comes from the forester, so.
So I want to be supportive with this, but my problem is we're changing the ordinance without having a pair of eyes from the people that have to.
This would likely be a substantial alteration to the
Yeah.
ordinance.
The first reading.
I'm just saying, I just wanted everybody on the same page. I don't want any confusion like last time.
Yeah.
First reading, then it'll give them an opportunity to.
To weigh in.
Weigh in.
Okay.
It would be
that-
a similar process to last time. If you all voted to amend the ordinance.
1 second.
You all voted to amend the ordinance and made substantial alterations again today. The process would be that I would send you all the red lines again tomorrow. I would ask Madam Clerk to republish the ordinance and we would go through the same process for the next council meeting. Second,
So the next council meeting will be second reading.
if you all voted to approve it as amended today.
Okay,
By the
Yeah.
majority of the council.
Correct.
gotcha.
Good.
Got it. Thank you, sir. Councilwoman Williams. Did you want to say something? Okay,
Can I get a-
so Councilwoman Castellino?
Finish my. So if the directors kick it back that this doesn't work for them, or you need
We will
to,
absolutely consider,
is that going to be a
feedback.
consideration? Okay, then I'll
Absolutely.
support it then.
absolutely.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to draft this and I'm going to send it. I'm gonna have Madam Clerk send it to everybody. Please provide me any comments to the initial version before we publish it and circulate it. Just so that we make sure that I got this language correct here, because a little shaky. I think I got it. So
It'll back to me?
yeah, so what I got is, no person shall be granted permission to remove more than 2 trees within a 24-month period. If a person desires to improve a property by removing more than 2 trees, comma, they shall provide an application to the appropriate department. And then I was gonna add to be reviewed by the township forester as well.
Along with a tree removal request form from the forester.
Along with a tree removal request form from the forester.
Then that's it perfectly.
Got it.
So that was a motion and seconded, right?
Yes.
And also what I'm gonna do is, so everybody's clear, I'm going to accept the red lines that were already done. So the version that you'll get tomorrow will only be redlined with the substantial alterations that were made today.
Got it. Okay.
And it's only advertised by title, not the full ordinance.
Got it.
But anybody who desires a copy, please reach out to Madam Clerk to get a free copy of it once it's all ready
Yeah,
to go.
that's true. Yep. I'm sorry.
Ready for the vote?
We're ready for the vote. All right, Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa, Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President Rutherford.
Yes.
Can I find out what the fees are gonna be? If there are gonna be any added fees in doing this process?
In terms of
So-
added fees for like, to
So I
the
wanna take down
department.
more than 2 trees. Is there an added fee for the application that I'm gonna have to submit?
Okay, understood. I'll look into that for you.
Thank you.
It's the same fee, but okay.
Okay, now the most important is on page 6. This is what Rachel Klein talked about, and I cannot vote for it if this is not in it. We need to revise the language here.
Where?
4.2, page 6, 4.2, where it says all tree removal and replacement permits shall be posted on the trees to be removed and in the property owner's front door, window, all that. So the tree permit is visible to any member of the public not less than 7 business days prior to removal. It has to say all tree removal and replacement permits, including emergency tree removal permits, shall be accessible to the public, subject to the confidentiality provisions of Daniel's law or any other similar law. All permits issued pursuant to this chapter shall be posted on the town website within 7 days by the township forester, including location, number of trees, species size, replacement number, replacement site, tree fund payment, date replacement must be completed, and date completed. And that is to mitigate the flooding. And we've explained this so many times. We have to look at this as geographic areas. And if you cut down trees on the top of the hill, the people at the bottom of the hill get flooded. We have to be able to look at a glance at a plan and see how many trees are.
Deborah Michael, Councilwoman Deborah Michael.
So I do agree with some of what you're saying, Councilwoman Scarpa. I don't think that we should put the entire permit on the website. I mean, if they want to have a section where it says, tree removal and list just the address and the number of trees, I'd be fine with it. But I don't think we should be putting a permit with people's phone numbers and email addresses and,
We could make sure that confidential information.
I disagree with the whole permit.
But we have to say where the trees are coming down and
I'm
what's
fine
in
with
front of
just
what
an
home. So
address
the
and
purpose
number
is
of
you
trees.
need to be able to look at a couple blocks at a glance, especially in areas that are flood areas.
Who is you?
Everyone, the people in
Who-
town, the
but what
forester,
qualifications do they have to justify the information?
people know if they got flooding. There
All
are
right,
areas
so-
in town where people have such flooding in their
Exactly right. Flooding is one of the major issues we have in town, and it's not going to get any better anytime soon, and we don't want it to get worse than it already is. To your point, though, about seeing it at a glance, aren't we putting all of the trees and those that are going to be removed on the website now? Like, isn't that a part of the plan already?
No, we need to stay.
Excuse me. At the last township council meeting, I think it was a 3-2 vote to remove that language from the
Correct.
ordinance.
It was, but what is Mr. Kipp doing with regard to the map?
So he's creating, what my understanding is he's creating an inventory of how many trees are in the township as it stands now. I believe that inventory, I don't want to speak for him, so I'm not exactly sure if that inventory, I'm assuming it's going to be available to the public. It's obviously available to the public under Oprah. I'm assuming that he would just put it on the website because.
Mr. Smeraldo?
That's something different.
I have to object on the behalf of the administration, putting this on the website. We have to take into consider many different laws, including Daniel's law. What if a law enforcement officer is looking to take a tree down on his property? We have to, by law, protect that officer or an officer of the court. And just not to mention the fact that our employees now are going to get tied up with every single tree. We already have our forest. We're looking for staff. I just think it's very burdensome. And I think it's intrusive. We don't put anybody else's permits on we don't put building permits. We don't put fence permits. We don't put anybody else's permits on there. I think it's intrusive. I'm gonna object on behalf of the administration.
That is well noted. Is it possible? All right, so I hear your objection. I hear your objection as well, Councilwoman. That was the reason that it was voted down. But my thought was that the map would address that. The map is not going to address that?
I don't exactly know all the ins and outs of this inventory and the map, so I really don't want to speak for Mr. Kidd. I know when he was here last.
And Council President, just to reiterate, the Daniels law is something that we cannot violate as municipality. We can be held responsible. If that's a law enforcement's property, then we can be held in violation of the law itself. And so now we're gonna have to take people to figure out where that is. We have to protect the people.
Totally understood, Mr. Smeraldo. I think that's what Councilwoman Geber Michael was referencing. And I think Councilwoman Scarpa actually had some language around Daniel's law in there. But I do understand the burdensome aspect as well as, disclosing sensitive information. Councilwoman Castellino.
So, if it's a developer, they already have to notice.
You have to go before the board.
They have to go to developer, but I get the point because we did have some calls with people that live down the hill. Actually, these were shrubs and somebody pulled out all their shrubs and it caused the same effect with water running down. But I guess we're gonna have to trust leave it up to Mr. Kip? Like, so if he has a situation,
Let's not say Mr. Kip, just say
the forester, sorry.
Because he may not always be here.
Exactly.
And I get what you're saying, because I feel bad for people who have been deeply affected by this. But the other problem is this could become problematic.
Well, why don't we amend it if it becomes so much of a problem?
Because it's privacy in
It's
general.
privacy.
Again, I have to,
Yeah,
I have to object because we don't put any
people are doxing people right now. Like you can't like this, it's
privacy is important. It's
privacy. You
important.
gotta trust
It's
privacy.
very important to me. that
Well,
our
what
privacy-
we
we're
have to
doing is
depend on
for
the
50,000 people, not just for us.
I'm not saying privacy is not
Well,
only
especially
important,
that's who we're
but
doing it
it's, I'm
for.
talking about the privacy is important to me for our residents.
Okay.
And if we are going to put tree permits, then why would we not put every other permit on blast that is applied for in this town? That is discretionary, that is being exclusionary for one
I
particular
don't
group.
think we need to put, I think Councilman Gabor Michael
Can I
already,
just finish my comments without you interrupting me, please?
Councilwoman, I didn't even acknowledge you to begin with. So come on, please.
You skipped me.
Councilwoman, it's 11 o'clock. Let's avoid an argument for once,
Well, if you would let me
please.
speak, then we don't have to argue, but you keep cutting me
So
off.
just for the
no
record,
reason.
let me, excuse me, Councilwoman, for the record, the way that I generally run these meetings, I don't step on people and I don't mind the debate back and forth. I actually encourage it, both amongst us as well as the administration. In this particular moment, you're not happy with it, but it is something that happens regularly because I think that's a more efficient way than stopping and starting and calling on every single person and micromanaging the meeting. I understand you're not happy with it. I'm happy to let you speak, but it doesn't have to be an argument because you're not happy about it.
It's not an argument.
Councilwoman, you're recognized.
It's just me making my points. And again, as I was stating, privacy is extremely important. And it is not fair for you to single out a tree permit unless you are going to do the same due diligence with every other application or permit application that is required. Why is tree permits superior than any other permit? The only thing that you have to do with any other permit is post it. I think the same requirement is what we have now landed on with this ordinance. It is cumbersome, it is over intrusive for you to ask people to do something particular and not make it across the board. So if you're gonna change and make tree permits have to go online, then everything should go online. And we don't have the staff to make that happen.
No, we don't.
Councilwoman, did you offer a motion?
Yeah, I offer a motion for it to read just the way I could reread it again. I offer a motion.
All right, you're gonna have to read it so that Mr. Gindaro can.
Is it the language that was?
It's the same language that was in before that we
So
struck
the
out.
language for the record is
Mhm.
the amendment offered by Councilwoman Scarpa, correct me if I'm wrong,
Mhm.
please, is to add language in section 4, paragraph 2 on page 6,
Mhm.
to add a first sentence that says all tree removal and replacement permits, including emergency tree removal permits, shall be accessible to the public, subject to the confidentiality provisions of Daniel's Law and or any other similar law. All permits issued pursuant to this chapter shall be posted to the township's website by the township force.
That is the amendment that's being
It
offered.
said within 7 days, right? Did you have that within 7 days, including the location, the number of trees, species?
Was in there previously.
That wasn't in there previously?
No, what
All
we
right.
just read was in there previously.
It's in the little blurb that says delete.
All right, is it a problem to put in the rest?
You can offer your amendment,
Yeah.
Councilwoman.
All right, so let's put in within 7 days, forester, including location, number of trees, species, size, replacement number, replacement site,
Full amendment.
tree fund payment, date replacement must be completed and date completed.
So that is the amendment.
That's the amendment.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
Huh?
There's no second. Sorry,
The
Councilman.
motion fails.
Okay, let's keep moving.
So, Councilwoman, do you have other amendments you'd like to offer?
Yeah. Let's see, number 7, We need to put back in 7B,
Seven on what page?
page 7B on prohibitions.
Wait a minute.
There's no prohibitions.
What is the,
It's in section 4, tree removal and replacement permits.
Oh.
Section B,
Cut or remove
Prohibitions.
any tree older than 25 years with a DBH of 10 inches or more, with the exception of the building department structure approval and where the tree is in the way.
so basically we're reversing everything that was done at the last meeting. That's what we're being asked to do.
Well, that's what's
tonight.
being proposed.
That's what I'm offering.
All right, so make your motion.
yeah, so just so we're clear, as the ordinance reads now, you can't do that. So you can't remove you're allowed to remove no, actually you could do that. You could remove up to 2 of those per year.
All right, well, I want to put back in with this language.
So you want
Under
want-
B, cut or remove any tree older than 25 years with a DBH of 10 inches or more, with the exception of a building department structure approval and where the tree is in the way.
all right, that is your amendment offered. Yeah, yeah, I'm happy. Well, 10 inches is like probably like that. So it's a substantial tree. And I understand the purpose. I get it. I think, you know, I think we're moving into territory where we may face some unintended consequences. But you're free to offer your motion.
Okay, I'll offer the amendment.
So the motion has been offered. Is there a second? Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
Councilwoman Scarpa offered a motion. It has not yet received a second. Is there a second? There is no second on that one either.
Okay,
Motion
page 8.
fails.
All right, so the next one.
Yeah, back to the buffered area, but page 817, cut down or remove trees in a landscape buffered area.
There is no 17 on page 8.
We took it out.
We
To
took it out.
clarify, it was removed
I wanna
at the
put it
last
back in.
meeting by vote. I don't recall what the vote was, but.
So the reason we removed that last time was because there is no definition of a buffered area.
I don't know.
Buffered areas are screening areas.
I mean, we could offer a definition if that's what you want to do, but there is no definition in this ordinance for a buffered area.
What is a landscape buffered area?
So if I take,
Council, if you could,
well, I have a question. I have a buffered area that maybe I wanted to take and change it. Landscaped area. So a
Okay.
landscaped area. And maybe I want to cut the tree down. And now they're saying that I can't. But maybe I want to cut that tree down because I want to expand my driveway.
Well, that's handled under a different section. If you want to expand your driveway, there's a process for that.
But it's the landscape buffered area that I want.
Well, I don't know what a buffered area is. I don't.
Well, let's play right there. I'm good. We don't know what.
Like you may have crepe myrtles as a buffered.
Yeah.
You may have crepe myrtles.
Well, your
It's like a
definition
screening
may be
area.
different than mine, and there is none in here.
But I'm saying you may want to swap out a crepe myrtle and put with those.
What's a crepe myrtle?
It's like it's a real pretty tree, but it's ornamental.
It's ornamental.
And you may want to put like the tall bushes, or I forget what they're called, arborvitae. or-
I'm good. I don't
You
know.
should
We
be able
don't,
to-
unless we're gonna go back to definitions and add a definition in,
All
I'm
right.
probably not gonna support it.
All right, we'll move forward then. Forget that one.
All right, so
Are
Just
you
go to 9.
rescinding? Is that
she didn't
rescinded?
actually offer
I
that.
didn't offer it yet. So let's go to page 9. I want to, please, let's delete tree canopy and replace with trees.
So the
That's important.
forester, and so this is in section,
Trees will
Uh,
replenish, the canopy will not.
A development application.
Yeah, this is important.
it's on page 9, section 4E1.
right.
Yeah,
So the forester wanted us to use canopy instead of trees because a particular tree, one tree could have a disproportionate amount of the canopy.
But trees will replenish, canopies could be
I'm
cut.
not confused.
So we're now not gonna listen to the professionals and we're gonna listen to, I mean, this is a specific request by our hired professional to make this change. As he went through changes and requests, as we went through changes and requests, we just suggested that we yield to our professionals.
Well, I mean, when we did the traffic thing a moment ago, we were willing to not listen to it. I mean, I'm glad you were.
I was, but not all of us.
Right. So you can't like make that argument.
Not listening to her, what I asked was that we postpone
Okay.
the cost and cluster it with other.
All right. Councilman Castellino?
So being that we've been focused on this every time I go anywhere out of town or anywhere in New Jersey, even Pennsylvania, I'm looking at parking lots now and how much tree coverage there is in regards. Well, it's, it's,
I get it.
you get it? You
Yeah, I
know?
do.
I
It's-
mean,
Right. You look
my
at towns
husband thinks I'm
differently.
crazy,
Right. I get
but
it. My wife
we're
too.
talking about 50%. I had trouble with this at the past 2 weeks. I'm looking at a lot of places. They're not even close to 50% of canopy coverage would be the shaded area on a parking lot because they want parking there. So I was nervous to even approve this as it is, and we went with the, what was it, over 25 years?
Just
or-
for clarification,
Yeah.
Councilwoman, it is not 50% of the lot coverage.
No, of the tree
It says
canopy.
preserve of the tree canopy that's there, preserve 50%.
That's there already. Okay. Okay, because I got confused to what he was saying. So I've been looking and there's not, many trees in a lot of parking lots, which,
They don't have surviving.
well, that and I think, they want more parking. So,
So do we have?
Hold on one second.
I just want to be clear. I think what Councilwoman Castellino is talking about is section E.
yes,
Eight.
right?
Yeah.
Didn't you say
Well,
number
so
9?
E8 is in regard specifically to parking lots.
Yeah, that's page 9. Didn't she say
Right,
page
but no,
9?
yeah, that's
That's what I
page
was
10
Oh,
on it.
sorry. Okay.
She's talking about E1.
Oh,
I
okay,
had that,
okay.
and then when you
Right.
started talking about parking lots, I got a little confused because that's
Okay.
E8.
Sorry, I was ahead of you guys.
So do we have support for E1?
In connection.
I'm fine with E1.
Is there a motion? I didn't hear a motion to change. Oh, she wants to take off.
Well-
And, yeah, put trees.
Is
Let me
there
just-
support for that? Because if not, can we go?
Do you want to, what are you trying to do?
To delete the word canopy and replace with trees.
50% of the trees?
Yeah.
So I think, so in that one, I'm more concerned about the coverage that's there than the
Yeah.
actual number of trees.
I'm more concerned about the trees because the trees will replenish. The
I
canopy,
get it.
canopy won't.
I'm,
So I'd like to make the motion if there's a second. If not, we'll just move on.
And what was the motion for? I'm sorry.
To replace canopy with trees.
All right, so, yeah, I'm sorry, Councilman. I'm good with everything that we have. It took a lot for me to get to where we got. And like I said, at the beginning of the meeting, not all of us were happy with everything at that evening. So my apologies. So now I'm sorry.
so are you
can't support it.
offering a motion, Councilman
Yeah.
Scarpa?
Mhm.
All right, the motion is to replace canopy with
Trees.
trees,
Mhm.
replace tree canopy with trees.
Right.
That is the motion. Is there a second? There is no second for that one.
Motion fails.
So what's the next one?
Okay, the last one is 14. Oh, did you have something you wanted to say, Councilwoman? Page 14-7, the appeal or denial of the tree removal and replacement. Now that's the one we said,
Page, I'm sorry. I didn't-
page 14,
Okay.
number 7, appeal of denial of tree removal and replacement. This is the one we were talking about. It should be the zoning board versus the planning board.
Right.
Do we change that? or-
I think we should wait until we're 100% sure.
Yeah,
No.
Yeah, I'm not sure. So you'll,
Well, what I'll do in the meantime, because we have to make substantial alterations to the ordinance anyway, I don't think that. So we're gonna have to republish this for second reading, assuming that it passes on first reading tonight with these 2 as of now amendments. In the case that it goes back on for second reading in 2 weeks, if that's the next council meeting, I'll have an answer for who can hear the appeals. That change will not be substantive because it's just changing the body of it. It's more procedural than anything.
Well, we know it's not the planning board.
We know it's not the plan.
So if you want to put it as zoning board for now, as a place marker, and then if it does need to be changed, we can change it then.
That would be up to you.
Yeah.
Why don't we just wait till we know what?
By council.
Well, and I
Well, we
want to
know
make another,
this one is wrong. That's why, like, we know it's not planning.
and I wanted to
Called out
delete
the
something.
record earlier today and questioned that, which is why it became an issue. But my other concern with this one is with the appeal process. It doesn't have the time that's necessary, the 45 days to get even to whatever board it's gonna go to. The 45 days with the appeal process, the times don't line up. That was things that the forester talked about when we needed to change the notification period. But if there is an appeal, this 45 days, the tree could either be removed if he granted it, it could be gone by this time. So we need him to, and the department to really look back at this timeline.
Yes, Councilman.
So I hear you with that and everything that we're discussing. I just want to remind everyone, especially administration, Mr. Smeraldo, that if we don't finalize this before those tax bills for the third quarter taxes get mailed out with the letter from the mayor, you know, with all these changes, so folks know that we changed this, we don't have a shot of the public really knowing about this. And, you know, people, and it'll be all for naught because
Right.
people won't even know that exists.
And they go out in August?
No, the
When-
third quarter tax bills due August 1st, so they should be getting ready to prepare that now, but soon, within the month.
Okay. So Mr. Chingaro, I know that it doesn't go before the planning board. This was an issue. I don't know that it goes before the zoning board. I think it's at least a question since we've removed it from land use. But if I think we do need a placeholder, and I think the public is gonna have to see something. We know this is wrong. Planning board is not the right place. So I want to offer an amendment to change planning board in this section to zoning board.
Second.
And
Change
this
it
is
to appropriate board until.
Sure. All right, I'll accept it. So change it to appropriate board and you'll let us know exactly.
And I second that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
All right, so that was offered and seconded.
Okay, and I had one more. Is
Let's
there a-
vote on this one first.
Take a vote.
Hold on, sorry.
That's section 7.
Appeal or denial,
Right,
14.
right.
Yeah.
appeal of denial of tree
The
removal.
amendment is changing planning board to the appropriate board throughout that section.
Yeah.
Correct.
Just make sure that timeline is,
Within the appropriate timeline.
no, you need to
We'll
check with the
discuss
board.
with.
Yeah, so you
we'll
gotta get,
discuss with
Councilwoman.
the Administration regarding the timeline to file the appeal, whether or not that makes sense as well.
Thank you.
Okay, so on this amendment, Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams. Yes. Council President Rutherford.
yes.
And this
Motion
still
carries.
remains non-substantive for this particular change.
Yeah, but because we already made substantial alterations to it, we'll have to go through the process.
Yeah, we'll do the same process we did
Okay.
last
So
time.
this would be considered first reading and the next time. we go on
Correct.
would be second.
Assuming that it was passed.
Yes.
Yes.
One last thing, is there any appetite to delete only those who own surrounding lots?
Where are
Who
you?
are in the same place, page 14-7, appeal or denial of the tree removal and replacement? Only those who own the surrounding lots who were required to be sent the neighbor notification form shall have the right to appeal the decision of the township forester to grant a tree removal permit, just because a lot of other neighbors are going to be affected by this flooding and they should have the opportunity to weigh in.
So Councilwoman, I think the solution to that honors the privacy concerns that we have is on this map that the forester is going to post on the website to have not just the inventory, but to update it with the trees that are going to be taken
Location.
down.
the location.
Yeah, so that you can go
If he's
and
got a specific location and
Right.
it's shared on the website.
share it on the website. Yeah. It doesn't have a name or a permit or any other
I'll just do
identifying
the
information,
locations. That's what's
just the
important.
tree. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I think that would accomplish what you're trying to accomplish.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay. So is that it? Do we have any more?
I just asked that this is an amendment, this is a more of a administration request. We don't have anything in here, but to your point, just for a report, once we get the actual map of West Orange tree coverage, we should get a quarterly report, and that was gonna be my solution to not putting everybody's personal information on the website, but a quarterly report of the trees that have been removed and the locations, the numbers, but a quarterly report, not a weekly update with the address and the person and all that information.
So what is the information you want in the quarterly report, just so we're clear?
Replacement and removal.
Just, and by that you mean what? Like the address of the tree that is being
No,
replaced?
no, number of trees.
The number of
Number of
trees
trees.
replaced and removed?
Privacy, I think, should be maintained, but I think on a quarterly basis, we should know what has been removed and replaced, because then we can also start to see where our improvement.
Do we need to put that in this
I don't,
ordinance?
this is an administration request. I just wanted to make sure we get it on the record.
Okay, so that's a request of the forester, the administration to have the forester provide that to the council.
Correct.
Okay, Councilwoman.
I just wanted to make a motion so we can vote on. the
Yes.
First reading. And
Second,
move on, it's 11:20.
and seconded.
Okay. Councilwoman Castellino, this is to approve on first reading with all amendments.
Okay, is it gonna affect the vote?
No, it's not gonna affect the vote, but I have a question for the administration when we're done voting.
Okay, Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams.
Yes.
Council President Rutherford.
Yes.
Motion carried.
We did.
Okay.
Your
So
question,
let me
Council.
let me not blow things up here, but
Oh.
in regards to the tree companies. So, and this is for Mr. Smeraldo for administration. So how is this going to affect, because this came up in a conversation I had with one of our directors. So what happens if they pay for the year, their tree permit, and then now we pass this and now this prevents this company from not being able to cut down trees? Like, when would this go in effect?
If they already have a permit,
Huh?
if they already have a permit,
No, so from what I understand, the companies pay a registration fee with us at the beginning of the year to be registered as a tree company.
Correct.
And now if tree companies don't have clientele or their clients can't do a project because of the new ordinance, like, when would this be going into effect and when will you be notifying them?
I don't think any tree company that has a permit, it's like anybody, like a tow truck operator. If you don't pick up a car in this town, we can't help that they didn't pick it up. You know, we're not gonna govern the tree company. So I mean,
No. I'm just saying they already paid for us for the year.
okay,
Okay, and if they,
and they're gonna get turned down for every single permit?
no, I don't know. I mean,
well,
are you gonna
that's a-
refund them or,
No.
okay, I'm just asking. That's something that came up in a conversation.
Yeah,
So-
no.
Yeah,
I think if
I wouldn't
somebody
think
pays,
so,
yeah,
yeah.
if somebody pays and they don't get, I'm
Is it a
sorry, but you know,
substantial amount to register? What was the registration?
I
fee?
don't, I think,
All right,
I
let's.
think
Okay.
I don't think it's that much
Yeah.
money. I can find out.
Okay.
Yeah, but,
All right.
no.
Someone
Council
asked me,
President.
so I'm asking you.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, but I just, it was like anything else. If once they register, it's,
Business risk.
right.
Yeah.
Somebody
Council
asked me, so I
President.
Yes,
asked.
ma'am.
I just realized that I never called for a motion to, well, I guess it would be introduced on first reading tonight.
Now that there are substantial alterations, this would be a motion to hear the amended ordinance with the 3 proposed amendments.
On first reading.
So moved.
First reading.
Second.
just for the public, because we've had a lot of discourse Would you please repeat the amendments?
Yes. So. We'll try to go in order here. Section 4A on page 6. First sentence will now read, or first two sentences rather, will now read, no person shall be granted permission to remove more than 2 trees within a 24-month period. If a person desires to improve a property by removing more than 2 trees, they shall provide an application to the appropriate department along with a tree removal permit application. Second change, sorry, I'm just jotting down the word application. Second is section 7 on page 14. There will be a non-substantial change from planning board as a global in that section to the appropriate board, which will, before second reading, have determined, presumably. And then on page 15, the non-substantial procedural change that was made is to section 8, tree replacement. First paragraph, last sentence, it will now read, if any replacement tree planted pursuant to this section is removed, fails to thrive or dies within 2 years, it shall be replaced by the property owner within 6 months and shall be viable for an additional 2 years.
Thank you.
Probably motion and seconded to introduce that on first reading,
Thank you.
that ordinance as amended.
Yes.
Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams?
Yes.
Council President Rutherford?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
2851.
2851. An ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 7, Traffic, subsection 7-32.2, restricted parking zones of the revised general ordinances of West Orange.
Second.
Thank you very much. Okay, Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams?
Yes.
Council President Rutherford?
Yes.
Okay, public hearing?
On first reading? Oh, no,
This is
second
on
reading, yes.
second, yes.
We are now opening public comment for ordinance 2851 for those in person only. Seeing none, public comment is now closed.
I move for the adoption on
Second.
second and final reading.
I second it.
Thank you. Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber
Yes.
Michael? Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa? Councilwoman Williams?
Yes.
Council President Rutherford?
Yes.
The motion carries. Okay. Ordinances on first reading, 2852-24, an ordinance amending Chapter 5, Section 34.2, 34.4, 34.5, and Chapter 25.
So moved.
Wait a minute, let me.
Yeah, I do have one minor
Section
change.
24.2 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, licensed cannabis entities.
Before we introduce it, I'd like to offer a minor amendment. If you are looking at the ordinance, the red line version on page 2 at the top. This is section 5-34.4B. It reads, the number of licensed cannabis entities holding a local license shall be limited to 4 local licenses for cannabis retailers and 3 total local licenses for cannabis cultivators or manufacturers. This cap of 4 licensed cannabis retailers with local licenses may be increased to allow pre-approved entities to move forward. In our language and in the actual business practice, cultivators are often manufacturers also. And what we did earlier today by opening lifting the moratorium for cultivators and manufacturers, I think we should change that or to and, it could be seen as, so if someone is a cultivator now and we ultimately end up allowing two other cultivators, none of them would also be able to do manufacturing. And those two things typically go hand in hand. So I would like us to consider that.
I second that. That makes sense. Thank you, Council President.
Don't we need to introduce it on a first reading and then make the amendments?
Do we need to do it that way, Madam Clerk?
Well, we didn't do the cannabis one that way.
What do you mean?
We
This
didn't,
cannabis.
I'm sorry, the tree.
No, the tree, we adopted, we.
Did it and then introduced.
And we amended it. We,
Then had to go back out.
and then we went back
Then you adopted it.
and
again on
adopted it
first
again
reading,
on first
And then
reading.
you put it back out for second.
Right.
Can we just make that one change? It's not a substantive change. It's just one word. Have any objection to us doing it this way, Mr. Gengaro?
I do not, but can you just clarify the exact,
So in section,
it's on page 2.
on page
top of the
2,
page.
top of the page, just change that one word "or" between cannabis cultivators or manufacturers. It should read cannabis cultivators
I see.
and manufacturers.
Well, how are we seconding something that hasn't been adopted for first reading?
Yeah.
Well,
Can we just,
well, why don't we make the motion to adopt it
All
on
right, so
first
that-
reading and then make the change? Was it
I
second?
believe that that's the proper procedure.
I think that's the
So we're
proper.
gonna-
I
That's
believe
just
that
your-
motion. I think you seconded.
Hold on a minute.
Seconded.
No.
Let's,
all right, so I offer a motion to introduce
I
whatever
second.
this one is on first reading.
okay, this is 2852 and Councilwoman Geber Michael did second.
And then we go around and vote to bring it
Yes,
on first
Councilwoman
adoption.
Castellino to introduce on first reading.
I'm okay with that amendment, but.
No,
Just
just to introduce on first reading.
I can't support this, guys. I'm sorry.
So you're not,
Yeah.
okay, so it's a big no. Okay, Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
No.
Councilwoman Williams.
Yes.
Council President Rutherford.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries.
Want to offer an amendment to 2852. Change that one word "or" to "and" that we just
Second.
discussed on page 2.
Okay, okay. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yeah.
Councilwoman Geber
Yes.
Michael, Councilwoman Scarpa. You said no?
No.
Thank you. Councilwoman Williams.
Yes.
Council President Rutherford.
Yes.
Okay. The motion carries.
Any other amendments being offered on 2852?
Okay. 2853, an ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 7 Traffic subsection 7-20, stop intersections of the revised general ordinances of West Orange, various streets. Is there a motion?
So.
I moved.
Thank you.
Yeah, and second.
I have some questions on this.
Yeah. Hold on.
Yeah, but you can take the vote.
Oh, you want me to take? the
Yeah, and
vote?
then I'll do the question.
Okay, I'm getting confused here. Hold on.
I know, me
Just,
too.
just give me
Late.
1 second,
Take your
please.
time.
I'm getting a little.
These are all.
Yeah. No, this is bad.
That's one, yeah.
Okay. Councilwoman Castellino
Yes.
to introduce, Councilwoman Geber Michael,
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa, Councilwoman Williams.
Yes.
Council President Rutherford. The
Yes.
motion carries.
So, is, Director Caraballo still on? Can you add her, please?
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Director. Thank you for sticking around so long. We do have some questions on 2853. I'm happy to allow my colleague to go first. Councilwoman Castellino, unless you want me to go first, which I'm happy to do, if you're not ready.
Mine, were you on Stanford and Crestwood? Because I had spoken with the director.
I've got some on all of them essentially.
Okay, because that was the only one going up the hill that I had an issue with, but go ahead.
All right, so a couple of things, and I want to first thank you, Director, for spending so much time with me going through this particular ordinance. My concern is we are adding stop signs similar to what we talked about earlier with regard to Kelly and Haggerty and Kelly and Vizcaya. We are adding stop signs that are not likely to adequately address the issue. So first, I want to know if the recommended sidewalks in this or if in this, in the recommended, the sidewalks that were recommended by the consultants, are they planned? Or can they be planned later on?
I will have to add them basically to my future budgets, probably the 2026 budget. Since currently we don't have anything.
So I would encourage you to do that. For the benefit of the public, these changes, first off, this study, and then the recommended changes came about because of resident complaints and issues and concerns around traffic flow through these various neighborhoods, some of which affects kids playing in the street, some of which affects people walking dogs. And some of these recommendations included sidewalks, but they're not included in the work that's going to be done. So I would like the sidewalks to be included. The other question I have is, and that's also for you, Mr. Smeraldo, please take that back to the mayor. If we don't do the sidewalks and people, you know, the stop signs are on the minor streets are the streets that, where the residents were that, created the complaints. So they'll stop at the end of the street, but in the middle of the street, which is where the issue is, there's nothing to affect them, to affect the behavior that they're currently seeing. So we'd like to see the sidewalk so people can walk their dogs and play, ride their bikes on the sidewalk. Second thing, similar to Haggerty, the conversation we had earlier, and I know we have limited resources, so the chief will have to kind of figure this out, but I would encourage additional traffic enforcement.
I already sent an email.
Good, for all of these two?
Not for these ones, no, I sent it for,
Haggerty and those, right?
yeah, that was already sent.
Once the stop signs are up, let's do some targeted enforcement. Obviously, I wouldn't want residents to be ticketed on the first offense. If that's possible, issue them a warning. But to have a presence there so that the behavior that, you know, created the need for this study and now these changes, that behavior is also addressed. The second thing is, does this help? Third thing is, does this help us get closer to meeting Vision Zero? Either you or the director.
I would defer to the director on that one.
Director, can you address that for us?
Most of the Vision Zero plans, recommendations and areas that need to be targeted deal with county roads where a lot of the incidents have taken place.
So this does not help us get closer to, you know, our being compliant with Vision Zero.
Because Vision Zero is mostly targeting streets in which we have had already, like, you know, accidents, and are mostly located on county roads. There are some local roads.
Got you.
But this is not something that I will say is like, you know, specifically in Vision Zero.
Okay, and you know, I think there were only like 3 crashes in here, so those don't count either, I guess, or they're not just, it has to be a higher number of traffic crashes in order to help us with Vision Zero, is that right?
It has to do mostly with pedestrian crashes
Okay.
for the Vision Zero.
All right, just from a cleanup standpoint, some of these, the naming of the streets is inaccurate. So like on page where it talks about Abington Road and Deerfield Drive, the first section, and this is true for almost every one of the first mentioned of the streets. So Abington Road, it says, is a street between Deerfield Drive and Deerfield Drive. It's between
Seaman.
Seaman and Deerfield. And then you've got a similar pattern with each of them. The first time it's mentioned, it mentions this, it captures the street inaccurately. So I would just clean that up.
I
Let
had
me-
sent the consultant some revisions. Maybe I attached the wrong report or maybe it got missed, but I will contact the consultant again.
And just for clarity, are the site distance improvements that are recommended, are we doing those too? Where it's recommended that we,
A lot of the site distance improvements, like some of them cannot be done. For example, if you look at Crestwood and Stanford, there's nothing I can do about site distance. When you come up that hill, there's nothing I can do to be able to see the car that is turning down Stanford, nor can I see the car that is gonna be going straight across towards Crestwood. There's something in there that that's something that is existing. It's a hump on the road, and it's nothing really you can do about that, which is the
Got it.
reason why the stop sign would actually help. Now, in some of the other areas, they're recommending to keep site distance, and some of them I will probably have to send a letter to one of the property owners on one of the intersections. I can remember exactly which one it was. I think it was one in Bellevue, where you actually do see that is definitely an issue with site distance. All of the other ones, it's just a matter of trimming the trees and making sure that, we do our maintenance.
so with regard to trimming, I just want to make sure that we're not taking those trees down, that we indeed do just trim them. And I think everything else was addressed in our conversations earlier. Yeah, I think we're doing some striping for crosswalks as well, as the stop signs. I've encouraged the administration to consider targeted patrols for enforcement. And I think that's it for me, Councilman Castellino.
I want to thank the director. I spent some time with her on the phone the other day, but still Stanford Avenue, Crestwood, I didn't get a chance to drive by there, so haven't been on it in a while, and I wanted to get over there yesterday, and I didn't get a chance. That being said, it's on first reading. I'm gonna trust obviously your judgment. But the comment from one of our residents was it's a steep hill, and driving to the top, then you'd have to stop short in the winter, will they be able to get up the hill? And that was a major concern on Walker Road when a stop sign was put there.
That's exactly.
And so my question, have we had any issues that anybody is aware of? I didn't think to ask you this yesterday, so I apologize, Director. But I, just curious, because that's very steep as well. And have there been any issues? I know Chief isn't here to
answer that
question. So that's not a question I like to have answered by the time we have this on second reading.
I have not heard of any
I have some questions as well.
concerns regarding the steepness of the hill and being able to stop during the winter months.
Yeah.
I mean, regardless, and you're driving up that hill, you still have to come to a stop. But as of right now, nobody's gonna stop. Actually, every vehicle coming down a Stanford towards Pleasant Valley Way or coming from Pleasant Valley Way to the intersection right now has the right of way, with the exception of Crestwood residents who do have a stop sign on their side.
So the only crash that was recorded there was recorded in the wintertime. So I don't know, but I do think that's a good question.
Yeah.
All right, so I guess, Mr. Smeraldo, you can get that answer for Councilman Castellino.
In the meantime, I'm gonna go drive by there.
Councilman Williams.
Thank you.
I had some questions, Director Carvalho,
Sure, go
as
ahead.
it related to the study, the traffic study that was done. So when we put in the various speed, table bumps as well as the stop signs on Walker Road, do you recall whether or not that was done with an independent traffic study?
So what we did for Walker Road, when we did the paving last year or the year before, I can't recall exactly. I think it was on 2022. I think towards the end of 2022, we paved Walker Road. So a lot of the residents, or I would say commuters of this road, they started sending emails that they didn't want any of the speed humps put back in. At that time, we decided to actually have the police department put down a stat trackers in order to monitor the number of vehicles as well as the speed of each one of them. When the data was collected, it was showing that indeed they were speeding, and also that the number of vehicles on that road was exceeding a threshold or a number. I can't recall exactly what it is, but I believe it's 3,000 vehicles per day, which actually requires us by law to go ask for permission from the commissioner of NJDOT. At that time, then early last year, I sent a letter to the commissioner of NJDOT as well as the plans showing this location of the speed bumps and also the data from the police department. And that's when we got authorization. After, I will say, probably a month or two, we received a letter from NJDOT authorizing the township, the municipality, to install the speed humps.
So the reason why I asked the question was because after we put the stop sign in the middle of Walker Road as you're going up the hill, we got a tremendous amount of residents' complaints about the location. You're coming down the hill, it's making you stop mid-hill, and then as you're going up the hill, it's not a necessary stop as well. So the reason why I'm asking is because in some of these cases I am familiar, but all of them I am not. Because it is first reading, I am, happy to accept it. But I did want to encourage my colleagues to actually drive through, so that we can make sure that some of these are real legitimate concerns. Just hearing that we've had, some traffic studies that have been initiated by a complaint or a single complaint. Again, looking at all of the data, there's not a tremendous amount of accidents. I really understand that we want to be cautious, but I also understand that we want to keep the flow of traffic moving. And, sometimes you get an incident with a driver who may not necessarily be local. It may have been a unique experience, and then a resident becomes panicked or over concerned. So I'm not negating that incidents do happen. I just want to make sure our response is consistent with whatever the long-term implementation is that we decide. And I think sometimes in trying to accommodate our residents, we may go overboard and not understand the long-term impact that it has on everybody.
Do we have crash data?
Yeah,
It's in there. There are only 3 crashes out of all of those streets. But and to your point, I hear you, and I shared the same concern when I spoke with the director. Part of her professional experience, and I'll let you tell us. Do you think we should have stop traffic control mechanisms on these streets anyway, even if there wasn't a resident complaint?
I do believe so, yes. And like I said to you earlier today, there are many streets in town that should have a stop signs. They're called regulatory and warning signs. And the purpose of them is that a vehicle or any motorist that is driving within a neighborhood knows when to stop and when to go, and when does they have the right just to go or not. But if we don't have any stop signs on some of these intersections, whether they have a high volume of vehicles or not, everybody's going to think that they have every right for a passage. So when one person might think that the incoming traffic or motorists from the minor road gets into the major road, might not stop because there's no stop sign to tell them to do so. We also need to understand, like, for example, the neighborhood of Seaman Road, Deerfield, Abington, Stanley, and Brymore. In that area, I received a concern of complaint from one of the residents who came into the office. There was also, I received also emails from another resident regarding issues that, their kids cannot play in the street, that somebody was speeding on Seaman Road. And also they were asking for speed humps. We conducted a speed hump survey within the neighborhood
They didn't want it.
for those streets that actually qualify to have a speed humps installed based on the slope or of the streets. When we sent out the surveys and we got a lot of responses back, a lot of the residents said to install stop signs because it will be a lot cheaper than installing the speed humps.
Thank you, Director. I'm comfortable with your level of expertise. I just want us to, as a body, as a board, as a municipality, I just want us to be mindful to the responses that we give to resident complaints. I just want them to be a substantial amount of, and again, it's not saying I want someone to get hurt by any stretch of the imagination. It's just that we can't simply respond to 1 or 2 or 3 complaints when we have 50,000 people in our neighborhood and 12 miles of streets.
I understand, and that's why every time I do get a report of concern or any resident that sends me an email or anyone, I do myself drive the streets, and I do see to myself, and I even say to myself, like, there should be a stop sign here.
So thank you, Director. To the councilwoman's point and to reiterate, Mr. Smeraldo, once these stop signs are up, should they go up, should this actually pass and it be implemented, we're going to still need to do some targeted enforcement to change the behavior.
I'm sending an email now. Do it anyway.
Your best. Did we vote on? We already
I
voted?
make a motion to adopt.
Did we do it already?
We did that
Introduce.
already.
Introduce.
I
Oh,
think
yeah, I did that. Various streets. I thought we were all the next one. I got all excited.
We are 2854. Let's
are.
move it.
Okay, 2854, an ordinance amending chapter 18, section 1.9 of the revised general ordinances of West Orange, local enforcement of the Uniform Fire Code permit
So
fees.
moved.
Second.
Thank you.
Introduction on first
Yeah, we're
reading.
introducing
On first
on
reading,
first
yeah,
reading.
to introduce.
We don't have to say that anymore?
Well,
Okay.
yes, okay, that a motion was offered to introduce and it was properly seconded. So Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Geber Michael, Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa, Councilwoman Williams.
Yes.
Council President Rutherford.
Yes.
The motion carries. Any questions or can we move forward?
Forward 2855, Madam Clerk.
2855-24, an ordinance amending chapter 18, section 2.1 of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange, establishing a fire lane at Bernard M. Degnan Park
Offer a
penalty.
motion to introduce.
So moved. Second.
I have a question.
Thank you.
Is it-
Yeah,
After the vote?
yeah, after the vote, I
Okay.
think.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Councilwoman
Yes.
Geber Michael? Councilwoman
Yes.
Scarpa? Councilwoman Williams?
Yes.
Council President Rutherford.
Yes, Councilwoman Castellino, you have a question?
Thank you, Council President. So my question is, I'm all for fire lane, very important. But where exactly, we didn't get Schedule A, so where exactly is that going, that fire lane? I'm just worried about the parking by Degnan Park.
So
Like,
that was already, the fire lane had already been established by this ordinance. All this ordinance does is change the fees for, or not the
Violation.
fees, the amount of the penalty if you park in a fire lane.
oh,
Be
okay.
prescribed by resolution. And what it also does is the ordinance as it was written previously didn't deal with all fire lane violations. So Chief Vecchio pointed that out to me. So we added essentially
Okay.
that this applies to all.
So it's been there, we know if it,
Yeah, it's been, that,
Yeah,
that's
it's
been
been
one
there.
of, that fire lane has always been an issue because especially going around the.
yeah.
Well,
you-
curve where it's just, people block it.
Yeah.
You have to-
So where is it at? Is it,
It's the whole place, but.
The circle.
It's basically from the tennis courts all
okay.
the way to. the-
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm
Okay,
thinking-
so, okay, so it's not up by the park where
Yeah,
the,
and a fire lane by code, I believe now is 20 foot wide, so if you put a sign on one side of the street, it covers the whole side of the street unless it's over 20 feet.
okay, all right,
The
cool.
purpose and the purpose behind it is for the ladder, so that they can get their.
Yeah, no, good
It's
reason.
an operational reason.
I'm
I got a
good.
lot of useless information.
How do you know so much? I don't know.
I thought it was a.
Megan, you are the wizard tonight.
Okay.
2856.
A bond ordinance providing for the capital acquisition of refuse carts by and in the township of West Orange, appropriating $2 million therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $1.9 million bonds or notes of the township to finance part of the cost thereof.
I'm gonna move to table.
Well,
Second.
If I can just, tell you the justification why we put it on.
yeah.
We know that you may not award the garbage contract. The thought behind this was that even if you put it on first reading, it's ready for any time you want to use in the future. So whether you want to do it now or the next one, I'm just telling you what the theory behind it is.
We
that's
know.
all.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank
All
you.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, so a motion to
Yeah.
table.
We did it all the time.
Councilwoman Castellino?
Yes.
Was it seconded?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Councilwoman Geber Michael?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams?
Of course, yes.
Council President
My
Rutherford?
motion.
Yes.
The motion carries.
So pending matters, new matters, council discussion. I have, do we need to do anything with the CCR?
Well, we
update?
never got the resume, so,
And I have one resume that I'm waiting on.
I have one
Yeah.
too that I'm waiting on. I don't know what I'm
all
waiting.
right, I'll just keep putting it on the agenda.
Okay, that's fine.
We'll just keep-
All right, before we go, I do have one issue. Mr. Gengaro, I'm reading from our township code. I'm not exactly sure. I think it's, it might be 3-5 agenda.
Okay, 1 second.
It says an agenda for each regular meeting of the township council shall be prepared by the clerk under the supervision of the president of the council. All ordinances, resolutions, and any supporting written material for consideration at the next council meeting shall be delivered to and received at the clerk's office by 3:00 p.m. on the Wednesday next preceding the meeting, earlier if possible, and if later, shall require permission of the council president before placement on the agenda. The agenda heading shall be written in plain English, and each resolution and ordinance, unless clearly self-explanatory, shall include a brief description of its purpose, also written in plain English by the department submitting it, and it goes on a little further than that. My question, because what we've been operating under is the mayor puts on the agenda what the mayor wants, and we don't have the ability to affect that. And the way I read this, and please clarify for me, doesn't seem that that's the case. It seems like the mayor would have to ask the president of the council. So help me understand why that's not the case.
It states that all ordinances, resolutions, and supporting written material for consideration shall be delivered to the clerk's office by 3 p.m. and if later shall require permission from the council president to be before placement on the agenda.
Right.
So it goes to say that if it essentially in layman's terms, that if for whatever reason we put on something, the administration tries to put on something after 3:00.
Or anyone for that matter.
Or anybody for that matter, I should
Right.
say.
But
After 3:00, then we would need the permission of yourself.
the preceding sentence says, well, just starting at the beginning, an agenda for each regular meeting of the township council shall be prepared by the clerk under the supervision of the president of the council. It doesn't say anything about the mayor.
That's right.
And I've read it that way too. I've questioned that. Because I read it that way a year ago, and I think your interpretation appears to be the right.
But that doesn't have to do with.
So how would anything be placed on the agenda that comes from the administration?
Right, that's why there's a separate ordinance for how items get placed on the agenda.
Right.
But that-
There's a separate, aside from this section?
Yeah, there's a separate section of the code. I've cited it I've cited it previously often. Hold on, let me find it.
All right, because the way I read that, the mayor would present those things and then the clerk and I would get together and decide what would go on and would not go on. Or whoever the president is.
No, that's never happened.
It doesn't mean that that's the right way.
We're just asking for clarification
Well,
because that's the way
yeah.
it reads if you read it.
It does read.
And I've read it that way too and interpreted it the same way you do. A year ago, I read a couple of different. things.
But if you read it that way, if it's read that way, then the mayor would never be able to put on an ordinance on the agenda. That,
No, she would, or whoever the mayor is, they would submit it to the clerk, and between the clerk and I, we agree on what we would add
I think that's.
to the agenda.
I didn't know.
I
didn't make that
Found the
decision.
government.
It would be under my, or whoever the council president is.
Yeah, for the deadline, yeah.
So just, so Mr. Gengaro, I'm gonna ask you to give us a.
I'll give you a short memorandum or something on it, just to clarify this whole
And
thing.
if
I
you can
don't
cite
have the,
everything.
I don't have the exact site.
Yeah, that's fine. I didn't, I just wanted to raise it now on the record and for my colleagues' benefit. And this is sincere. I'm not trying to be,
Yeah.
this is not playing any games.
No.
And it's not, this is how I think the council should be going forward, regardless of who the mayor is. It says, an agenda for each regular meeting of the township council shall be prepared by the clerk, which means she's gonna write it up and put all of the stuff where it needs to go and do all the
Yeah.
proper notices, under the supervision of the president of the council, not under the supervision of the mayor.
It doesn't say with permission by the council president. It says, you're
Like you can say it on
supervising,
my-
but they're not, the administration doesn't have to go to the council president to ask for permission to put something on the agenda.
I
So,
understand it as well, but I'm happy to clarify it with some
Thank you.
sites
Yeah.
and draft a short little memo regarding.
That's all I
Yeah.
wanted. Thank you very much, sir.
Oh, wait, I have two things real, and they're quick things. One, because I didn't want to go back during the vote, but as we were looking at that map of the Seaman Road area and something came to mind with Montclair Country Club. So we keep talking about the percentage of the canopy lost. And I know, we have this strict ordinance. We haven't spoken in regards to the golf clubs because we've lost a lot of trees between all the courses with trees dying. So I wanted to know, we've talked about,
Trees dying?
trees that are diseased and being taken down and the park. So I'm just curious, when we talk about the canopy is down to 27%, does that include all the properties in the town?
So the golf courses in the in the ordinance as it's written and as it stands today, 25-27, 25-27 exempts golf courses from the tree removal requirement. So that's I can't believe I know this, 25-27.4C as it's written today exempts golf courses from having to get a tree removal permit unless the tree is within 75 feet of the street line.
But what about
So
replacement? We don't have
Now, in
anything.
this proposed ordinance that was passed on first reading does no longer exempts golf course. All the exemptions for golf courses were removed.
Okay.
So
just
now
wanna-
golf courses alike will need to go through
Municipal golf.
All of them.
private,
Because municipal.
Oh,
private,
It
private,
excludes any. other
County doesn't
government
follow
that-
us. County doesn't follow us.
correct.
And the county,
Private golf courses will now need to follow the new, if passed, the new tree ordinance. But
Okay.
as it stands now, they only have to apply for a permit if it's within 75 feet of the street line. Now, I'm going off of memory here, but I'm almost
okay.
100%.
We didn't have a discussion about it. I just want to make sure it was covered.
Yeah.
Uh,
I understand.
So they're just trying to go to.
That was the letter that I raised.
I had one more thing.
All right, hold on one second. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we have the budget here, workshop, not hearing, budget workshop next week. We need organizational charts from the administration, number one. Also, no, they weren't in there. And also, I just want to see where we're at because we obviously have to finalize the garbage contract so the budget can get set for next year, I assume?
Well, I think those decisions on that, so.
Because,
You wanna have a meeting first, though.
Oh.
Before we settle anything.
Thank you, Councilman.
We can't settle anything until we have your meeting.
okay, so the reason being is last year, we got the budget done so late. Third quarter taxes weren't set and an estimated tax number was on their quarter bill, which freaked people out. So what timeline do we need to stay within so that doesn't happen this year? Because the last thing I would want to do is overestimate the third quarter out, which isn't unusual. I mean, it happens in a lot of townships, but if we could prevent it.
It
Yeah.
doesn't happen everywhere.
Yeah.
We can stop making it happen.
No, well, we usually, last year was anomaly.
No, the year before that.
Year before that, we had it
Yes.
too?
It's always.
So-
on that.
Mr. Smeraldo?
So I think to answer your question, Councilwoman, one, we don't know how many budget hearings we're gonna have. We already have the one. We may have more than one. I don't know, based on previous history.
But what's the
And-
date?
And, I don't know what the exact date is.
Yeah, so we need a timeline.
I can get you a timeline, but
Okay.
if you're gonna also add in this garbage meeting and then we have to make a decision on the garbage and everything else, I don't know. I don't know what we can do for a realistic timeline to get it completed, but we'll get you the timeline for the third quarter. estimates.
So what's frustrating about the garbage meeting is, and I don't want to give out criticism this late of the evening, but it's just frustrating that we started talking about garbage a year ago. And now I don't want to be crunched to make a decision, but yet we're
We're not
crunched.
crunch, well,
But
we
are.
went through the process, we went through the process, but sitting in on with it, getting all the information, sending to the state, going back and forth. We had to go back and forth to the state several times. Getting their responses, changing things. We had to actually change things that they told us to change.
This was before the bid went out.
Yeah, this is before the bid went out. Yeah, then we had to send the bid out, then we received the bid. So I mean, this process we've been working on it probably since, I
Last year,
think, September.
yeah.
And we're just now here at this point. So it wasn't from a delay
No,
on
we
a.
started working on this garbage truck.
Right, well, I'm saying.
All right, so what we do need though is a special meeting to have discussion. We can't do a workshop because we do want, are we allowed to have public comment in a workshop if we choose?
believe so. I think
No,
you have to have a meeting.
no.
So we need a special meeting. So can we get like a doodle poll sent out to the, does that violate OPMA if you send out a doodle poll to us so we can respond with dates and times that we can meet?
I'll send you out under, you know what I'll do is I'll send you, as I do a lot of the other stuff, under BCC.
Okay.
This way you can't reply to one another.
All right, so let's get a doodle poll so that we can figure out when we can have a special meeting for the garbage contract in public. Yeah.
Do you have any dates right now that we can't do? I mean,
Yeah.
I know we all have
Well,
calendar
the 12th, we
challenges.
have the ABC hearing, and I can't do the 13th.
I confused the ABC hearing with the budget
So
workshop.
June 12th is out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and then. I
Yeah, the
can't do-
10th is the council meeting.
That's a Monday.
Yeah.
I'm out the 13th.
We need to do it sooner, guys. We
Yeah.
need to do this sooner so that.
You-
we can get the
possible.
We did, you know, I'm just throwing it out here. You've had special meetings during the daytime.
maybe we can do it during lunch.
People from the public come.
If we can do it on June fifth or sixth in the evening,
Supposed to be for the public.
I'm not available on the
I think.
sixth.
it should
how
be at
about
night.
June fifth? Is everyone available Wednesday, June fifth?
I am.
Would-
I am.
Is that a plan?
No, in the evening.
That may
It's
be,
gonna be more than an
It has to
hour.
be The planning board's
I
here.
don't wanna have to be like, I have
Is
to
it
get off now.
Planning board is the fifth, is it?
planning board is the 5th.
Planning board is the fifth, so that's a no.
How about next Thursday, 30th?
We have one already.
Budget here.
That's the first
budget.
one.
How about next Wednesday?
What about Friday? No, yeah, what about Friday 31st? What do we doing something on Friday 31st?
Mom's birthday.
Oh, yeah.
Said mom.
Don't do that to Mom.
Yeah.
I mean,
But we can do 2 hours.
What about Monday the third?
do we have a meeting Monday?
I cannot do Monday or
10th.
Tuesday.
You can't do Mondays,
Nope.
Tuesdays,
I
okay.
cannot.
And you can't do the fifth and sixth are done.
Well, I might have to be on Zoom.
How about, say that again?
Monday, the 10th is
Yeah,
our
I might have
council
to be on
meeting.
Zoom. I might not be able to come. in
Yeah.
person.
Can you do it on Zoom?
Why did-
We can do the whole thing on Zoom. We don't have to do it in person.
No, well, the idea is to give the public.
They can weigh in on Zoom.
I'm not going back.
No.
About going back
How
to that.
can we do it before the council meeting instead of a conference agenda, like an hour before or
Yeah, because
something?
it's conference agenda.
So actually, that was the reason why I wanted to bring up the whole thing about the agenda.
Yeah,
We would have been done
yeah,
an hour and a half ago
I know.
or an hour and 45 minutes ago if we didn't do Like, we went,
That when we were inviting people to the conference agenda, you have to make it very clear to them that they have up to 10 minutes and not 25 minutes to, you know.
yeah, and
Right.
some of this stuff, maybe they don't even do it. Maybe we do it. Maybe we have Mr. Fagan make the presentation on their behalf or something, because we, you know, you can say that, but then you become rude, or, you know, people don't get. I get it. I get it.
And
The flow
So,
goes
so
up
with
and
all
down.
due respect, I have to leave. I'm available any Wednesday or Thursday. If you guys pick a
I
Wednesday or
think-
Thursday, I'll make myself available in the evening.
Yeah, I think what. we'll
So the
do is
5th
send
did
it-
not work?
Thank you.
Wednesday, the 5th did not work?
You have to vote?
planning board.
I think
Oh,
that
planning board is right.
we should send out the email and then we'll all respond to that.
All right, let's do that. So look at, the following Wednesday.
12th and 13th.
Yeah.
But somebody said they couldn't do the 12th, so,
No, the
Well,
12th is the
It's the ABC hearing.
ABC.
yeah.
So
I mean, if
15th.
that's fast, we could get something done
Oh,
on
it's
the
not gonna be
8th.
fair.
Yeah. So
Absolutely.
15th, time box in anyway. Look at the 13th.
The
And are you
ABC
talking, would you like 6 o'clock, so it's earlier?
Yeah,
Well, I
Wait, is
just
this
want
for,
to,
is this for garbage?
yeah.
So wait, so we could do a garbage workshop meeting and then have the hearing at a council meeting.
what's the point of having a workshop?
Because it hasn't even been explained to us.
Yeah,
Right.
we-
We need a chart.
yeah.
We need to see the differences. We need
are
to see.
And we want the public to weigh in.
Right.
Why can't the council meet with the experts like you do with other
We already
things,
did
2 at a
that one,
time?
but they-
Have, get all your
Thanks a lot.
questions
What
answered,
did I do to you?
buddy.
You don't like meeting with us?
No, let's just have one meeting.
You want us all in one night for 5
Well,
hours?
sometimes it's helpful to
Have the public.
have the feedback from my colleagues because, you know,
Yeah, so let's see if we can get let's see if for Thursday, do Thursday,
I
the
think
13th?
Thursday,
This
the
one is a
13th
big
is gonna be
deal.
hard
this one is
because
a big deal.
the ABC hearing,
Is the 12th.
you've not been through one.
Yeah, I don't want to do a
It's
meeting
going
back
to be
back.
very
That's a
late.
whole nother animal.
Yeah. I don't
It's
wanna
gonna
do
be
a meeting
late.
back to
It's like
back.
a trial. We may not even get it done in one night. It's bad. It's a lot.
Just put out the survey and then find out which
Yes,
states are best
we
instead of
can do that.
belaboring this now and one of our colleagues is left.
Motion to adjourn?
So move.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Good night, West Orange.
As a thought, we